ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure on the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He curled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket, whacks it for six, scores level, running past, throws it on the leg, could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down, we're not done yet, what a finish!
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Bulldogs' top 8 charge looks to gather momentum as they take on the 17th place Tigers under the roof of Docklands for round 15 of the AFL on Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs tuned up with a 12-goal thumping of the Saints last Thursday night in Sam Darcy's return, and with victory today could leapfrog the Giants or the Suns to take their spot inside the top 8 with a healthy percentage. Well, the Tigers have won 3 games of the season and looking to break their 4-game losing streak before the bye. They did beat the Gold Coast Suns here at Docklands, but this hasn't been a happy hunting ground for them, having not beaten the Western Bulldogs since round 13, 2013 here at Docklands. Hi everyone, Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Great to have your company and to hear from so many of you on the footy forum. It is the Western Bulldogs taking on Richmond for round 15 of the AFL. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Benny.
Hello, Clinchy. Good to be here on this Sunday afternoon. I used to work with Malcolm Blight, I think Berkey's old coach, and he was a very big believer that your percentage was the truest indication as to how you were going in a season. Now, the Western Bulldogs are 7-6 coming into this game today with a percentage of 127.7%. That is the second highest percentage for a 7-6 team after Essendon in 1900. So it has been a long time. That is a very impressive percentage for a team that is just above 50% on the season to date, and a Richmond side coming back off the bye that really have generally put across a pretty good show of themselves in season 2025, except for their last time out.
Yeah, we get to see another debutant for the Tigers this afternoon with Jasper Alger to make his debut, while for the Western Bulldogs it's Buku Khamis who will be the sub this afternoon. There is a game taking place at the moment. The Gold Coast Suns burst out of the blocks against the Giants. They put it 7-4 to lead by 23 points at quarter time. They currently lead by 13 points at half time. 8-56 to the Giants, 6-7-43. Australian Football Hall of Fame member, St Kilda champion Nathan Burke is with you. Welcome, Burkey.
Hello, gentlemen. Lovely to be here. Isn't this a great stadium? I walked in here. It's blowing a gale outside. Here, perfect conditions. We'll probably still get 10 goals 20 from one of the teams. But lovely day to be here for the footy.
And alongside Burkey, the two-time All-Australian #1 draft pick, Brett Delidio, is here to see one of his former sides, the Tigers, this afternoon. And you've been down the rooms, Lids. Welcome to you.
I have, Clinchy. Yeah, thanks for having me again here on this Sunday afternoon. I've got a bit more optimistic than Burkey in terms. Hopefully we get some more goals. 20 goals would be nice. Hopefully the Tigers can get that, but they're going to have to be good to get up against the Dogs. But yes, been down the rooms. I presented young Jasper with his jumper down there, which is always an honour and a privilege to be asked to be back into the club to do that. But I actually learned that his nickname's Rhythm.
Why is that?
Algorithm.
I don't mind it.
It's not the worst.
Yeah.
It's not the worst.
Yeah, so hopefully, he's starting his sub, and I was going to go with that in my little spiel that hopefully you're not starting the sub and you get out there and get amongst it, but you hopefully have a couple of quarters to just soak it all in for starters and then get amongst it. But yeah, it's a great achievement for the young lad. Picked 54 or 56, I think.
58.
58 it was.
58 in 2024. What type of player will he be?
Crafty little half forward who kicked a lot of goals last year for Caulfield Grammar and Oakley Chargers and for Vic Country as well. Gippsland boy from Warrigal. So, yeah, he's got some speed, got some good aerial stuff as well. So, yeah, pretty well put together young lad.
What did you say? Just 57 picks below me?
Yeah, 20 years late, 50. No, I didn't, mate, at all. I just gave him, what Andrew McLeod told me, and something I wrote down religiously before every game was just to enjoy. And that was, so mate, it's going to get hard at times, and you'll have your ups and downs. But if you always come back to how you played your game when you're a kid, I think you'll have a long and prosperous career and still find the fun in it.
So the GM of footy from the Tigers, Tim Livingston, is going to join us very shortly, but it feels like so much of the afternoon is set up around the Bulldogs. So what do we expect to see with the victory today? Good percentage, they'll be inside the top 8. The next few weeks, they have Sydney at the SCG next Friday night, North Melbourne, Adelaide. So a couple of winnable games to try and, once they're inside the 8, try and hold their position there.
They were very, very good last week. That's probably about the slickest that they've moved the ball all year last week against the Saints. The week before, coming off the bye, they just looked really rusty. It was like a team that had 2 weeks off almost. They were missing handballs, they were missing targets. 10 minutes into the quarter, there was players bent over their hands on their knees, and they just needed to get that out of their system. And I think now they've sort of had that bit of a rest, they've reset. Now's the time. This is sort of moving round time. This is where they're going to win 3 or 4 in a row, and I don't think you'll see them outside the 8 much longer, and certainly with Sam Darcy up front.
Yep.
Just gives them that target. We saw Aaron Norton kick 4 last week. He hadn't taken a mark inside 450 for 3 weeks, but Darcy comes back in, just frees him up, not a lot of pressure on him, and I think that's a great combination.
21 years of age, Sam Darcy, 3 games on return.
Yep.
He's been referred to as the unicorn by his teammates in post-match interviews and media during the week. It's a lot of hope to be putting on a young player, and yet he has a certain quality that not too many key forwards have the ability to be able to display in key games.
Well, he catches it. And I think that's his number one attribute, his ability, and not just at the highest point, but he's got some genuine forward craft. I heard a number of different players right across the league actually talking about his competitiveness and his ruthlessness in terms of wanting to get rid of his opponent to then go and attack the footy. Talking to one of my boys who's at the Dogs earlier this week, I said, what's he like, the lad? He goes, mate, one of the biggest pranksters we've got at the club. Like,
right.
It's not allowing any of the hype and everything to get to him. Really well-rounded kid, which is great. But there are a lot of hopes, probably lent his way, but I think he's handling it pretty well. And he's just a joy to watch, in terms of a big player. When you see high marks and guys with his ability and then take a mark, but just roll onto your left and lace a ball out, inside the corridor. It's he plays with a carefree attitude, doesn't he?
He certainly doesn't want for much. So he averages 2.7 contested marks in the forward half this year, which is nearly double the next best, which is Jesse Hogan, who averages 1.5. So he is far and away the best in terms of his ability of taking contested marks. When he gets his arms up, 3.9 metres is about the height that he takes those marks at. So I enjoyed what you said, I think last week or maybe the week before, Lids, about the fact that probably the best matchup for him in the comp might be standing at the other end in Rory Lobb.
I don't agree.
So
who else could stop him?
Yeah.
Like out there, I mean, Bolter's will play on him today, you think, or Miller. But, I mean, you just cannot give him a jump at the footy and try and tie him up. We were talking off air just before, Berkey, about the old school fullbacks and their ability to tie up the opposition. You can't do that anymore. So he gets a free run and jump at it.
Yeah, and as a defender, you've got two choices. You either play in front, and he's probably going to reach over the top of you, or you play behind. You can't reach over the top of him. So the best thing to do is body the run and try and keep him away from the drop of the ball as much as you can. But as you said, he's got really good forward craft and he knows where the ball's going. So it's a dilemma, but I think most teams now will be setting two key defenders down there and dropping a ruckman back if they need to.
It'd be interesting to see whether Noah Bolter can challenge him physically. Is there anything he can do to try and bump him off his leap of the ball and the timing? And
has to be timing. Yeah, you have to get him just at the right point to put him off balance. But he's, like we've spoken about, his craft is it's so good. And their ball movement to come into him, which doesn't, like Bolter has to be absolutely on. Any sort of lapse and he's out of the play. But he's a joy to watch. And as you said, Berkey, it frees up Norton. He kicked, 3 of his 4 from the goal square last week. So if they can get him moving and kicking goals from around the 50-metre arc, that's when they'll really start to shoot up. But, yeah, the game's not won. Yeah, I thought we turned up to see the Dogs beat the Hawks a couple of weeks ago, and, the Hawks touched them up. So it's all about pressure, I think, for the Tigers and their ability to, not let that ball on the outside of the contest, because if it is, it'll be all one way.
So we're going to take you inside the Richmond camp very shortly. But, I mean, the Bulldogs look like a side that are blessed with luxury. They've got a midfield that bats as deep as anyone. Their key defensive stocks have just been now locked down, although Liam Jones will be hoping to force his way back into this side. But now with Buku Kama's play as a sub, they can play him forward or back. Is there anything you can see that the Bulldogs shouldn't be able to get on a bit of a roll now?
I think the next few games are very winnable, and they should bank those with, and continue to grow that percentage that they've got. But I think we've seen right across the comp is that if you snooze on any given day, that you can lose. You can be nutted. So it's you just got to be on it and make sure you pay every side the ultimate respect.
And when the Western Bulldogs don't play well, it's generally their bottom six don't have an input into the game. Libber and Bont and that are always going at a high level. Ed Richards at a high level, but it's that bottom six that really need to contribute.
And sometimes you can see a strength of a team at any given point in time by looking at their VFL side. And we were here early watching them run around, and it felt like there were a few pretty handy players running around there for the Western Bulldogs. Taylor Duray can't get a game at the moment. Jason Johannesson, the Norm Smith medalist, is running around in their VFL. Oscar Baker, who's had good periods for the Dogs. Caleb Poulter can't get a lock-in at the moment. So a look-in at the moment. So there's a few Dogs who are running around in the VFL that can't break into this side.
It's depth and pressure for spots is just something that a coach hopes he gets at some stage. You just hope and pray that you get enough fit players, that you've got that dilemma every single week, that guys just know that if they don't perform, well, they'll get that tap on the shoulder and someone else will get that spot. And it's if players can handle that, some players can't handle that. It's too much pressure for them. But the ones who can, boy, oh boy, you get a competitive outfit.
And I guess they've locked in the future of the coach for the next 2 years.
Yep.
Now the challenge is to get the signature of Marcus Bontempelli, but
formality.
He seems as laid back as anyone, really. That it's just a matter of.
Oh, he's getting paid wherever he goes. Let's be honest. I'd be laid back too.
That'd be a bigger shock than Plugger going to Sydney than that if he walked out at the time. I just can't see it.
Has had a bit going on. He's planning a wedding in the United States at the end of the year. He's opened up his milk bar. So there's a little bit going on for the Bont, and generally he's started them later in the year, and then they get done pretty quickly.
But old-fashioned sort of milk bar, you get 20 cents worth of lollies?
I think with a big brown paper bag, not a little tiny one.
Yeah. I think it's a coffee shop, but it's labelled.
All those things cost money, don't they? So I would have thought that the signature wouldn't be that hard to do. But anyway, here we are. With Berkey, I think it'd be an absolute shock if he went anywhere.
Maybe he is haggling over money, considering he's got a wedding coming up.
Yeah, that could be true.
Some of us have been there. The Western Bulldogs in Richmond on your Sunday afternoon. A chance to head inside the Tigers camp. Tim Livingston, the GM of footy for the Tigers, can join us down the boundary. Tim, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me, boys.
Now, we've had a bit of technical problems, so we've got you on the phone. The lead up to today, coming off the bye, how has Adam Uze tried to phrase it for your young Chargers to try and make sure they bring their best energy and intent?
Well, energy is probably the key word. We wanted to use that time to give them a break, obviously, last week, and then build up our program and get some energy going into this game on the back of being able to refresh. And guys with a few niggles are able to get over them, but also some of the, it's a long year for boys playing particularly their first year, and for them to get a break and be set to go today is really important.
Now, Brett D'Audio has told us he was down in the rooms for Jassa Alba's jumper presentation. Did the playing group know his significance to the Richmond history, and did they have to educate a bit about what he had contributed to the famous club?
Well, it's funny you say that, because there's a couple of boys there that were born the year he was drafted. But I can assure you, and Liz will back me up here, that I made sure they were all very aware of his glittering CV, because it is one. Like, let's be honest, it's an amazing career he had. So we're thrilled to have him down there. And Jasper's family are mad Tigers, and they were just thrilled that Brett was able to be the man to present him with his jumper today. So it was a great ceremony. Most importantly, how was his message? Was it a good little rev-up sort of speech to the playing group? Oh, well, it's a little... I probably don't want to speak for Liz, but it's funny, in that situation, it's not so much the rev-up, it's the significance of the achievement, but also just a reminder of what you're doing. You're going out to play the game you love, and you're getting to do it on the big stage, but don't forget that it's all about getting out there and having fun with your teammates and getting a kick, and let's hope that Jasper can do that today.
He wants that card with his CV on it back too. Yeah. He's handed most of them out. Mate, just quickly, coming off the bye, I've seen teams, watching them closely, and they have mixed results. The Bulldogs came off the bye a couple of weeks ago, and they looked a little bit sluggish, and it's great for the players to have an unwind and, take a deep breath. But how do you get that breath back in them? Is it a really intense week, or how do you fire them back up again?
Yeah, it's a cushion we've dealt with for a few years. It's, when do you ramp it up? When do you bring them back? Like, we brought our guys back just over a week ago just to get them back moving, and then we spent a week physically ramping them up. And we're going to back our high-performance guys to put them in a position to perform. But, once the game's on, you're hoping our guys, are able to show that, they've refreshed and prepared appropriately. And it's a funny one. Yeah, sometimes, you see teams are a bit slow to get moving. I'm hoping that's not us today.
Tim, taking a little bit of a longer-term approach in terms of my questioning beyond today, we had Adam Uze on in the game before the bye, and we asked him about the draft and trade strategy, and he said, that's not my gig, I'll leave that to Tim. So the good news is I get to ask you about it today. You and Essendon appear to be the two clubs that have the cap space and the picks to potentially entertain bringing in Harley Reid. Are you interested in that?
He's a pretty good footballer, but to be fair, it's partly me, but it's a lot Blair Hartley, our list manager, who helps us chairs that strategy. And you would have seen what we deliberately did last year, knowing what was coming. And now this year, as it sits, we've got two first-round picks that will likely sit inside the top 10. So we're going to be careful about setting this team up and this club up for long-term success. And we feel we're in a really good position. Well, we've already done some of that with who we've been able to bring into the club. But I think the draft is something that will continue to appeal to us, particularly this year. We're not speculating about Harley right now. That's for later on. But right now, it's a draft focus, to be honest.
Okay. In terms of the numbers that it would likely take to get Harley, are we talking sort of similar numbers to what Tom De Koning's been rumoured to be earning if he goes to St Kilda?
I reckon you'd have to ask Harley's manager that.
Speculation, Your Honour.
Okay.
I don't deal in that.
Okay.
No, honestly, I'm not dealing in those numbers with... I'll leave that up to Blair, and we seriously have not been talking about that at a significant level at all.
Liv, thanks for your praise today and letting the boys know that I could actually play the game many years ago. That card would be good to get back. But no, I just want to talk about today's game. Who gets first crack at the bloke who's been spoken about so much? Sam Darcy? Is it Noel Bolter, Benny Miller? Who's going to do it, and how are they going to stop him?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question. It's probably likely to be Bolter. Miller's also been in great one-on-one forms, had his best year to date. But the answer to that, mate, probably lies with our midfield. You know, we've just got to reduce supply in the end, because a kid that tall and with that ability is going to get his opportunities. We've just got to try and limit him. So, you know, if it keeps going in there, it's going to be hard. We've got to work hard at the other end of the ground. But both those boys, hopefully they both don't need a crack, because one of them's doing a really good job. But, yeah, it's going to be a challenge. And it's a challenge for our midfield, mate, because this team, I'm looking out here at their warm-up, they're strong across the ground, so we've really got to bring some defensive intent.
Richmond GM of footy, Tim Livingston, is with you on ABC Sport. Tim, there's been a bit of conversation around the AFL and their competition committee getting together. The names that are being mentioned is been the likes of sort of a Sonia Hood, a Sam Mitchell, maybe Blair Hartley from Richmond. If you were to raise a couple of the issues that you hope the AFL are mindful of from Clubland, what would you be keen for them to kind of discuss and debate, knowing full well that the clubs are always going to have their own individual focuses that they're trying to focus on, but obviously to improve the betterment of the competition?
Well, firstly, I think it's just a great initiative that they're doing this again. And I know you say clubs will have a club eye on it, but really that most of the coaching group and that are thinking, well, what's best for the game of footy? We all love the game, so how can we improve it? And if there's areas of the laws of the game we need to look at, if there's elements of the draft and what we can do there to even the competition up, then they're the sort of things that we'll look at. You know, is it the sub rule? Do we need to consider that again? And the ability, you know, to play five on the bench, let's say. I don't know. There's some of the issues that I've got no doubt to be brought up. I mean, the laws have been a hot topic. The umpires have got a really tough game to umpire, so how can we make it easier for them and easier for the players? But then what are the elements? What are the elements of the draft that are ensuring equalisation, that are ensuring that we're giving everyone across the country the best chance to play, and what are we doing in our talent pathways to keep improving the game as well?
Just a fun one for me to finish up, Tim. I loved hearing Damien Hardwick. I think on the way out he spoke about how yourself, him and Blair Hartley would go back to Punt Road after a game and have a couple of beers and just plan the week ahead. Has that tradition continued with Adam Uze?
Well, we're really lucky that being at Punt Road and right across from the MCG, this might sound funny, but it's almost like a local footy club. All our families and the coaches, everyone can get back there after a game. Excuse me, get back there after a game and have a beer together and reflect. So I'd like to think that we definitely still do that, and it's one of the privileged positions we're in by having our home right next to the MCG. So, yeah, it continues if you like.
I like it.
Good on you, Tim. As always, we appreciate your time. Good luck this afternoon against the Western Bulldogs.
Thanks very much for having me.
Tim Livingston, the GM of footy from the Richmond Footy Club. Thanks for jumping on the mobile phone as we had a bit of technical issues down there with our radio mic. There are some curiosities around Richmond, and you touched on it, Benny, as to those two draft picks inside the top six, as to how they try and capitalise on that. Guys like Dion Prestia, whose career at one stage looked like 32 years of age, will he get back on the par? Hit a great goal last week against the Sydney Swans and showed that if he can get to that level, he certainly has a role to play alongside Jacob Hopper and Tim Taranto. But where do you feel like is the areas Richmond has to target? Clearly some support for Tom Lynch, but that being said, they've got some young guys. McKelty Lafau was playing in the VFL. He's on his return, so they might have some options in the next year or so.
Oh, definitely. I think it's just about getting games into these young players. It's no different to when Dimmer first came into the club back in 2010. We cleaned right out, and you just had to get games into. And yes, there's some ups and downs with that. There's some tough losses, but I think we can see the competitiveness and that ability. To answer your question, though, Tommy Lynch is not getting any younger. Dion, his body's finally starting to cooperate with him. I was just talking to him downstairs, and he was saying how he's like, geez, I didn't need that bye, because he just started to get back and get on that bit of a roll. And I know exactly what that feels like when you're with calves and Achilles as to what that's like. But, yeah, I mean, it's just more depth, and experience into players. If you can bring in some good players that are going to help make you better, I don't think it'll take too long for them to turn that wheel.
Do you think they will, and do you think they should go after Harley Reid?
Why not? Why wouldn't you? I mean, he's a good player. So if he's hell-bent on coming back, and it's not for Tim to speculate on that, that's for Harley. And
it is behind the scenes, but not to us publicly.
Yeah, mate, it's not for him to commentate on it, so to speak.
Yeah.
So look, it's mate, good players. You're always trying to, and Blair was no different when I was playing all the way through in terms of speaking to agents and trying to get the best players into your side, but knowing that there's going to be a bit of a build process there first, so that's going to, if you've got a young player coming to buy in to be a part of that, yes, he's going to have to be well paid as well. Surely. Why wouldn't you go after it?
You'd imagine they're probably going to have an opportunity, like what you alluded to, Clinchy, where they might be able to front end some of those contracts, so clear some of the money for some of those big name players, if they were to bring one in, because they've got so many young kids on their list, and the older guys potentially getting towards the back end outside of Hopper and Taranto, who would still be on decent money, that they might be able to front end some of those deals, Lids.
Yeah, well, pure speculation, but I mean the number 4 is still available, isn't it? If he did come over, there's a jumper waiting for him. But oh mate, look, I'm only doing that as an old Tiger, and I'm not here to ill wish on West Coast or them trying to hold him. But yeah, look, there's a lot to play out between now and then. But from the last reports I heard is that Harley's really enjoying his time over there at West Coast now. So I think Minnie's doing a great job in terms of turning all that around.
I think everyone would be happy to see the Tigers try and use their draft capital to build the next generation. Have you sort of seen Adamuze Berkey, second year at the helm? Last year was obviously a tough initiation for him, finishing on the bottom of the ladder in just the 2 wins, but this season has already had 3, and it feels like he's starting to see that progression maybe a little earlier than what some Richmond fans thought they might see this season.
I've been really impressed with the Tigers. Obviously, just 3 wins, but I'm seeing a bit of a style come into their game, and that's the problem sometimes when you get a lot of young blokes into the team. It's just really haphazard. You don't really know how they're playing. Are they kicking it long? Are they kicking it short? What are they actually doing? But the games that I've seen, that they look like they've got a method, and to me, part of the measurement of a coach is, can you get the 18 blokes on the field all trying to do the same thing, whether it's going to work or it's not going to work, but trying to do the same thing and being on the same page. And I've seen that from the Tigers, so that shows me, one, that they've got a little bit of talent. You can see that coming through, but also that the coach has the wherewithal to get them to play a style that he believes, when they become more consistent at it and be able to do it for 4 quarters, that it will win games. So, no, look, 3 wins, they've been impressive. No issues with the Tigers.
Wins over Carlton, the Gold Coast Suns and West Coast. You could make the claim the Blues have never really recovered since that upset win in round 1, and we've seen quite a few of their draft picks, Lid, so that's the intrigue as to how many they can sort of get games into this season. Sam Lawler, the number 1 draft pick. We haven't seen Josh Smiley. He's the one we're keen to see. Taj Houghton, Jonty Fallers featured, pick 14. Luke Traynor, pick 21. Harry Armstrong, pick 23. Thomas Sims, pick 28. And Jasper Alger today at pick 58. So,
and Houghton out there today for his first minutes, I believe, in the VFL. So, hopefully he's not too far away, get a couple extra games under his belt. Smiley's the one that we haven't seen at all this year. Essentially, he's had a hamstring and some other fitness issues, so he'll be out there chomping at the bit, hopefully, to get out there. But, yeah, I mean, Essendon have debuted, 12, have they? Only behind Fitzroy way back when, and the Tigers as well back in 2010 when we had 12 as well. So, look, I love the idea of just blooding kids and seeing what you've got.
Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch alongside Ben Cameron to call the action. Lauren Borden will be down on the boundary. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke are your experts. You can join us on the SMS 0437 774 774. Dan was exactly on that thread. On your discussion, is 2 late top 10 draft picks on draft night enough for Essendon to get Harley Reid? I'd say Richmond are the only other club with draft capital if he decides to go home at the end of the year. So that was from Dan. So, yep, the possibility of returning to Victoria or maybe staying with the West Coast Eagles for another couple of years.
I hope he doesn't.
Who was the last? Horn Francis and Tom Boyd before that, probably?
Yep. Yeah. No, look, if you're down the bottom, you get first pick and you pick a young fella and you do the right thing by him. Doesn't matter what sort of performances you get. I reckon it sounds like they're doing the right thing by him with Minnie McWalter there and everything else. Stay.
And generally, he's represented by Connor Sports Management. I think Nick Geishan, in particular, generally, Connor Sports Management have a history of encouraging their guys to stay at their first club for a little while. I think they do look after Adam Chera, who might have had 4 or 5 years at Fremantle before he came back to Carlton, but generally they like them to give at least a little bit of service to that original club that paid them the respect of drafting them.
Absolutely. Look at Andy Brayshaw, who was, pick 2 over there, loving it. Many teams have tried to actually extract him out of there and bring him back home, but he's loving it and staying, and so let's hope for West Coast football that he manages to stay there.
And clubs speak about often it's the third year they feel like interstate draftees settle. So it's often the third year that they really begin to feel like they're at home and they've got some mates there and they feel at home in a place. So who knows?
There is a game taking place at the Sydney Showgrounds. It's the Giants 7-7-49, trailing the Gold Coast Suns 10-9-69. So the Suns got off to the fast start. They beat 7 goals to 4 in the opening quarter, led by 23 points at quarter time and 13 points at half time. So the Suns coming off the bye. The Giants had a big win last week over the Brisbane Lions. Just a curiosity of the season. Like, it's so hard to pick at the moment. And the Suns, we were saying on AFL Sunday with Cameron Ling, that this feels like a game that if they can get that little foothold, then they sort of hold their spot in the 8. Otherwise, they could be the side that slips out. And we all know their form in second halves of the season. So that's been the challenge for Damien Hardwick as he takes over the role as the head coach of the Gold Coast Suns.
Big game, this one.
Yeah.
They've got to know this.
Win this one, they're 4 points ahead, but they've also got that game in hand as well that was cancelled at the start of the year. So they're 2 games behind some of the other teams in the 8 at the moment, but still sitting in there. So that's a testimony to their really, really great start to the year. So to be a game ahead with a game in hand, good spot to be in.
2 goals to Ben King, 2 goals to Ben Ainsworth, while for the Giants, 2 goals to Riccardi and 2 goals to Jesse Hogan. Just repeating, it's the Suns who lead by 21 points, 10-10-70 to the Giants, 7-7-49. The big news story of the week is going to be the Blues. It's not an unfamiliar position they found themselves in season 2025, but going down to North Melbourne by 11 points yesterday, and the furnace is going to be turned on Michael Voss in terms of Carlton and this sinking feeling that they aren't progressing in the direction in which they would have hoped they would do so. There are some injuries and some key personnel that are missing. Harry Mackay wasn't there again yesterday. What's sort of been your reaction to the way in which the last 24 hours has played out?
Look, they came home late, didn't they? They made the game look more respectable, and there was half a chance, but it was more... they didn't look like it for large periods of that game yesterday, and that was just well done, North Melbourne. I caught up with Big Bull Zerha during the week, and he's just like, we're really confident that we can come out here and take it up to these guys. If we're with them halfway through the game, we feel like we're, obviously with the fade-outs that Carlton have had. Now, they came home a bit stronger yesterday, but I think that was more an inability of North Melbourne knowing how to finish the game and keep kicking goals to really put that one to bed. But, geez, the Blues, they just look like they're bereft of confidence or any sort of structure or style to keep themselves in a game and get it going.
The fact that they can't... Well, they came home yesterday, but previous to that, it was always fast start and then die, wasn't it? And that just shows there's something mentally attuned. And when you play against a team that you should beat, it was like that froze them at the start of the game, and then they had nothing to lose, throw caution to the wind, come home late. So to me, that signifies there's a mental issue with that particular group who either can't win a game when they're in front or cannot put their best foot forward in games that they're supposed to win.
What's their game style? How would you describe it?
Get your good players to play well and then hope that everyone else comes along for the ride.
It's not really a game style, is it?
Well, it's not one that you can bank on every single week, because you know that if you can shut out Cripps, Curnow, DeConning, stop Wiedering from marking it down back, then you're in with a chance, and that's exactly what's been happening.
And that's one of the issues that causes that inconsistency of not being able to finish our games. Hey, we're in front at half-time, but we don't really know why. So what do we actually continue to do in that second half that we hang our hat on that will get us to win the game? But and that can be the reason that if that game plan isn't absolutely cemented, you'll get those sort of results.
It's not something we're advocating for, but it's the cold reality of the AFL. Is Michael Voss in trouble?
Well, I don't know. They've publicly backed him. They just haven't beaten any sides of note, have they? Apart from that Geelong game.
Geelong one is their only one.
That's out of the blue. It's out of the box, isn't it? Like their ability to actually knock them over that day is sort of, it's one that's hasn't been true to form. So, geez, you'd have to suggest that there'd be some question marks.
So the concern is, I think, when you look at the Blues as well, is that Patrick Cripps is now 30. All of a sudden, you look at Charlie Curnow, who's 28. Mackay wasn't there yesterday, but he's pushing up towards 30 as well. Tom De Koning might go. It feels like that window might just be closing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they've been unlucky. I mean, Nick Newman's a big out for them. I thought Jagger Smith would have actually... I know he's a first-year player, and it's like you can't hang all your hopes on him, but he adds a different dimension to their midfield. They are very much bang, crash, win it contested and get it going forward, but their inability to hit targets going forward, I think he would have changed that a little bit. And then they've just had other unlucky ones at certain times. Mackay in and out. Curnow hasn't been at his best. Wiedering, I don't think, has been at his best. So, mate, there's a number of different reasons, but, yeah, I mean, it's a hard to mount a case for it, isn't it?
They have won 8 of their last 23, though, now. So it's no longer a surprise.
It's not a surprise, no.
This is a team, unfortunately, they have become where they're very reliant on their best players playing well, but they have all of a sudden slipped into the bottom 6 sides.
Yeah. At the start of the year, they were very healthy. They had hardly had a thing go wrong. They were ready and primed. And then, as you said earlier, it's like that round 1 game when they lost to Richmond. It was like, oh, hang on a second. We weren't ready for that. We were supposed to get our season up and going, and now where do we go? Sort of thing, So it's, I don't know. I've been in those sort of positions before at the Tigers when I was there, that you think everything's aligning and you should be starting to make progress. 2016 was nearly exactly that, and it was, but then the wheels fall off, and it can turn around pretty quickly, is what I'm saying for all Blues supporters that may be listening to this game, which I doubt there would be many.
So if you're Graham Wright, Berkey, and he takes over at season's end from Brian Cook, how would you try and assess what changes need to take place? How immediate the action needs to be?
You can't just look a senior coach. We've seen other clubs put better support around your senior coach, and that's made a huge difference. So, you're looking at Vossi, but you're looking at who's supporting Vossi, and then the layer under that, then the layer under that. And there has to be something in one of those layers that you can make a significant shift that you think will make the difference. Let's hope it's not Vossi. You don't like seeing coaches sacked, but...
Who's next best?
He's got to come in with a change mentality.
The spectre of John Longmire does loom over everything.
Yeah.
And I think the bit that would probably make Michael Voss a little bit nervous is the fact that Graham Wright oversaw the Collingwood process.
Yep.
And Michael Voss ran 4th in that.
Yeah.
So I think somewhere for Vossi, who I like, and I'm a fan of Michael Voss, I think he'd put his head on the pillow at night and that would make him a little nervy.
Yeah, well, we're not bringing emotion into it here.
No.
So that, regardless of whether we like Vossi or respect him or whatever, it's not about that. It's more as to what's best for that. And we know Graham Wright's he seems to be a ruthless operator in that he's just like, no, this is the direction I think we need to go, and I'm going to pull no punches in terms of making that happen. So,
yeah, the fact is it has to be a change mentality. You can't come in and look around and go, no, we're okay. It's not okay. So
he doesn't seem to be that bloke, though, does he? No. Graham Wright, he looks like he's got a point to prove, and he's done it at a number of clubs.
What he does
maybe a plan. Maybe a plan in which Carlton is lacking a little bit at the moment, the system and method as to how they're going to play, but also to try and get the best operators to be able to execute that.
He does make list changes as well. Like he was at Collingwood when they got rid of Treloar and they got rid of Grundy, and that was able to spark a turnaround. So I don't think he will panic around Tom De Koning. I think he'll hold the line there and say, we'll pay you X, and if it's not good enough,
I agree.
Off you go, and we'll sort it out from there.
The other thing is he's coming in as CEO, so he's not coming in as head of football, footy manager. He's got to be careful how much he gets involved in those things, because it's really about making money and doing all that sort of stuff. If you're the CEO, it's you've got to put the right people in charge of that football. And making sure that they're making the right decision.
But it does feel like we have either, footy CEOs or we have business CEOs, don't we? And he very much, sort of like Craig Vozzo, feels like a footy CEO. And Carlton as a business is going okay, like they're big business.
Yep.
They need to sort out the footy.
He might have taken on the CEO role because he's sick of the footy stuff. I'm sick of getting involved in the footy stuff. It's a headache, so I want to get involved in the business side of it. You look after it. Who knows?
Well, I know Lepper pretty well, and he's also very headstrong. So I don't think there'll be any issues in terms of change and wanting to... what am I talking about Lepper for? He's not even at Carlton. So
he's at Collingwood.
That's Collingwood. That's why I've been confused with Graham right there. So that doesn't even matter.
That's where I want to go next. But that being said...
Good to put it on the record. Lepper's headstrong.
Having been involved
Lep.
at Hawthorn and Collingwood, I think he's going to know he's alive when he arrives through the gates at Carlton. It's the Western Bulldogs and Richmond. You would have heard the Bulldogs made their way out a few moments ago, and the Tigers have just strode out onto Docklands. So Matt Klitsch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burker, your experts. And Lauren Borden is down on the boundary. Just as we move through the events of the weekend's footy, and we'll focus in on this match in a couple of moments' time. The Magpies with a win over the Saints last night, Berkey, and I guess some of the tactics of Marcus Windhager has been questioned. His ability to try and scrap against Nick Dacos and try and bring him down to a level where he has little to no influence on the game. He finished with 30 disposals. Nick Dacos in the end and kicked a goal. How did you view it? And do you think the tactics have to be careful in terms of making sure that you're not, I guess, taking away from the spirit and the vision of the visual aspect of the game?
That side of it, they couldn't care less. If taking away the spirit of the game, he's just out there to stop his player from getting kicks. I just think that the modern day version of tagging of what we're seeing, of the not face the ball, the scrag, the push, the shove, all that sort of stuff, that's annoying. That's not tagging. You still got 30 possessions. Your job as a tag is to get that guy down to 15 to 18 in these friendly possession days. So I just think that no one's teaching them. They're saying go out there and stop him. Whereas, Lidge, you would have been tagged plenty of times in your days. I was the opposite. I was the one doing the tagging. And it's about positioning your body, anticipating where's the ball going to go. I need to get my body between you and that ball to make it harder for you to get to where the ball is. But not by grabbing, not by holding, not by scragging, not by punching, all that sort of stuff. It's to me, we've lost the art of tagging. Now we're just annoying blokes, and hopefully that takes their mind off the game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always going to be pro the player and not being tagged. No doubt, it's not a hidden fact that I struggled with a heavy tag, and that was a bit different back in the old days, Berkey, and it was very much you're in a bear hug before the ball was even bounced, and then if you got your hands on it, you were just wrapped up straight away. So it made it pretty hard to get the ball out. But, I mean, I didn't see too much wrong with Marcus Windhager's ability to try and stop. He's working incredibly hard to try and nullify the best players to get the footy, and he's done it pretty well. I mean, but you're right. I mean, but do we really want to come and see a tag? I just like seeing teams go head-to-head.
What I prefer what he did against Cozzy Pickett.
Yeah.
So he kept Cozzy Pickett down to 9 and had 25 himself. So what he should be doing is going, I'm going to stop you winning any contested footy around a stoppage. Fine. I'm not going to let you get any short passes. I'm not going to let you get any handballs around the back. So that's going to chop out 10 of your possessions. But you know what? If I go at the right time, you're going to say, thank goodness he's gone. Now's my time to get away from him. If you go at the right time, you can pick up a ton of possessions going the other way.
Yep.
That, to me, is how you should be playing Nick Dacos. And, get him down to 20, but if you can get 25 the other way...
You've got to make him accountable.
He's not necessarily going to chase you. He's going to say, phew, great, he's gone.
Yep.
So you win that mental battle. That's far better than trying to get him down to 15 and you have none.
Yeah, I totally agree. I spent a little bit of time in 2009 as a tagger, not that long, Berkey, but a couple of games.
Yep.
And I had the pleasure of playing on Chris Jardine, and that was exactly my philosophy. I wasn't going to keep him to 0,
yep.
But it's like if I can try and get off him and be damaging the other way, well, then you can try and at least nullify or break even, versus...
I call it a run with. We did it with Robert Harvey at the end of his career, and we'd throw him onto Shane Crawford and all of the really good players, and he'd stop them and get possessions himself. It's an art, but it's such a valuable. That to me, that's the most valuable midfielder who can stop the other team's gun but still get the ball yourself.
I think the small thing here is that some of these young guys, when they're coming through, they think someone just playing tight on them. That's a tag. No, that's just your opposition. It's not. You're not being tagged just because you've got someone who stands beside you. You're not being allowed to go around and just get it 35 times. Yeah, someone's beside you. But, mate, that's just your opposition. That's how it used to be played.
Yep.
You're responsible for a guy in the midfield, not just shake hands and see you later.
And they don't know what it is, because in the NAB League, you're not allowed to tag.
No, that's right. I do like the way Craig McRae has handled it, though. It's not a Nick Dacos problem, it's a Collingwood problem, and we'll try and support him as best we can, and that's our job, to try and make his life as easy as we possibly can. And
they do. They give him the footy at all costs.
How do you police that in the NAB League? Like, when does it go from being accountable and playing on your man to becoming a tag?
Oh, it still used to happen. So it didn't. Well, that was 20 years ago when I was playing. I don't know whether it's still happening now too much.
It's harder these days because you look at a centre bounce. It used to be, our setup was one on either side and one at the back. That's where it's set up. Yep. Now every single centre bounce these days, it's one-on-one. It's three groups of pairs around. So to say who's tagging who, I'm not too sure, because it's a bit different to the old setup, whereas it used to be just one forward, one at the side, one at the back, or two on the side, one at the back, and that was your standard setup.
On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Basically, the Blues don't have the talent pool. It's not the coach's fault. Make sure you put your name so we can acknowledge your thoughts coming through. Negative thinking, not attacking, is one of the problems with the Blues at the moment. Also, a cheerio to Mr. Rockley, who's listening in. Have a great call. Thought the Saints did okay last night. And Brendan from Hobart wants to know, are the rumours around Matt Rowell to the Pies correct? I think there was speculation that he might be actually closing in on signing a deal at the Gold Coast Suns. It's three-quarter time there. The Suns leading by 21 points, 11-12-78 to the Giants, 8-9-57. But I guess as an industry, we're not quite at that stage where players can announce if they're going to leave at the end of the season. So we are in this holding pattern until we get to the end of the home and away games.
Do you think we'll ever get to that point?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think Lockie Henderson come out years ago, didn't he, and say, I'm off to Carlton, and off to Geelong, and he just didn't get to play for the last 6 games.
His swipe card to get in was cancelled.
Don't come back, mate.
And I know coaches like Paul Roos in the past have said, you know what, if the player's not going to be there next year, it's no benefit to me to play them for the rest of the season.
But not even they can help you play finals and win games?
Well, I guess we're seeing a bit of that with the Oscar Allen, aren't we? That his commodity to be a free agent on the move, to then get the Gold Coast, get the West Coast Eagles the best compensation they can get in terms of draft picks, is hoping that he gets offered a long-term deal.
Well, and it's hard to it's hard to argue against it, isn't it? I mean, you try and he's going to have surgery. He's had surgery now. He's just getting ready to be traded. You assume, but. I mean, for West Coast point of view, all they want, if he's not going to sign with them, is the best compo. So it's a tricky balance, that one. But I certainly don't think as an industry I'm all for it. I'm just like, well, let's get to where the NRL is and just be open with it, because we're becoming more and more business-like, where loyalty's becoming less and less. But I don't think we're ready. Nor the fans, nor the players, or the coaches would accept nor allow it.
Yeah, to me that's a shame. But I still can't get my head around a guy who's the captain of a club just wanting to leave. It's not like you're not getting the game.
But
standing upright.
I do kind of understand it in Oscar Allen's case, because the West Coast Eagles are offering a shorter term deal on less money, because they have, they would say, concerns around his knee. There's also a very good argument for them that if he goes, they're going to get a very good compensation pick. So there's probably part of them that they're happy enough if he does walk and go to Brisbane or Hawthorn. But so I still, as part of a playing group, if the captain was talking about leaving, it wouldn't rub me up all that well. Berkey, just quickly as well, you mentioned this, Clinchy, but Michael Gleeson reporting earlier today on the Age that Matt Rowell has turned down the big offers from Victorian clubs and re-signed with the Suns for 2 years, for what it's worth.
Great, good on him.
So there you go, and the Gold Coast Suns are leading at three-quarter time in that match against GWS by 22 points. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Brett Delidio and Nathan Berkey, your experts. The two captains have made their way out to the centre circle, Toby Nankervis and Marcus Bontempelli. And the final member of our team sitting in the front row is Lauren Borden this afternoon. Welcome, Loz.
Thanks, Clinchy. It was Marcus Bontempelli that won the toss. It was a little bit of a slow one. They kind of lost the coin in the grass, it looked like, but it was Marcus Bontempelli that called heads, and the Western Bulldogs will be kicking towards the Lockett end of the ground. So the left-hand side is where we sit it. They'll be kicking to that end in the first quarter. A good crowd has come in for a Sunday afternoon. There's still a few coming through. They're coming in the stairwells, but they're expecting about 34,000, 35,000, which is pretty good for a Western Bulldogs home game, and a nice Sunday afternoon as well. It's about 15 degrees in Melbourne today. So Buku Karmas, the starting sub for the Western Bulldogs, will start making his way towards me in a moment. And just for Alga in his first game, he'll be pulling on the vest and sitting at the very back of the bench until he gets called upon to make his debut.
Thanks, Loz. Looking forward to your contributions throughout the afternoon. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. So Nathan Burke, Brett Delidio, what's sort of the over-under if you're a Bulldogs fan, how comfortable you're looking to be this afternoon? Or if you're a Richmond fan, what are you hoping to see in terms of fight and endeavour?
Oh, I think if you're looking for fight and endeavour, you want to be trying to keep it under 5 goals for the Tigers, but you're looking to probably cash in if you're the Dogs.
Yep, it will be the same margin as Bailey Dale gets possessions.
Righto. There's one for us all to keep an eye across. The Western Bulldogs looking to make their march towards the 8 as we head to the second half of the season, while the Tigers chasing a 4th win of the season and to break their hoodoo here against the Bulldogs at Docklands. Here's Ben Cameron to get us underway.
English wins the opening tap. Out after it is Prestia. He slaps it away. Vandermeer shovels out a handball for the Dogs. Nankervis, like a battering ram, goes in. Hopper gathers, spirals a kick up to half forward here for Richmond. Nobody can mark. Bailey Williams there to mop up. Centre half back for the Dogs. Handball away to Fraser. Goes back to Bailey Williams. Kicks to the wing. Good kick, and the mark taken on the chest of Richards. His kick is shocker. Slides off the side of the boot. Treloar just gathers it infield. Gives it back to Richards. Steps around a couple. Forward handball to Liberatore. Dogs up to the half-forward flank. Davidson kicks it inside 50. Off hands. West swivels, snaps on goal. High ball towards the goal line. Norton contesting. Goes again at ground level. Clever tap. And Bonk bangs it through. Opening goal of the game goes the way of the Dogs skipper. And it's 1 straight 6. Plays no score inside a minute before Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke. Lauren Borden.
Under 60 seconds, Rory Lobb's already got a dislocated finger, so the doctor's trying to put it back in on the field. A physio's run out now, so they're all trying to work on it in this little 30-second break before play restarts again.
Yeah, it was the first spoil he went for. Jumped up and spoiled the ball and got a dislocated finger. He's popping the Panadol now to get rid of the pain, but great start there by the Western Bulldogs. And great for Bont. Bont's been good without being great over the last few weeks. So maybe today is the day he regains that greatness.
Concerns on the accountability there for Bont. He just waltzed through the middle of the ground and made his way down to the top of the goal square. That's what we were talking about before, about playing next to your opponent and being responsible for one.
And Miller tried to slap it through for a rush behind, failed to make contact, and Marcus Bontempelli with the opening goal inside a minute. His 9th goal this season, back in the centre circle. It's gathered by Tim Taranto, trying to break away from English. Hand pass too sharp in the end for the Tigers, as Smith goes back and wins it for Richmond. Hand pass to Nick Florstone. Off balance, he kicks out towards the wing, where Toby Nankervis gathers. Hand pass away to Ralph Smith. He's trying to find a way around Vandermeer. Best option is to give it back to Nank, who's tackled by Davidson. It was over the shoulder. The Richmond captain will take the free kick at left half back.
Comes infield. Kick away to Hopper. Hopper feeds the handball to Banks. Their main meters game player since round 9. Gives it off to Broad. Gets it back. Now gets it back again from Caleb Smith. Kicks out wide. Kick is good to Bolter.
Oh, he played on.
Yeah, he played on and kicked it straight to James Harms. It'll come back and
lenient.
Banks will get the free kick just backward of the logo.
Good umpiring, I think.
Yeah, he was. I think he pulled the kick knowing that it was a free kick.
Umpires Dalglish, Howard, Rebashini and Bales in charge of this match as Banks goes further out wide. Back to Bolter. In and out due to the curfew. This is a dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Vlosten goes in and wins it. Gets a handball out. Turnover though. Liberatore there for the Dogs. Handball to Treloar. And now they're off through the middle of the ground.
Where Kennedy kicks up towards the 50. Riley Westmarks looks up. Norton's on a lead into the pocket. Sends it in that direction. Great defending by Noel Bolter. He gets back and gets his right fist in there to spoil out a play. A boundary thrown in the right forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
Just didn't let the play unfold there, the Dogs. They were in a bit of a rush, Berkey.
Yeah, he had Bont running 20 metres out. If Darcy had to turn around and lead back at him, could have taken a chest mark.
Bulldogs by 6 points. The opening goal through Marcus Bontempelli. Nankervis wins down the tap. Looking for Miller in the back pocket. He needs to get a hand pass away to Broad. Tight against the boundary line. And Hopper has a pinch by Riley West, who steps over the boundary line for a throw-in. Right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. They lead by 6 points.
We've spoken about leading up at the kicker and the old tick lead being a little bit of a dying art in the AFL, Berkey and Lids.
Everybody's running away from it, you reckon?
Umpire throws it in. English lays it down at his own feet. Over the top of it is Ralph Smith. Mullet flying everywhere. Richards extracts it. Out to Darcy, to Liberatore. Back feeds a handball to Fraser. He goes out wide to the half-forward flank. Williams onto Bailey Dale. And he chisels it straight to Darcy. 30 out. 30-degree angle to the right-hand side. And he'll go back and kick for the Dogs second.
Yeah, you're right, Benny. I think it is a dying art. It's one of my old man's pet hates, is everyone running away from the footy.
Me and Block.
Yeah, you're tight. This is another pet hate of mine, going around the corner from a drop puntable set shot.
It's a beautiful set shot kick as well, Darcy. Snaps on the left.
Why not?
Gets the desired result. He is a unicorn. 1 of 1. 2 straight 12 plays, no score. Nearly 5 minutes into this opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
The Dogs are number 1 at scoring from stoppages. They average 51 points a game from a stoppage, and you can see there they had their good players around it, and they feed the ball backwards. They've always got players behind them. If that player gets in trouble, then they feed another one back, then they feed another one back, and they've got those players because Bailey Dale, he was the one who kicked the ball inside 50, playing on a half-back line. He was at the 60-metre mark out from their goals, and they just squash up the ground, so they're just so well drilled that if they get in trouble, they know they've got someone behind them, they know we've got someone behind them. The forwards then go, that guy is the one who's going to kick it to me, and off they go and lead. It's just such a well-drilled outfit.
3 inside 50 for the Bulldogs for 2 goals. It's the warning signs early for Adamuze. Back in the middle of the ground, non-officiating umpire says a free kick for a hole going the way of Marcus Bontempelli. Kicked the opening goal of the match. The Bont drives him inside 50. Darcy's the target. At the back is Hines. He tries to gather, but it's Broad back first for the Tigers. Gets a hand pass away to Tom Brown, who kicks out towards left half-back. In front was Mansell. Can't take the mark. Hopper tries to slap it back into play. Bailey Williams' hand pass. Ricochets out to Harms. He's tackled and dispossessed. Still a chance for the Bulldogs. Fraser knocks it out to Bailey Williams. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Over the top to Richards. The slick hand pass to Bailey Williams. Can't get past Tim Taranto. Holding the ball.
Great tackle.
The Bulldogs are threatening with their hand passing, but Tim Taranto said, not past me.
That's the only way that the Tigers are going to stay in this game, is not allow that handball hustle game to get up and going for the Dogs. Keep it in tight, heap of pressure on.
Thoughts of former Tiger Brett Delidio as Taranto kicks up the wing, 4 with hands to it, doesn't come down with the ball, follows up, shovels out a handball of his own. After it, Kennedy. Richmond extracted through Ross. His handball gets into the arms of a teammate who wins a free kick. Will go the way of Trainer. The grandson of Doug Wade, the great Doug Wade. With the ball on the wing. Sets it up into the pocket for Richmond. Launching his Lynch. He doesn't mark. Out the back it goes. O'Donnell fighting after the footy in the pocket. Tackled over the line. That's the boundary line, close to the behind post. Throwing coming. Western Bulldogs lead by 12 points. The opening 2 goals of the game. No score. Richmond 7 played.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The crowd is built through the opening 10 minutes or so.
It's a good crowd.
Crowd of over 30,000 in attendance as it's thrown back in. Nankervis in front position, down to Taranto. Can't get a disposal away. Fraser goes to work, down low trying to knock it out. Nankervis comes sliding in. Tackled by Kennedy, and the umpire will eventually ball it up. Right forward pocket for Richmond. Looks like Steely Green has been doing a defensive job on Bailey Dale as the umpire throws it up. Right forward pocket for the Tigers. Nank tried to win down the tap to Hopper. Couldn't get a possession away. Taranto to McIntosh, who curls it around his body. And this is everything. Out of bounds on the full to the right-hand side. Only about 25 metres out. No change to the score. The Bulldogs by 12 points.
Asked him about that sweatband this afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Yeah. He goes, yeah, I'm going to keep wearing it because I know you hate it. You haven't changed.
English shorts it to Williams. As Williams kicks up to the wing. In the Darcy direction, up he goes, extending upwards, doesn't mark this time. Loston robes the pack, his handball knocked down. Bontempelli goes in, shovels out a handball, retreating. Bailey Dale can't gather, Liberatore can. Flicks a handball away to Harms, off to Darcy. He gets through them like a rover. His kick is errant, allows him Bolter for Richmond on the wing. He fumbles, now the Dogs arrive. Loston tries to pick it up, flicks it out rugby style. Umpire lets them keep playing. Loston tries again. Bolter beelines the footy, rushes a kick, lands in the lap of Bailey Dale for the Dogs on the wing.
He played on by stepping off his line, turns and cuts in. Boyd just got it back to O'Donnell. Fingertipper from full, just couldn't intercept it. Through the middle of the ground, the kick to Tim English. He gets the hand pass away to Caulfield, kicks out wide to right half forward, and Davidson marks. Now he has the lead of Hines into the pocket, he ignores that. Where's Sam Darcy? That's the option most of the time. Instead he centres it up at the top of the 50. Mark is taken by Caulfield once more. Inside 50. Here's Bontempelli on the lead. Getting back, Tom Brown got fingertips to it. Needs support. Hand pass comes out to Darcy. Cuts around one. Tackled by Tom Brown. Spills out to Nankervis. Gets the hand pass to Banksy. Bangs the kick out of defence. Caulfield dropped the mark with Steely Green going back with the fly. It spills out the way of Sonsi. His kick is partially smothered. On the bounce up towards Tom Lynch. It's slapped away by Lobb. Gets it down to Kennedy. His kick is a worm burner inside 50 and Banks gets it out to Taranto.
Gives it off to Camden McIntosh, who kicks laterally out towards the wing. Here is Trainer gathering on the bounce. Handball away to Mansell. Mansell runs infield. Now he kicks long inside 50. Fall has good position. He's got it.
Yeah, well done.
Outmanoeuvred James O'Donnell. And he marks 45 metres out, or make that about 43. Slight angle to the right.
Yeah, well done, young Jonty Fall. And also well done, Ryan Mansell. Looked up and had nothing to go to, so had to step inside, take that bounce, just get a little bit extra distance. But I was pretty pleased with young Fall and his ability to step. O'Donnell, good body work, good positioning, how to finish your work.
Boy from Ballarat trots in, boot the ball from 49. His drop punt is just out to the left. Doggies lead by 11 points, 2 straight plays, 1 behind, 10 minutes played opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
You've got to kick those. No win, no nothing, 35 metres out. You've got to put, if you want to beat a team that's better than you, you've got to take every chance.
Just to release that pressure. As Bailey Dale brings the Bulldogs back into play, into the back pocket for Fraser and now to Adam Treloar. So he tries to chalk up some games in the midway mark of the season. Kicks up towards Harms.
Trainer in front.
Trainer in front.
Yeah, nice
had a
grab.
good piece of it and he's paid the mark. Harms is trying to pinch it from behind. The Tigers take it in front of the 2 benches. The Bulldogs leading by 11 points. 11 minutes gone opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The kick up towards Jack Ross. Touched underneath it.
You got to touch it.
Illegally. As Bailey Dale gave away the free kick.
Ross to get it. Half forward flank here for Richmond. Looks inside a congested forward 50. Sets it up to the hot spot. Fall juggling, not quite. Very nearly. Steely Green flicks away a handball. Off to Camden McIntosh. Gets on the left. Snaps on goal. Offline. Punched through by Fraser. Minor score. So 10 points the Western Bulldogs lead. 11.5 into the first. You know what they're calling Camden McIntosh with that headband lids?
No.
We had Bruce Dorr with the flying doormat.
Flying doorbell.
They're calling the flying doorknob.
Yeah, that would make sense. Giants have hit the front, mind you.
Righto, give us a score update there in a second as Rory Lobb for the Western Bulldogs works them up around the wing and Ralph Smith in the end takes it out of play under the pressure of Davidson. So the Giants by 2 points, 12-9-81 to the Suns 11-13-79. So all of a sudden that game has come to life in the final term.
Cadman just kicked his third from the goal square.
It's a problem kicking 4 goals in the first 7 minutes is the other team's got the whole game to get those back.
From the throw in, Ed Richards for the Western Bulldogs kicks them up towards half forward, but Nick Flostone in front takes the mark in front of James Harms, switches across half back and he works it out to Trainer. Takes the mark at right half back and works the Tigers up towards half forward. On the bounce for Campbell. He runs away from O'Donnell, chips it inside 50 and a great pass. Davidson trying to get back there but couldn't do so. And the mark has been taken by Swansea.
It's a couple of times now the Tigers have switched from one side of the ground to the other to find a free man who can run and deliver the ball inside forward 50 because the Bulldogs zone is very, very tight. They squash in really close. So the only way to get past it is to really go around it. You can't go over it, you can't go through it. So the Tigers have gone around it really well.
31st game for Tyler Swansea. Having kicked 2 goals, 5 so far this season. Richmond need one to get them going. He comes in from 45. Swansea shot on goal. It misses to the right-hand side at a minor score. The Tigers are 3 behinds. The Bulldogs are 2 straight 12. 13 minutes gone. Opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Perky sounded like me reading my 4-year-old a story. You can't go over it. You can't go under it. You have to go through it.
Yep. Got to go around it. Going on a goal hunt, the Tigers are.
Bailey Dale with the kick in. Bullet-like pass out to the wing and Davidson, who waits his kick further afield. Vandermeer. And the peroxide blonde hair gives it off to West. Over halfway now the Dogs. Long kick inside attacking 50. Brought down by Bontempelli. Follows up. Dolan's there. Loops it over the top. Here's Harms stepping back infield. His kick comes off hands. Lands in the lap there of Prestia. He's wrapped up quickly. And we'll get a ball up. Right forward pocket for the Dogs. They lead it by 9 points, 14 into the first.
Well, the Bulldogs have got Bontempelli playing as the deepest forward when he changes like that.
English slaps it down to the boundary line. West tries to keep it in. A hand pass over his shoulder looking for Richards. He's tackled by Prestia. Unlucky not to be rewarded. He's trying to drop it to his boot, and the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket. Ed Richards alongside Dion Prestia for this stoppage. Treloar alongside Taranto. He's from the ball up. It spills down the way of Treloar. 1-2 with Davidson. Works it back to Bailey Williams. Is able to cut around Steely Green. Kicks a long ball inside 50. English is going forward. Trainer makes the spoil. McNeil onto it. Tom Brown onto him. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Western Bulldogs. They lead by 9 points. 2 straight 12 to the Tigers, 3 behinds.
Up it goes. English bringing it down. Right to the feet of a number of players and no room to work there. So we'll do it again. Right forward pocket for the Dogs. The opening 2 goals of the game from Bontempelli and Darcy. 2 of the Dogs' prime movers. English slaps it down. Taranto, his kick ricochets off Hines. Comes to Norton. Out to McNeil. Snaps on goal. It's offline. A floater that just drifts through for a minor score. First blemish for the Dogs. 2-1-13 plays 3 behinds. The Doggies by 10 points. Quarter hour mark opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Suns back in front by 4 points. Oof. Bit of a seesawing one.
12-13-85 to the Giants 12-9-81. As the Tigers are brought back into play. It's Caleb Smith with a long ball into the middle of the ground. Rory lobs underneath it, and he was the better of the 2 up against Steely Green. He takes the mark. A dislocated finger in the opening contest of the match across half back for him as he kicks out wide to Bailey Dale. On the wing, kicks up. Ball is intercepted, and Nathan Broad takes the mark for Richmond at left half back.
Sorry, Quincy, it looks like his whole hand's been strapped up, not his finger.
No, it was actually the left one was strapped up at the start.
Oh, it was?
His right one, yeah, because I was looking, I thought he might have re-injured that left hand, but it was the right finger.
Dogs by 9. Is it a little bit weird that we've got 2 games today and they overlap?
Yeah.
Surely we could have avoided that, couldn't we?
I would have thought.
Richmond in possession on the wing. Ross with the footy. And cannibalise any of the audience. Ross setting it up towards half forward here for the Tigers. Up goes Lob. Can't take the mark down at ground level. Dolan's dragged down. Make that Davidson, in fact, and he'll win a free kick. So on the back flank here for the Dogs, the good doctor. He'll kick out wide and just loop it over the top. Bailey Dale goes for a gallop. Kicks around the city wing. Up towards the contest. Norton hands to it. Broad halves it down at ground level. Able to win it. Miller for Richmond. Sweeps a handball infield away to Sims, who gets rid of it out wide. Misses the target of Banks. Out of play it goes. Throwing on that city wing. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Nathan Burke, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron and Lauren Borden.
The only difference in the game at the moment is the goal kicking. Bulldogs have 2-1 and Richmond have butchered 3.
7 inside, 50s to 4 the way of the Western Bulldogs. Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. English wins down the tap, got it to Bontempelli. Hand pass to Treloar. He kicks up towards half forward. It's wide of Vandermeer. Onto it is Banks. Hand pass away for Richmond to Brown. Racing back towards his defensive goal. He switches
on again
back to the right back pocket where Trainer takes the mark. Yes, Campbell is all on his own on the wing. He can take the mark and play on. Catch me as you can as Bramble offers chase. McIntosh tries to put a block on it. Another bounce as Campbell gets a right half forward. Tries to pull his kick, and it wasn't a great kick in the end for Ross. Caulfield had to wear the contact and takes a good mark in the left back pocket for the Bulldogs. Works it through the middle of the defensive 50 to Davidson. He chips it to Treloar, gives it back to Davidson. The Doctor up towards half forward. In from the side, West spoils it away from Broad. Bouncing ball out towards Bontempelli. It gathers in front of Ralph Smith. He cuts back on his inside. Kicks a worm burner inside 50. Vandermeer can't hang on. Flicks out of hand pass to Richards. Richards cuts back on his right. All of a sudden has more time than he imagined. Hand pass to McNeil, who fires on goal and finishes the work. Lockie McNeil kicks the Western Bulldogs' 3rd goal. But Ed Richards had all the time in the world. 3-1-19 to the Tigers, 3 behinds. Nathan Burke and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Well, it was really quick play there from the Tigers and Campbell running down this wing here. But when you can't finish your work there, it makes it really hard for the rest of your team to catch up to then squash the ground. Burke, as you said, the Dogs have been really good at doing. What I love about the Dogs, they don't go wide and slow off turnover. They attack the corridor. They went straight up the middle of the ground. It wasn't a great kick inside from Bontempelli, but has the power and strength of Ed Richards just to shake him off and stand. He could have easily just had a little snap on his right foot, but shared it with McNeil. get your little small forwards involved and get them excited about running forward and putting pressure on. Finish the work really well, McNeil.
What a player he's become, Ed Richards. Every chance he's leading their best and fairest this year. Bontempelli having played 5 less games. Out of the middle go Richmond though. Here is McIntosh looping a handball over the top towards Prestia. He gives it off to Sims. Kick smothered. Joel Frazier doing the defensive work, then applying the tackle. Ball spits out. Flicks out a handball away towards Davidson. His handball knocked down. Bramble under pressure there from Caleb Smith. Steely Green. Steely Green's got him right in front of goal. 35 metres out.
Great pressure.
And he'll go back and kick for goal.
A number of opportunities there for the Dogs to be able to get that ball outside of their defensive 50, but they just couldn't find the clear target. It was a hand here, a hand there, and then the eventual tackle from Green just to lock that one up. That's what you want your small little forwards to do, and they've got a number of them, haven't they, the Tigers, in terms of some quick blokes that love to tackle and chase.
Been their number one pressure player this year, Steely Green. Directly in front, 35 out. Surely this time for Richmond, their first of the afternoon. Many have missed, but he doesn't. 3-1-19 plays 1-3-9. The Dogs by 10 points. 21 minutes into the first. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke.
We know the Dogs flick the ball around in close, so you can either be scared of it and try and nullify it, or you can try and exploit it and say, right, we know that you're going to use a lot of short hands, so we'll get numbers at that contest. We'll congest it as much as we can. Pay particular attention to the guys who are getting that first, second receive. Pick those up, sweat on them, and actually turn the ball over in really good parts of the ground. And that's what they did then in their forward line, the Tigers. They put pressure on one play, put pressure on the bloke with the ball, make sure there's a sloppy handball, hit the receiver really, really hard, turn it over and get a goal. So if the Tigers, that would be the way they'll be playing this game. Try and exploit the strength of the Bulldogs.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. A goal to Jake Stringer. Giants back in front by 2 points. Kick out of the middle by Liberatore inside 50. Dolan onto it. Kicks towards the teeth of goal. Bouncing ball. Hines in the end was worked out of it by Miller for Richmond. Kicks a bullet to Hugo Ralsmith. He hugs it to his chest in the left back pocket.
Steely Green was the one who didn't know who I was down there in the rooms.
Really?
I want to throw him under the bus, but come on, Steely.
Western Bulldogs by 10 points as the kick up towards the wing. Darcy's in the pack, brings it down to the front. Bramble, his hand pass set a challenge for Bailey Williams. He's tackled and holding the ball.
Probably fair enough too. He wasn't born, or he was one when I was drafted, so I think he was a Tig supporter.
So what, he wasn't watching footy 6 years ago?
Mustn't have been.
Just a little bit of club history can often help for some of those young players coming through. The names on the locker as McIntosh for Richmond works it inside 50. Hand pass to Taranto. Back to McIntosh. He's had 3 shots on goal and he hasn't looked close any of them. That one's out on the full. So 2 out on the full, 1 are behind. And it's the Bulldogs who lead by 10, but Richmond could be a little closer.
It's a funny game though, isn't it? How the generations link. I mean, he wasn't born when you made your debut, Lids, yet you're both teammates of Camden McIntosh. And
yep.
I mean, what, Nick Vlosten? Strange how it works. The Dogs up to the wing. Good intercept, Mark Brown. Rips it down from the sky, wins it back for Richmond. Just backward of the logo. Thumping kick. Inside attacking 50. Lob wrestling with Lynch. Punches it away. Arriving Liberatore for the Dogs. Time to stop and kick out wide. Bouncing ball for Davidson. Close to the boundary line. Drives it around that boundary line. And Kennedy marks for the Western Bulldogs.
He looks up. And really only has Aaron Norton long, so decides to hold some time and
10 metres
forward to Darcy. That was barely 15. He tries to play on. He's corralled by Dion Prestia. Has to come further into the middle of the ground. Bramble takes the mark. He has Caulfield on his own. Chips it to him at the edge of the centre square. He looks into the pocket. Vandermeer's the widest target. On the bounce, he gets it to him. He swings onto his right. Hand pass inside 50 to Hines. Hand pass to McNeil. He kicks to the goal mouth. Norton caught in front. In the end, he can't gather it in front of Miller. And racing onto it hard. In fact, it was Dolan who was dragged down by Vlosten and through for a minor score. The Bulldogs, or will it be a free kick?
Might be a ball up. I don't know whether it crossed the line.
Right, so it's either an 11-point or 12-point lead the way of the Western Bulldogs. So we'll go up to the arc as Dolan was dragged down when not in possession, and the ball pinballed around and did go over the behind line. This one should be a relatively straightforward process. Let's just push the button.
I would have thought. Happy to take that role on, Clinchy.
Yeah, you have advocated for it, as Corby has for the clash jumpers. There's a couple of jobs we're keen to take over.
I think it's the same voice for every game, though, Lids. Are you willing to sit in there for all 9 on the weekend?
Can I add one in? Can anyone tell me why the umpires are wearing lime green and black shorts in a Richmond game?
It's a good question as well. That's one for the clash jumper specialist, Corby.
I think their only other colour is the baby blue, which might clash with the Dogs.
I've seen them in red before.
Yeah, they could wear red.
Or white. Just go traditional.
White used to work, didn't it?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
Long kick up towards the wing for Richmond. Off the hands of the pack. It comes down there for Liberatore, who's wrenched off it. Flicking out a handball is Ross. Now they're away. Mansell with speed. Gets rid of it. The kick goes inside, attacking 50. Unable to mark there is O'Donnell. Follows up at ground level. Ball hits the deck. Richards wins it there for the Western Bulldogs. Gets a handball away to Bramble. Now going in is Liberatore. He's wrapped up by Mansell. And another ball up. Centre half forward here for Richmond. Late in the game, the Giants lead by 2 points against the Gold Coast Suns. 8 minutes to play there. Here it's the Dogs by 11.
All right, here's your roll, Lids. You can call this shot from Cal Brown, and I'll focus on Richmond and the Western Bulldogs as Bailey Dale kicks into the middle of the ground. Aaron Norton the target, and what a mark as he's got right in the back of Nick Flostone. It's a little worse for wear. Norton plays on, works his way inboard. That's a wheat bag as he kicks looking for Riley West. He's caught behind, and Tom Brown takes the mark just 35 metres out from his defensive goal. It's the Bulldogs who lead by 11 points over Richmond, while GWS hold a 2-point lead over the Gold Coast Suns with a shot from Cal Brown.
He's a goal.
So that's now 8 points. Thanks to Brett Delidio.
Still 7.5 minutes to go up there in Sydney.
Not much of a celebration for Brownie. Coming towards goal there. I was looking for a big celebration, but just happy with his work.
There is, of course, an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL Extra button.
Throw in half forward here for the Western Bulldogs. English wins it down. Rush kick from Taranto. Gathered there by Bailey Dale. Dogs back with it. Davidson, low ball towards full forward. Up they fly. Bolter hands to it. Norton Rose. He's tackled quickly. Nowhere to go. West pinches it. Look it right out of his hands, and that's called for a throw. So Bolter to get it at fullback. Here for the Tigers. Bulldogs lead by 11 points. Kick the first 3, Richmond the last. As Bolter sends a high ball up to the wing. Davidson elects not to mark. Spoils it down. O'Donnell gathers. He's taken out. And a throw in on the City wing. Doggies by 11.
He's sick of getting it, Davidson. He thought I'll spoil this one. I've had 10 already. He's had a great start to the game, running up and down that wing.
He has 10. Bailey Williams with 9. 8 for Bailey Dale, Treloar, Liberatore, while 7 for Taranto and 6 for Banks.
Taken out of the Richmond VFL as well, so maybe just reminding them what they could have had.
English wins down the tap, but a shark by Seth Campbell, who kicks it straight back to Tim English. Takes the mark, centre wing on the outer side. The Bulldogs by 11 points. 27 minutes gone in the opening term. Goals to Bontempelli, Darcy and McNeil, while the last goal coming through the Tigers and Steely Green. A kick from English hugging the boundary line. Finds Davidson.
His opponent, Ralph Smith, he's sort of playing as a defensive wing, so he's pushing back as much as he can, leaving Davidson to get the ball all by himself.
Davidson inside 50. Darcy was the target, and I think Noah Bolter might have got into his back.
He did.
Tried to disguise it, but in the end he was sort of up in the air and not all that gainly as he fell in the back of Sam Darcy, and the umpire spotted it. And it will be a shot on goal for the Unicorn for the Western Bulldogs.
You wouldn't... Bolter, if he's going undercover, mate, you pick him out every day of the week. That's how he's trying to disguise it. That was horrific. He went a month early. And it was a what? Oh, come on. Another one to the Giants.
So after 3 goals last week for Sam Darcy on return against the Saints, he has 1 already. Looking to continue this rapid rise on return. He comes in from the right forward pocket. That is a beautiful kick which fades left at the last moment in a minor score. A 13-point lead the Western Bulldogs way as we tick towards quarter time here at Docklands.
Dogs leading by 2 goals neat. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Nick Floston with the kick in. Runs to the right back pocket. Sets up his kick. Sims launching from the back of the padding. English stands at the front of the pack and knocks it out. Throw in between wing and half forward here for the Dogs. Giants have kicked another goal, so they look every bit like the victors in that game. We'll keep you abreast, though. Throw in. English laying it down. Fraser arriving too late. Nankervis picks it up, turns it over with the handball. McNeil to English, to Treloar. Half forward for the Dogs. Kicks towards the pocket and Broad. He gets there first to mark. So the Dogs lead by 12 points at the first change. They kick the opening 3 goals of the game. Richmond the last. The goal kickers Bontempelli, Darcy and McNeil. While for Richmond, it was Steely Green.
Luke Beveridge is on the bench, churning the magnets, while a victory for the Western Bulldogs here would see them move to 8th spot, while a win for the Giants over the Gold Coast Suns would move them, well, they'd hold their spot at 7th spot, and the Suns would drop outside the top 8. So it's a 14-point lead the way of GWS there. 15-10, a goal then to the Suns. So it's now an 8-point lead, 15-10-100 the Giants, the Gold Coast Suns 13-14-92. See who kicked the goal there, Lids?
Bailey Humphrey.
Bailey Humphrey, that one. Toby Green before.
So plenty of goals happening there. Just a reminder, there is an ABC call available. It's on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. It's the Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Richards steps around a couple. Forward handball to Liberatore. Dogs up to the half-forward flank. Davidson kicks it inside 50. Off hands. West swivels, snaps on goal. High ball towards the goal line. Norton contesting. Goes again at ground level. Clever tap. And Bob bangs it through. Fraser. He goes out wide to the half-forward flank. Williams onto Bailey Dale. And he chisels it straight to Darcy. 30 out. 30-degree angle to the right-hand side. Darcy snaps on the left.
Why not?
Gets the desired result. He is a unicorn.
Bontempelli, he gathers in front of Ralph Smith. He cuts back on his inside. Kicks a worm burner inside 50. Vandermeer can't hang on. Flicks out of hand pass to Richards. Richards cuts back on his right. All of a sudden has more time than you imagine. Hand pass to McNeil, who fires on goal and finishes the work. Lockie McNeil kicks the Western Bulldogs' 3rd goal.
Davidson, his handball knocked down. Bramble under pressure there from Caleb Smith. Steely Green. Steely Green's got him. Steely Green directly in front. 35 out. Surely this time for Richmond. Their first of the afternoon.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at Docklands. It's the Western Bulldogs who lead by 12 points, 3-3-21 to the Tigers 1-3-9. The Bulldogs kicked the first 2 goals of the match inside 4 minutes, and we thought, this might be a tough afternoon, but the Tigers steadied, and it was a goal apiece after that stage. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke.
There's probably a few missed opportunities there for the Dogs. They've had 15 inside 50s to 10. You know, the Tigers have done reasonably well in their ability to, probably stem the flow a little bit. Berkey, they haven't allowed it. Like, it looked dangerous early. Like the game was just going to open up and it was just going to be a landslide. But they settled okay at the Tigers, and their ability to switch the ball and get on the outside and challenge the Dogs' zone, as we spoke about, it's been impressive. But they just haven't been able to finish their work. Camden McIntosh has had 3 shots on goals for 0 results. And then a couple of missed setties where they've actually moved the ball really well and not been able to capitalise. But the Dogs' main movers are getting plenty of the footy. Their ability to just get that job done, turn up. It's going to be if it's going to keep going this way, it could be a long day for the Tigers, but they've got to make the most of their opportunities.
They have that. The Bulldogs have had 110 possessions, so you give them 440 possessions, they're going to score heavily. So the Tigers need to sort of cut that down a little bit. Only 15 inside 50s, which is not too bad. The good thing for the Tigers is that they had 21 tackles. They need to keep that up. They've got to have around about 80 tackles to actually keep themselves in this game. And as we mentioned, they're moving the ball around that zone of the Western Bulldogs quite well. But what I'd like to see is their forwards have got to recognise that that's happening and get back inside 50 a little bit quicker. So when they've done it, Jonty Fall got 1 mark, 1-on-1 against O'Donnell. But the other times the player running around hasn't really had a great free target inside 50 because the Bulldogs are pushing back and actually getting back in that defensive area pretty quickly. So those small forwards from the Tigers and a couple of big ones as well recognise when that fast play is on the switch, get back inside 50 and give those guys some targets. But for the Western Bulldogs, I think it's been a a good quarter.
Without being great.
Yeah. I think they've got another level in cleanliness and just finishing off in what they can actually do. There's been a few times there. Caulfield had the ball 60 metres out, and I reckon he had 4 targets to choose from. And the reason why he didn't hit any, he had too many to choose. Once they actually start making some good decisions going inside forward 50, you can see that score blowing out a little bit because there's an extra leg to the Western Bulldogs yet.
Yeah, they're one of the best scoring sides, if not the best scoring side from stoppage, and their clearances are already 10-4. That's a bit of a concern. I mean, English has been in great form, and we know how deep they bat with their midfield, but just need Nankin and Timmy Taranto, Jacob Hopper, down Prestia all walking into the middle of the ground. They got to get to work and try and get some more drive going forward.
A few texts just rolling in as well. Hello, is Jacob Bauer playing for Richmond today? That's from Mark in Adelaide. He's not. He played in the VFL earlier, had 8 disposals, kicked 3 behinds in what was a 45-point loss for Richmond against the Footscray Bulldogs. Riley Garcia, 37 disposals there for the Dogs. Jed Bustlinger, the gunslinger, he had 29, the second most for the Dogs. Taylor Giray up around the top, as well as Jason Johannesson as well. We'll get to the goal kickers. Will Lewis with 3 for the Dogs. Caleb Poulter kicked 2-3 as well. So those were the leading goal kickers for the Dogs. Second term underway, the Dogs leading by 12 points. Richmond nearly with the opening clearance, but Hopper brought down in the Kennedy tackle.
Ex-GWS teammates, those 2 blokes.
Well done that on the training ground as Kennedy
did.
Looks out wide. English marks 60 from home here for the Dogs. GWS leading by 13 points. Under 3 minutes to go in their match against the Gold Coast Suns. English sets it up. Darcy gets up to the full 3.9 metres with the arms extended and clunks it virtually uncontested directly in front.
Well, I was having a look at that and see Bolter got sidetracked by Bontempelli about to lead up. So he's bit off way too much.
You can't get sidetracked.
You can't get sidetracked. What's he doing?
It's an uncontested mark.
You cannot allow Bontempelli just to go and you let him go into the junk. But anyway,
directly in front, 20 out. This boy is something. Kicks the first of the second term for the Dogs. 4-3, 27 plays, 139. A minute in, Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
You would have marked that one, Penny, I think.
Yeah.
2.9 metres off the ground.
Yeah.
Well, that might be generous, 1.9.
Not a unicorn, it's a wombat.
Very good.
Just on Matt Kennedy, is he Recruit of the Year? Has it been?
Him and Bailey Smith. Shea Bolton is playing okay over there, but I think those 2 boys, Kennedy and Smith, have been the 2 for mine.
Yeah, to me, Kennedy, I think he's probably exceeding all expectations with what he's doing here for the Bulldogs.
His old club could do with him, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a 4-way deal which saw Bailey Smith go to Geelong, Jack McRae to St Kilda, Caleb Daniel to North Melbourne. It's been a very good pickup for the Western Bulldogs. Back in the middle of the ground, English wins down the tap. Hopper couldn't extract it though for the Tigers. Now Curvis slides in, Richards over the top. Did well to get down low, Nank, but couldn't extract the footy, and the umpire will ball it up. Giants leading 16-10, 106 to the Suns 13-15, 93. It's from the stoppage. It's Banks for the Tigers. Gets a hand pass out to Prestia. Links up with Banks once more. Good burst of pace. Hand pass a little sloppy though. Down low for Trainer. Has to gather for Richmond. Hand pass back to Prestia. Now gets a hand pass away to Broad, who runs the boundary line. Sends it up towards half forward. Flying in the pack. There's 2 Bulldogs, and in the end O'Donnell takes the mark in front of Fraser, with Sims unable to have too much of an impact in the air.
Son of Simon kicks infield, low down, and Bontempelli marks on the defensive arc for the Dogs. Goes back to Bramble at fullback. Into his 3rd season at the Dogs. Darts away with it. Kicks out to Rory Lobb. Loops the handball back to the runner Bramble. Cuts infield. Forward handball to Fraser. Retreats. Handball back to Lobb. He gives it off to Bontempelli, who flicks one out to Liberatore. He can kick around the city wing. Kick is good for Vandermeer. Broken up by Vlosten. Free kick. It'll come back and go to Vandermeer.
It's almost impossible to spoil from the front these days.
Yeah.
So Vandermeer, centre wing, sends the Bulldogs inside 50. Darcy comes charging out. Norton in the pack as well. It clears to the very back. Nankervis races after it. English after him. Nanks over the footy. English lays the tackle and the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket.
Noel Anderson goal, back to 7 points in the GWS Gold Coast game with a minute to go.
I feel like every time we look away, a goal is scored in that game. It is on a knife's edge. Richards tries to get a hand pass away to Treloar, who curls it around his body towards the boundary line, and Riley West bounces into Noel Bolter, and it goes out of play up against the left behind post. Bulldogs deep in attack, leading by 18 points, 4-3-27 to the Tigers, 1-3-9.
Giants have come away with the footy, so I think they'll be winning that game. They lead by 7 points. It's inside their attacking 50 with not long remaining. Nankervis takes it out of the ruck in the back pocket, gives it off to Hopper. Prestia, a clear and kick up to the wing. The Dogs are there, O'Donnell. Son, as I said, of the former Saint and former Australian cricketer. He marks and kicks it out wide to Lobb, who goes to Davidson. Very wide out, high half forward. He looks inside 50 for the Dogs, waits a kick. Darcy! Too big, too strong, too good.
Yeah, I watched that play. You can see Sam Darcy leading out with his arms out. He nearly touched the fence on both sides. And then it was just Sam Davidson just pops it up into a little bit of space, halts his run, and he elevates. And good luck.
I think his fingertips actually grazed the roof.
They nearly got stuck up there.
Just as he took that mark as well.
Good, Tommy Brown is 188. Good luck trying to stop that.
Again, where's his direct opponent? Lost. Handed over to Brown.
Puts his laces through it from right on the arc of 50 and misses this left. Gets very close to the man on the mark.
Does.
Sometimes Sam Darcy. It makes me a little nervy. Doggies by 19 points, 4-4-28, plays 1-3-9, 5 minutes into the second.
And full time at the Sydney Showgrounds, the Giants 16-10, 106, defeat the Gold Coast Suns 14-15, 99. It means the Giants will hold 7th spot on the AFL ladder. The Bulldogs will jump into 8th if they win, and the Suns will slide outside the top 8. Turnover for the Bulldogs on half forward. Fraser gets it forward, knocked on by English. Vandermeer was tackled. Desperate act by Ralph Smith. It trickles towards the goal mouth. Richards is onto it. Curls it around his body, but misses to the right. Just leaving a few out there, the Dogs. 4 goals, 5-29. The Tigers 1-3-9. 6 minutes gone. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Ralph Smith had that one smothered. Lynch, you were talking about players being drafted the year you were born.
Yes.
I played with his dad before he was born.
Wow.
Tad older.
If you walked in there, they'd know who you are?
No.
Long kick in from Vlosten, flying into mark was Fraser, but a free kick picked out in the marking contest, going the way of Tim Taranto.
You have to put your helmet on. I remember.
I think I've played against 3 of the players' dads and with one.
Darcy, Liberatore.
Wow.
Who else?
Darcy, Liberatore, West, and played with Sean Ralph Smith at the Saints.
Banks with a kick up towards... The kick up towards half forward was marked there by Nankervis, but the umpire has found a free kick to Tim English, just backward of the wing. Dogs by 20, nearly 7 played in the second term.
Do you like any of them? The rivalry between the Bulldogs and the Saints was pretty lively, wasn't it?
No, we actually got on really well. The old state origin days, of course, the Saints and the Bulldogs players hang around together.
Kennedy, hand pass away to Ed Richards, who steadies, and this time he doesn't miss. You can't give this man too many opportunities because he will make you pay. The Bulldogs put on 2 goals to start the second quarter and stretch it out to a 26-point lead. 5-5-35 to Richmond 1-3-9. 7 minutes gone, second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Nathan Burke and Brett Delidio.
Well, it was an easy uncontested mark for Matt Kennedy just at half forward there. I'm not sure how he got so free. And I was looking forward to the play thinking he's just going to wheel and pop this into space for Bontempelli, but Ed Richards again just running off probably Timmy Taranto there from the stoppage. And he had time to settle. When you can balance and then really settle down, he wasn't missing those ones. But he's become a damaging player, hasn't he, Ed Richards? His ability to get forward, not just create scores, but kick scores himself from the midfield. That's why he's the highest rated player according to champion data this year.
It's probably one of the reasons why Bailey Smith isn't there anymore, because they knew that Teddy could probably develop into that sort of player.
Bounce back in the middle, neither ruck decisive. McIntosh picks it up, shovels forward a handball. Here's Fraser, another damaging player for the Dogs. His kick not a great one, ricochets back to him. Inadvertently soccers it to half forward. Banks there for Richmond. Handball to Broad. He'll kick around the wing, low down. Nice pick up from Ross. He kicks a worm burner of his own to Mansell, who's tackled by his opposite number, Lobb. Shovels out a handball, but couldn't get away. Lobb's got him holding the ball. Caught in the claws there of the lobster. Free kick going the way of the Dogs.
Warren Borden on the boundary.
Adam Treloar's just popped down into the rooms. He had a doctor follow him with a bag. So he was running freely, but he has gone down into the rooms with a doctor.
All right, thanks, Laws. Fingers crossed it's nothing serious for him. As Hines on half forward for the Bulldogs. Hand pass missed Bontempelli. Taken by Miller. Tries to get a hand pass forward, but McNeil sharks it. Hand pass for the Bulldogs to Bramble. Down low for Dolan. Couldn't take it on the bounce. Flicks it up to Richards. Tackled by Vlosten. Good physical intent. Holding the ball. Free kick going the way of Richmond.
They've got to keep that tackling pressure up. Every time the Bulldogs fumble, Tigers have got to be all over them.
Nick Flostone, the three-time Premiership Tiger, never been an All-Australian. Kick out towards half-back, looking for McIntosh. Flostone's called upon once more. Hand pass a little loose for Traynor, and it goes out of play from P and Dolan. The Bulldogs 5-5-35 to Richmond 1-3-9. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Greg Delidio and Nathan Berg.
I've got a question for you, Berkey. Your career stretched over a long period of time. Saints didn't have many father-sons, but did you play with any fathers and sons over the course of your journey? Bontempelli picks it up from their stoppage, runs away from them and shows his class. Bont's simply the best. He's got 2. 6-5-41, plays 1-3-9. 10 minutes into the second term. How good was that, Brett Delidio and Nathan Berg?
Yes, all class. And there's another goal out of a stoppage. As we said, 51 points a game they get out of stoppages, and it's just incredible. But if you let Marcus Bontempelli just trot through all by himself, well, he's going to kick goals on you. To answer your question, didn't play with any, but I know I played against a father and a son, and they weren't bad players either, by the name of Gary Ablett and Gary Ablett.
Wow.
Played against both father and son.
Was Gaz just a little Gaz Junior?
Yep.
Was he just a little forward pocket back in those days?
Yeah, that was
with the long hair when he had the shaggy hair.
Yep.
So what, close to your last year and his first year? Or early couple?
I'm not sure when he started. We might have to check that, but yeah, definitely remember chasing the young fella around.
There you go.
Good have bashed him.
Bulldogs
made it hard for him.
Bulldogs by 32 points, 3 goals to none so far in this second quarter. Camden McIntosh out of the middle of the ground for the Tigers, kicks inside 50. Lynch crashes the pack, free kick going the way of the Western Bulldogs. Interference in the marking contest, and it's been a tough afternoon already for Rory Lobb. As a dislocated finger was cleaned up there, and he's hunched over once more. Kicks out to Bailey Williams. His kick is over the head of McNeil. He trickles out across the boundary line in front of Heat and Luke Traynor, and a boundary throw in front of the two benches. The Bulldogs by 32 points. While earlier it was a win for the Giants over the Gold Coast Suns, 16-10-106 to the Suns 14-15-99. The Giants by 7 points. Cadman booted 3. Riccardi kicked 2. While for the Suns, Bailey Humphrey kicked 2 alongside Ben King, Noah Anderson, Ben Ainsworth and Toot Miller.
Dogs with the last 3 goals in this game. Bontempelli steals it. He kicks inside 50 towards West, who jumps one-handed. How about that? Fended off Broad with one hand, and with sticky fingers in the other, controlled it down beautifully.
Yeah, that is absolute forward craft at its best, is it? That's Timmy Taranto thought he had enough of that handball out of stoppage. Marcus Bontempelli at 194-95. He just jumped up and stole that one. I thought he might have went for home from 50, but saw his good mate Riley West, just put it to his advantage. Great craft.
45-degree angle, 25 out. The ultimate son of the West slides it through. The Bulldogs lead by 38 points, 4 goals to zip in their second term. 7-5-47, plays 1-3-9. 12 and a half minutes in. Brett Delidio and Nathan Berg.
Yeah, amazing mark there by West. Running back full pelt, had the wherewithal to remove his opponent from under the flight of it, stick one hand up as he's falling backwards, and then pull it into his chest. And even more impressive, from 45 metres out, on his right-hand side, just went with the traditional old drop hunt.
Yeah, old school tactics are like that. Another score from stoppage, though.
Yeah,
Berkey.
Yeah, got to do something about that, Tigers. They just man up and make it a...
they had possession. It was just well read by Marcus Bontempelli. Sometimes you just can't beat good players.
And that's twice out of a stoppage. He's kicked one, and it's just to the other one.
4-0 so far in this second quarter. 9 inside 50s to 1 the way of the Western Bulldogs. Back in the middle of the ground. Bontempelli eventually wins it. Now pass to Richards. He's tackled immediately and the umpire will ball it up.
See up to Bontempelli, 5. And a goal this quarter.
2 goals so far for the match for the Bont. Sims tries to get a hand pass forward to Taranto. Missed him though. And English kicks it inside 50. Caught behind was Norton. He lays the tackle on Miller. And the umpire will ball it up 35 to 40 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. They lead by 38 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It wasn't long ago. It was 13 points. Quarter time. Goodness me, it blows out quickly.
Up it goes. Both rucks with hands on it. Taranto fighting after it at ground level. Gets rid of it to Trainer, who gets it onto Campbell. He kicks out to the wing. Bouncing ball for 4. Doesn't favour him. Favours O'Donnell. Makes it his. Handball errant trying to get it to Dale. Picked off by Campbell. He kicks around the wing. Williams marks. Dogs back with it. Just backward of halfway. Bontempelli likes the look of the switch. Kick good for Davidson. He'll feed it forward. Shocking handball away to Dolan. Run down. Caught. Holding the ball. No. Umpire lets them play. Says he got rid of it. Attacking point of their square there for the Dogs. Picked up by Richmond. And Taranto puffs it up. Here's Richards.
Hand pass towards Vandermeer. Tom Brown slides in. Tackle dispossessed. Got it back to Broad. Your problem is he's tackled up by McNeil. And the umpire will ball it up. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Adam Trelaw's just come up from about 6 or 7 minutes down in the rooms. He's moving freely, so just checking in with the Bulldogs about what was his issue, but he looks fine to come back on.
All right, thank you, Loz. English wins down the tap. Sharp by McIntosh, though, of Richmond. Kicks end over end up towards Mansell. Can't take clean possession. Little toe poke forward. No one there for Richmond, so it's picked up by O'Donnell. Hand pass looking for Dale. He becomes the tackler on Ross. Tries to drop it to his boot. Play on's the call. Davison's tackle was high. Gentle fall will take the free kick on the wing. Richmond looking to try and move it quickly. Sends it up towards Campbell. Had to be lace out, and it is. He marks it right half forward. He pushes back behind his mark as Tom Lynch is the deepest forward. Can he get it to there? Rory Lobb positions himself in front. Lynch with a little shove and takes the mark. In the right forward pocket, hard against the boundary.
My concern from what I'm looking at the pictures on the screen is that Adam Trelaw's now got his left calf strapped. Yeah, it makes me nervous. Makes me really nervous for the lad. Heartbreaking if that's the case.
Just his third game back after playing against Port Adelaide. Back in round 8 in Ballarat. The Hawks and the Saints in recent weeks. Kick is right across the face of goal from Tom Lynch. It's a worry when your spearhead is kicking it like that. And the mark is taken by Tim English up against the left behind post. He works it out wide and Riley West takes the mark.
I did think it was interesting. I interviewed Matty Egan a couple of weeks ago ahead of, I think, Hawthorn and the Western Bulldogs. And he basically said, we don't expect Adam Treloar to play large consecutive periods. Like, they basically expect that he will break down. As the Doggies turn it over on the wing and Broad marks, it just sort of piqued my interest when he said that.
He's back out there, which is the good news.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'll keep an eye on him.
Broad short of Loston, who comes infield right on the centre line, away towards Tom Brown.
Tim English probably should put the running bounce out of his game. Yeah.
Brown with the kick up to half forward. Trainer goes up off his fingertips, down for Sims. Back feeds a handball. Presti has to track it, gathers on the wing. Handball to Sonzi, to Broad. Backtracks further, backward to the logo with the kick away to Vlosten.
It's better from the Tigers. They're not going anywhere, but they're making the Bulldogs defend. They haven't had to do that for the first 15 minutes of this quarter. Just get a few uncontested marks, take the heat out of it for a minute.
17 into the third, the Dogs by 38.
Nice kick from Vlosten, was lace out, it found Sonzi. It was a good kick, he swings on his right, long inside the 50. Lynch line on one with Lobb. Getting back, English, who's surely taken high. The whistle does come, and it's a frustrating afternoon for Tom Lynch. He's starting to show some of that in his physical intent at the ball, and he has to be careful here.
Then it looked worse from way back here. Then you see it on the screen. He just made a spoil there.
Nah, make him earn it.
Yeah, 100%.
Back him earn it.
Yeah, don't come back in his swamp.
From Nathan Burke as Tim English switches it across half-back. Out to Bramble, who's going to turn and come inboard, and Bailey Williams takes the mark.
Just makes it, if you're going to stand in front of me from now on, well, you know that I'm coming from behind.
I don't mind it. It's just not exactly the language we're used to hearing in today's era. Bailey Dale trying to link in the chain here. Chips it forward to Vandermeer. Hand pass to Hines. Back to Dale. Through the middle of the ground, the Dogs. Kicks looking for Bontempelli. Can't quite get it to him. Spoiled away by Banks. That's a mismatch for the Dogs. And Banks says, a bit more height, please, next time. Bailey Dale had stride his way from half-back all the way to half-forward. I think he was out of gas, and a boundary throw in the left-forward pocket.
Just the way this game's going, Berkey, on your prediction, Bailey Dale might need to have 100 today.
I was just thinking that, yes. He's not on track at the moment. Needs to up his game a little bit.
That was only number 11. Darcy takes it out of the ruck. In the forward pocket, off to Bontempelli. To Davidson, who hooks it back to full forward. Sport down by Miller. Vlosten hacks it out of the air. Bouncing ball. Harms, who'll rush a snap on goal. Out to the right. The minor scored. Dogs by 39 points. 19 into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
I don't know about the indiscriminate off the ground out of your back line.
On the
rarely works out well.
The volley.
The Giants defeated the Gold Coast Suns by 7 points. They trailed by 22 points at three-quarter time. The Giants stay inside the top 8 while the Suns slip out. Clearing kick for the Tigers, intercepted by Davidson. Kicks it long towards the teeth of goal. He might go himself. Shepherded on the goal line by Aaron Norton. Davidson joins the growing list of goal kickers. And the Bulldogs now have 5 so far in this second quarter. And this gap is starting to widen. 8-6-54 the Bulldogs to Richmond 1-3-9. 5 goals 3-0 in this second term. The inside 50 is now up to 12-3. The way of the Western Bulldogs. Brent Delidio and Nathan Burke, your experts.
Well, Lisa, I said uh-oh because if that ball had landed in the goal square, there was 3 Western Bulldogs players against 1 Richmond player.
Yep.
But it didn't matter because it went over their heads and through for a goal. So how many goal kickers we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6 goal kickers from 8 goals, and that's the thing about the Western Bulldogs. We talk about Darcy and these guys. They can hurt you in so many ways, though.
They're just restricting the Tigers at the moment, aren't they? The 12 inside 50s to 3. They're just not getting any looks forward to the footy. All their half forwards are getting high up the ground and trying to run it, but they're running into a brick wall.
Bounce back in the middle. Darcy in the ruck against Nankervis, ends up with a footy here, gives it to Bontempelli, to Liberatore. Hooks a kick inside 50 here for the Dogs. English fighting for it with Bolter. Bolter follows up better, gathers at ground level. Handball to Hopper. Handball to Vlosten. Crosses the defensive arc. Kick out wide, a good one for Mansell. Marks in stride on his chest. Now he kicks around the wing and turns it over. Bailey Dale getting busy. Berkey has to chase this margin. For those of you who missed it, Nathan Burke predicted pre-game the Dogs would win by as many points as Bailey Dale has disposals.
His kick has been now 2-to-1 ratio.
His kick is smothered by Camden McIntosh. He kicks up towards half forward. Sims out of position and Rory Lobb takes the mark.
He's done a finger, a shoulder and a nose so far. Yep. It's not even half time.
Got one to the face as well. He's just in conversation with the umpire and a bit frustrated at the moment that he has been in the wars. Kicks out wide to Bramble, who takes the mark, wants to come back inboard to Bailey Dale. So his 5th possession of the quarter. He works it back inside defensive 50 to Rory Lobb. Gestures for someone to lead through the middle of the ground. A worm burner, which missed the intended target of Bontempelli. Chopped off in the end. As it's taken by Smith, chips it forward and finds Hopper on the edge of the centre square for Richmond. So just a rare 5th entry inside 50 for the turn for the Tigers. As he looks up, there's plenty of Western Bulldogs jumpers. He can't keep the journey, can he?
No, definitely not. This is going on top of the goal square. Has to.
A bit of foxing going on from Jacob Hopper. If he is out to the right, he'll give it everything he's got. It's offline. Sim sets himself. Lobb got back late and gets a fist in there. And spoils it out of play in the left forward pocket for the Tigers.
He kicks fast spinners, Hops, and therefore they don't travel very far.
That was a fast spinner, and it went about 47 metres, I reckon.
At best.
That might have been my problem.
What causes a fast spinner? I was a slow spinner.
Hit it on the right on the point. Makes it spin really quick.
Nankervis tapping it down. Prestia picks it up. Snaps on goal inside of the woodwork. Ricochets hard off that post. Dogs by 44 points. 8-6-54 plays 1-4-10. 22.5 minutes into the second.
Problem with that, it was a top spinner and it didn't curve. It needed a bit of sideways curve on the spin.
Bramble into Bailey Williams. Kicks out towards Matt Kennedy. Drops an easy mark at half-back. Just an apology as it spills out of play. And a boundary throw in. The Bulldogs by 44 points, 8-6-54 to the Tigers 1-4-10. Matt Lynch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Two-time All-Australian Brett Delidio and the Australian Football Hall of Fame member, the St Kilda champ Nathan Burke with you. From the throw-in, Fraser trying to get a boot to it. Got it to Dolan. Hand pass to Harms. Now to Treloar. Good to see him back running on the outer wing. Sends it up towards Darcy at half forward. In a tangle in the air with Bolter. It's gathered in the end by Caleb Smith. Gets a hand pass back to Prestia. Chips it inside the defensive 50 and finds Nick Flostone.
Well done by Bolter then. Just used his body to get Darcy underneath the flight of the ball. It's the only way you can stop him.
Vlosten's kick into the middle of the ground. Slapped down by Dolan, who gathers it. Prestia looks after him in a bump. Ball jars free. Richards picks it up. Kicks inside 50 for the Dogs. Guess who? Darcy's on the end of it. 35 out, directly in front.
The problem is, Noah Bolter, after you spoil once, don't stand there and think how well you did, because Darcy just ran back into the play and Noah Bolter was 15 metres behind him.
But where was he going? Like Sam Darcy's not exactly motoring back inside forward 50. He wasn't within 20 metres.
Is it lazy? Is it
work rate? I would have thought. Yeah.
I'll say lazy.
Trots in, straight in front. Drop punt is good. Sam Darcy is in takeover mode. So are the Bulldogs, to be fair. They lead by 50 points before halftime. 9-6, 60 plays, 1-4-10. 24 and a half minutes into the second term. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke.
Just on that, Sam Darcy, if he's going to beat you, make sure his talent is the thing that beats you.
Yeah.
There's two uncontested marks dead in front in the corridor.
It's not making it hard, is it?
No.
It's not hard to play against.
No, seriously. You could run out there and do the same thing if a bloke lets you stand right in the corridor all by yourself. But if Darcy's taking contested marks and sitting on your head, you go, hey, You know what? Too good.
Well, get Ben Miller onto him then. I think he's going to let him glove him.
Absolutely.
So 9 of the last 10 goals of the match have gone the way of the Western Bulldogs, out to a 50-point lead, as Ben Cameron just said. Back in the middle of the ground. Chance for the Bulldogs is trying to break away Fraser. He runs into a dead end. He's locked up by Hopper. And the umpire will come in to ball it up. Nankervis in English once more. Nank tries to take it out of the ruck. Runs into Fraser. Gets a hand pass looking for Hopper. Kennedy takes it for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Fraser. He's tackled. Umpire lets it go for a few moments to see if the ball will come clear. Kennedy lays another tackle and eventually the umpire will ball it up. The Giants winners by 7 points over the Gold Coast Suns. 16-10-106 to the Suns 14-15-99. We'll bring you the full details at half-time. From the stoppage, hand pass from Prestia, just to lift a little bit of work for Tom Brown. He still doesn't have it yet. Hines just worked him off it. Bontempelli gathers. Hand pass to West. Too slick for Richards. Tom Brown trying to lay the tackle. Spills out towards Bontempelli. Around his body. Kicks looking for Norton. One-on-one with Vlosten. Vlosten brings it down. Darcy's clean. Hand pass to Hines across his body. Another one for the Dogs. 6 goals to none so far in this second quarter. Make that 7. 7 goals to none. 10-6-66 to the Tigers, 1-4-10. And unfortunately, all the mistakes in which Richmond are making are costing a fair bit at the moment on the scoreboard. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke.
Well, it goes down to the fundamentals, doesn't it? I mean, you can look at, say, Noah Bolter, it's Darcy follows up handball, Cooper Hines goal, but it was Tom Brown who couldn't pick the ball up at his toes across centre half back, and then Marcus Bontempelli comes in like a vacuum cleaner, just goes, thank you very much, I'll take that. Away he went.
How did he come in?
Like that, sucked it up straight away, doesn't fumble, and he did it twice. If you can't pick up the ball from your toes, you cost yourself an opportunity, one, to get possession, but your team, going forward back the other way to attack. So that's where that one broke down.
I've got a question too, and it might be one for the SMS line as well. As in the middle, English winning the tap out, Taranto getting involved. Hopper receives it from Taranto, gives it to Campbell, who goes out wide to Sonzi. Richmond away down the city wing. Campbell full of run, kicks into the pocket, coming across Caulfield. Marks back pocket for the Dogs. Childhood Dogs fan, former Saint, has it back pocket. Looks short. Spots up Kennedy. Lauren Borden.
I think Adam Treloar's about to be subbed out, so I just saw the paperwork that was down there and it said number 1 on it to be subbed off, and Buku Khamis is warming up. So perhaps they don't want to take any chances with Treloar given the lead that they've got, but that's been submitted and should be happening shortly.
Your heart sinks, doesn't it? That is horrid news for Adam Treloar. Bontempelli emerging with the footy again. Off half-back. Off to Richards, who fashions a kick neatly away to Kennedy. Marks on the logo. Now he kicks up to half forward. Darcy again, reaching out this time, using that reach to get it out in front of the defender. Kicks to full forward. Norton in from the side, hands to it, doesn't mark. Miller gathers, tackle to ground. Ball up, full forward for the Dogs.
Couple things. Gloucester had Ed Richards cold. Didn't know he was coming and let him slip out of the tackle. And Aaron Norton go with two hands and you're having a shot for goal now.
Just misread it in flight, didn't he?
Bulldogs led by 12 points a quarter time. They now lead by 56 points. 7 unanswered goals in this second quarter. As Toby Nankervis is over the top of the footy. Can't knock it clear and the umpire will ball it up. English and Nankervis. Kennedy's on the move. Umpire needs a bit of space to come out. Go boundary side, which is a good idea. Throws it in the air. Nank tries to slap it down. Got it to Hopper. Kicks up towards half back. Campbell in a wrestle with Bramble. Spills to the back. Jonty Ford will be happy to see it out of play. It stays in. Bramble trying to get a hand pass forward. And knocked out of play in the end by Harms. And a boundary throw in.
So we're talking about Harley Reid, and I asked Tim Livingston pre-game about what sort of money he might command if he comes back to Richmond or Essendon, and whether that's Tom De Koning money. Which players would you be willing to pay 1.7, the in inverted commas, Tom De Koning money too? Because Sam Darcy is certainly that for me.
Yeah.
So who else? Have a think about it. Don't have to answer now.
Kennedy for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bramble inside 50. West comes charging out. Can't get there in time. It's picked up by Caleb Smith. Gets a hand pass away. Links up with Noah Bolter at half back. Kicks up towards the wing. In front was Caulfield. Got a cruel bounce. Mansell tries to race after it for Richmond. Has to get around Liberatore, who lays the tackle. Got a hand pass clear. Bulldogs have the numbers. Caulfield gets a hand pass out to Davidson. Gets a free kick. Advantage taken. Richards inside 50. Norton one-on-one with Miller. It comes down to the front. Broad desperately defending. Darcy over the top of him. It spills out the back to West. He's tackled by Miller. Desperate. It spills out. Bolter has another go at it. He can't take it cleanly. West overran the footy. Norton tries to knock it out. It spills in the direction of Darcy. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Hand pass to Kennedy's tackled by Hopper. Hand pass forward is knocked away by Tom Brown. And Nick Flostone gets the hand pass out. Taranto one way then the other. There's no easy avenues out of defence. His kick in the end was a good one. He finds Jack Ross at centre half back, but not without risk.
Ross stabs it short, coming across McIntosh. Outer edge of the centre square, city side of the ground. Wheels and kicks long, up towards half forward. Taken there by Campbell. Darts away from them. Loops a handball over their top for fall. Slapped away by Lobb. Dogs get there. Lobb goes and wins it. Turns it over with the handball straight back to Campbell. Dogs arrive again. Kennedy tackle. Comes out to Richards, to Bramble, to Liberatore. All at centre half back here, the Dogs. Hines back to Kennedy. And they're out of trouble. And the Dogs pile on 7 unanswered in a dominant display in the second term. They lead by 56 points at the half at 10 goals to 1. Opening half in this game, 10-6-66, plays 1-4-10. The goal kickers, Darcy with 3, Bontempelli with a couple, then singles to Hines, to West, to Richards, McNeil and Davidson. While for Richmond, it is a very lonely Steely Green, their only goal kicker to the half.
The only downside is Adam Treloar has been subbed out in the second quarter there, and Puku Karmas hasn't come onto the ground as yet. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport.
Let's just dominant display there by the Western Bulldogs. They were sharper and cleaner than what they were in that first quarter, and it resulted in 7 goals on the scoreboard. The Tigers just really couldn't have that switch like they had in that first quarter. Their exits from their defensive 50 weren't really clean. They were just bombing the ball out, and Western Bulldogs are great at pushing all their defenders up the ground and pretty much creating a wall to get that ball repeat entries back inside 50. And it also came on the back of some dominant clearance work, some really clean clearance work that they scored from, and getting the ball. Most importantly, the Bulldogs are getting the ball into a fairly open forward line. It's not a congested forward line. The Tigers aren't dropping any players back. Not really making it hard for those key forwards and the small forwards to do their work. And the Western Bulldogs, as we spoke, they've got 6 or 7 goal kickers already. If the big fellas don't get you, the small ones like West and McNeil, they get you as well. And Davidson off the wings having an outstanding game. So really it was just all Western Bulldogs that quarter. And I think the Tigers are going in thinking, goodness me, what do we do now? How do we combat this? And hopefully Adam Uze's got some answers for them.
Well, you said at quarter time that you feel like the Dogs have another gear to go, and they certainly went that extra gear that quarter, but it was off the back of just their stoppage work, wasn't it? Their ability to get from inside the contest to outside. Marcus Bontempelli led the way.
At 19.
Yeah, he had 12 touches that quarter. He only had 30 metres gained, would you believe? So he didn't always make it exactly clean. He kicked it pretty well in that quarter, but overall, look at the clearance numbers, 10-9, so not too bad. I just don't think the Tigers did anything with them when they actually won. They weren't able to get that clean ball out from inside to outside to then be able to go forward because Lobb would clean it up, O'Donnell would clean it up, and their halfbacks would get involved. So there's plenty of things to work on. I thought Richards was great in that quarter as well. His ability inside the contest to change direction and then finish with some polish. Now, Darcy, you get excited every time he goes near it, but he's hardly had a player near it. When he does, Bolt is actually forward okay, but then his ability at ground level, Darcy, is as good as some of their small blokes. So, yeah, you can understand why all the hype's about him, but, geez, you've got to make life a bit tough for him, don't you?
Yeah, 2 uncontested marks for 2 goals that quarter.
What can Adam Uze do at halftime, Lids? Is there anything you can do to stem the damage?
First one's Miller to Darcy. I would have thought that Bolt has run his race there. Look, I think it's got to be just inside the contest. Can McIntosh go to Bontempelli? I think that might be a lever that you could potentially pull.
Inside 50s are 33-17, which is not surprising given the way Richmond play. They want to play that sort of slingshot attack, but they're so reliant on their pressure and their ability to try and win clearances, which is one of the areas that you're always going to have your hard work cut out for you against the Dogs.
And look, their pressure's been okay. They had 39 tackles already there, but it's just the ability of the Dogs to withstand that pressure and then still find a free target to get and utilise that ball on the outside. What are they up to? 228 touches now already, to half time. That's pretty damning, isn't it? They've got to get their hands on it. I think that's the key for Adam Uze. I love what you're doing. Timmy Taranto getting plenty of it. Vlosson's getting a lot of it down back because of the influx of inside 50s. But I need hops. I need a bit more from you. Camden McIntosh, can you go and do a job and nullify Bontempelli? And Big Nank, we need you to just do your best against English and nullify, make it neutral.
So 59 more disposals for the Western Bulldogs. They lead by 56 points at halftime. 10-6-66 to the Tigers, 1-4-10.
So the biggest Bulldogs winning margin against Richmond is 115 points. So
I played in that.
I know, I'm getting there, Lids, don't worry.
Oh, no.
I was hoping to get you to recap some of this. Round 1, 06.
Yep.
Doggies, 25-17, 167, defeated Richmond, 7-10-52.
Yep.
What are your memories?
Miserable night. My memories are that the next day was the Grand Prix and I was there. And I had a great day. I washed away all those horrible thoughts of that day, but they were slick. I remember playing full forward on Geordie McMahon, who later became a teammate of mine, but she was pretty quiet down there. Not a lot of entries.
You caught up with Geordie McMahon a couple of years ago at Gather Round, did you not?
Yeah, and he forgot which club we actually played at together. Banana.
Did he think you were a former Dog?
Yeah, he introduced me to his daughter. Remember him? Lindsay played with the Dogs. No, mate, we played at the Tigers.
Come on, Geordie.
I did have a bit of the same fun with Chad Wingard last night with Alex Tarou making his debut. He hadn't touched it in the second quarter. I said to Chad, do you remember your first game? And he said, I thought you were going to make a reference that I started one of my first kicks into the ground and barely hit my boot. And I can't remember your first game that well, but he had 16 disposals, and it's always a great opportunity to try and make your debut, but often you don't get the early touches you'd like just to put the mind at ease and the pressure to one side.
No, exactly right. And that would be my advice to any young player. If you're going for your first kick it long. I muffed my first one in the old Wizard Cup or whatever it used to be back in the day. So first game in the real stuff, kick it long.
Is there any player that you're willing to pay the nigh on $2 million for?
Nick
Who is it?
Dacos.
Yeah, he's the obvious one.
Yep.
Right, I'm going to get your thoughts, Berkey, in a moment.
Okay, sorry.
We're going to tease that because we need to go to the ABC News because it waits for no one. The Giants prevailed by 7 points over the Suns. They kicked 8 goals to 3 in the final term. Aaron Cadman booted 3 goals and Jesse Hogan booted 2. But for the moment, we'll pause from Docklands to bring you the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Iran has condemned US strikes on 3 of its nuclear facilities and requested a UN Security Council emergency meeting to maintain international peace. Linda Gruen has the latest.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has hailed the attacks as a bold decision and says America has been truly unsurpassed.
It has done what no other country on earth could do.
Iran says it reserves all options to respond to what it called outrageous US strikes. But Mr. Trump insists Iran must now make peace, adding that there are many targets left.
If peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Iranian state media has downplayed the impact of the strikes, saying they have not destroyed the Fordo nuclear site, which lies deep underground. But given its fortification, the Reuters news agency says it may be days, if not longer, before the impact of the strikes is known.
And the Trump administration reportedly briefed top Republicans before the strikes, but not Democrats. Citing multiple people familiar with the plans, US network CNN says Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune were both notified prior to the attack. But on the Democrat side, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries reportedly received notifications after the strikes. And in further news, Israel says that Iran has fired a massive missile barrage towards it. Its state broadcaster says there have been impacts in different parts of the country. Israel earlier stepped up its state of alert, saying the public is required to follow instructions. All educational activities and workplaces are to shut, except for essential sectors. Shadow Home Affairs Minister Andrew Hastie says the federal government has been too ambiguous in its response to US airstrikes on Iran. In a statement, a spokesperson for the government again called for de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy. It noted the US president's statement following the strikes, but did not explicitly support the action. However, Mr Hastie says the government should be more explicit.
I think they've been far too ambiguous. The United States is a close ally. The United States has a key role in re-establishing order and peace in the Middle East. And Iran, by contrast, is a regime that sponsors terrorism.
To other news, and police have revealed that a pregnant woman injured in a fatal hit-and-run crash in the New South Wales Hunter earlier today has since lost her unborn child. Officers are searching for a 19-year-old male driver of the other car who fled, along with one of his passengers, after the head-on crash at North Lambton near Newcastle early this morning. A 55-year-old woman who was also in the car with the pregnant woman died at the scene. Police had earlier tried to stop the car with the driver that fled, which they say was driving dangerously and had crossed to the wrong side of the road. Acting Police Assistant Commissioner Paul Dunstan says the woman who lost the baby was 25 weeks pregnant.
It's a horrible incident. What's occurred is truly tragic. Two women driving around innocently. One has lost their life. One has lost their unborn child. This is a terrible incident.
The suspicious death of a woman in Melbourne's southeast has left homicide detectives searching for answers as to what happened to her. Fraser Fife has more.
A woman reported missing earlier this month died in hospital on Friday after suffering injuries consistent with a serious assault. The woman, aged in her 60s, was reported missing by a neighbour on June 14th, who hadn't been able to contact her for a week. She was last seen outside her home in Marna Court Noble Park with an unknown man. Police later found the woman at Dandenong Hospital, where they managed to speak to her before she died. Police have also spoken to a 62-year-old Endeavour Hills man who's been released pending further inquiries. He is known to the woman. Anyone with information is urged to contact police.
Turning to sport, and Australian Minjee Lee leads the way heading into the final round of the Women's PGA Championship Golf Major in Texas. Lee fired a 3-under par round of 69 to take a commanding 4-stroke lead going into the final day. The 10-time LPGA Tour champion is pursuing her third major title. Lee says that the experience helps when dealing with the pressure of a major championship.
I know what it takes to win, and I know just kind of what to feel and what to expect now that I have 2 under my belt. So, yeah, I just think the experience that I've had is really going to help me, hopefully get over the line tomorrow.
Fellow Australian Grace Kim is in a tie for 10th after shooting a tournament-low 4-under par round in her third day at the tournament. And just recapping our top story, that Iran has condemned US strikes on 3 of its nuclear facilities and requested a UN Security Council emergency meeting to maintain international peace.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies starts June 25.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Kennedy, hand pass away to Ed Richards, who steadies, and this time he doesn't miss. You can't give this man too many opportunities because he will make you pay.
Bontempelli picks it up from their stoppage, runs away from them and shows his class. Bont's simply the best. He's got two. Bontempelli steals it. He kicks inside 50 towards West, who one-handed. How about that? Fended off Broad with one hand and with sticky fingers in the other. Controlled it down beautifully. 45-degree angle, 25 out. The ultimate son of the West slides it through. Loston's kick into the middle of the ground, slapped down by Dolan, who gathers it. Prestia looks after him in a bump. Ball jars free. Richards picks it up, kicks inside 50 for the Dogs. Guess who? Darcy's on the end of it, trots in, straight in front. Drop punt is good. Sam Darcy is in takeover mode.
Bontempelli gathers, hand pass to West. Too slick for Richards. Tom Brown trying to lay the tackle. Spills out towards Bontempelli. Around his body, kicks looking for Norton. One-on-one with Boston. Boston brings it down. Darcy's clean. Hand pass to Hines across his body. Another one for the Dogs.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at Docklands as the Western Bulldogs who lead Richmond by 56 points, 10-6-66 to the Tigers 1-4-10. But the Bulldogs led by 12 points at quarter time, 7 goals to none in that second quarter to open up a 56-point lead. Macklich and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke are your experts. Earlier today, it was the Giants who prevailed by 7 points over the Gold Coast Suns, 16-10-106. To the Suns, 14-15-99. Noah Anderson got the 3 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The Suns led by 22 points at three-quarter time. The Giants booted 8 goals to 3 in the final term. Aaron Cadman booted 3. Jesse Hogan booted 2. It allows the Giants to stay inside the AFL's top 8 while the Suns slide out. They do have a game in tow, given the fact that they didn't play in their opening round match, so they will play 2 games in round 24. The latter doesn't make complete sense, but after the match, the ABC Sport team caught up with the young forward, Aaron Cadman.
I've got the milestone man, Aaron Cadman, who, congratulations, by the way, you've just completed your apprenticeship, if you like. 50 games. How are you feeling?
Yeah, well, pretty special win, obviously, but yeah, it's pretty crazy how quick it's gone, but yeah, I'm just super appreciative for the club for allowing me to play my 50th game, and yeah, hopefully this is just the start.
And 3 goals today. You set shots up until that one in the last quarter were just rock solid. Declan and I, we watched from up in the box before, and you were nailing all of those ones before the game as well. That must be feeling really good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a bit of a tough game for me. I had to really fight until the last quarter, and then yeah, finally got the reins in the last. So yeah, it felt good to finally nail a couple. I wish I'll be thinking about it tonight that I didn't nail that last one, but yeah, keep practicing that in the week.
How were you feeling in that third quarter? Because, you know, I'm sure you'll admit as much as anyone that you probably weren't having the impact on the game that you particularly did last week. I think it was 1 mark at a certain point in that third quarter versus 13 against the Lions. And then somehow you just fought through that.
Yeah, it was a really frustrating start. Collins is obviously a gun defender and he gets paid as well. So, yeah, he was keeping me under rein for, 3/4 of the day basically. And then, yeah, I knew that if I kept going, he wouldn't be able to go with me the whole game. So, yeah, it was good to unleash and finally get some rewarded for the end of it.
Mate, congratulations on the win. I mean, obviously, three-quarter time, you know, coming from nearly 4 goals down, I think it's something that the Giants have done a few times now. Was there a particular message from Kingers, or what was the thing, the catalyst that really got you going in that last?
Well, it was just the same as every week, basically. All we have to do is focus on playing our way. There were times in that game where, obviously, us in Gold Coast, we have a very similar game plans coming as all born from Damien Hardwick. So, yeah, very similar play style. So it was just valuing the details and making sure that we're in the right space at the right time and, yeah, just being really diligent to our roles, and we knew it would click eventually.
Yeah, Aaron Tyke here, mate. Well done. Well done in 50 games, and you showed great maturity yourself as a young footballer, learning his craft and to keep fighting and keep going. Why doesn't the team start like this? Yeah, it's a common piece for 3 years, really. The Giants certainly 2 years. The ability to run over the top of teams, which is a great trait to have. But you know, tell us a small bit about the forward line also. You know that
mercurialness in that forward line, and the goals that were kicked in that last quarter are absolute top shelf, and it must be a privilege to be working with some of the best players in the competition.
Definitely, yeah. It was a bit of a struggle early in that first quarter. As a midfield, we really wanted to get the ball forward, but we were trying to work it through hands when the pressure in the game early in is always at its highest. So, yeah, it was frustrating start, but yeah, great way to end it.
What about Jake Stringer, Aaron? I mean, he comes on as the sub and he kicks 2 incredible goals in that final term. How encouraging is that? You've got the bye now, adding a player like that to your forward line mix, with obviously some other star players to come back in after injury. That must be hugely exciting.
Absolutely, it's so good to see him back at his best. A couple of pretty special goals, bit of Jake Stringer magic there for you. So yeah, he's an absolute great person to have around the club. He builds everyone up, and his leadership on field is second to none. So yeah, he's a great addition, and I can't wait to have him in the forward line full time.
Former number 1 draft pick Aaron Cadman there chatting with our commentary team. Daniel Garb, Declan Burns alongside Ty Kennelly, Phil Pryor, who was down in the rooms with some of the response after the Giants came charging home in the final term, 8-3 to prevail by 7 points to stay inside the AFL's top 8. Meanwhile, earlier today on AFL Sunday with myself and Cameron Ling. If you missed it, it's available as a podcast under the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Had the chance to chat with Jeremy Howe, 34 years of age, about why his future might lie beyond this season.
Chats have been happening throughout the last month, I'd say. And, you're always going back and forth in terms of how you're feeling, what you want to do and show your intentions. And, they're all sounding relatively positive at the moment. But, you won't be in any real rush to kind of sign everyone up immediately. We'll just keep seeing how it all pans out. But the intent will be to probably play on at this stage, and we'll get to something at a certain date, no doubt. While you're still having a positive influence on the game and the team's going really well, then, I suppose that's a conversation that you have. If every game looked like opening round against the Giants, then the conversation probably looks a little bit different, no doubt. But at the moment, we feel like, we've got a really good balance of experienced guys and youth. It's kind of blending and it's working well for us at the moment. Does it work for every team? I'm not too sure to have a lot of 30-pluses, but it is working for us at the moment.
Jeremy Howe, who joined myself and Cameron Ling on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. You can catch it as a podcast under the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary, Nathan Burke and Brett Delidio. So leads Scott Pendlebury 37, Jeremy Howe 34, Phil Sidebottom 34, Mason Cox 34, Jamie Elliott 32, Brody Myercheck 32, Tom Elliott 32, Hoskin Elliott 31, Crisp 31, McMembry 31. Is there a number as to how many of them that can play on next season?
Oh, no doubt there'd be a number, but I don't know where that is at this point in time. I think age is just that, a number at the moment. So most of them guys there are playing pretty damn good footy, and they're consistently performing.
Is there a risk who could catch up with them later in the season?
Haven't seen it yet. The Cats were pretty old too when they won their flag in 2022, weren't they?
Western Bulldogs lead by 56 points as we head into the second half. Here's Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
English and Nankervis. Nankervis just spikes it forward. Onto it first, though, Liberatore. Dogs in possession. Handball to Bontempelli. To Bailey Dale. Kicks out wide to the winger, leading Kennedy. Nice mark in front of Loston. Cuts infield with his kick. Liberatore attacking edge of the logo. Dogs kicked 7 goals unanswered in the second term. Waits a kick here for English. Hands to it. Buffeted off it there by Miller, and the Tides run away with it. Trainer gives it to Vlosten, who gives it to Prestia. Kick very wide out, but good for Mansell, sliding into mark.
Not far from where Lauren Borden's watching on. Laura's just that news ahead of half-time that Adam Treloar has been subbed out.
Yeah, so it was officially subbed out at half-time, Adam Treloar, and the club is saying calf tightness, unfortunately. So he got that left calf re-strapped, and, he's only played 4 games this year, and he's had enough calf setbacks just this year alone. So it's troubled him this year along his whole career, but unfortunately, Buku Kama's now on, and Jasper Algar waits on the bench for Richmond.
Thanks, Lars. Bontempelli into the 50, and on cue, here's Buku Kamas. He leads to the left forward pocket and takes the mark. First involvement in the game, a chance to try and strike from the left forward pocket.
It was interesting watching Marcus Bontempelli there run the wing. James Harms put the hammer down. He's thinking, I'm going to get this. And come on, actually, it's Marcus. No, don't worry about it. You just kick. It was a great decision to go to Buku. Hopefully he can kick a couple after coming on as a sub.
He looks to kick across his body here. It's been used in defence, in the forward line. 12 goals, 3 as he curls it around the corner and puts through the first of the second half. It took just 90 seconds for the Bulldogs to kick their 11th goal. They're 11-6-72 to the Tigers 1-4-10. So what's that? 7 plus 8. 8 consecutive goals in the match so far as the margin swells once more. A 62-point lead the Bulldogs' way.
The worry here is twice there was just a congested possession. The Bulldogs won it, and they spread to Bontempelli, who was seriously 30 metres in the clear on the wing. Nobody went with him. Nobody thought, you know what, he's a fair chance that that's where the ball's going to go, wherever he is, so I'll run with him. The Richmond midfielders just sort of spread back towards the top of their 50, and Marcus Bontempelli kicked the ball over the top. It was just a real lack of accountability from the Richmond midfielders.
Over or under the 115-point record margin for the Dogs over Richmond? Lids, you first.
It looks like over at the moment, doesn't it?
Berkey?
Yeah, the way they're playing at the moment.
Richmond out of the middle, though. Taranto kicks inside 50, and the mark taken by Mansell. Just sprawling to get in front of Bailey Williams. He takes it 35 out. Slightest of angles to the right. What about you, Clinchy?
Under.
Yeah, I'll take the under as well.
Can we get Berkey's part of the play that he's going to pay?
Yes.
1.72.
We might get a bit of time. Don't panic.
I'm not panicking. I just want to go back to something we mentioned pre-half-time.
Yep.
Ryan Mansell, plumb in front. To say it's a must-have would be an understatement.
Hates it.
And he hooks it hard left. It's a bad miss. 61 points. The Bulldogs lead. 11-6-72. Plays 1-5-11. 3 minutes into this third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Dale brings the Dogs back into play. Kicks to the left back pocket where the mark is taken by O'Donnell. Hand pass to Fraser. Through the middle of the crowd. Had to kick for Kennedy. Had to wait. All the contact from Hopper, but takes the mark. Swings onto his right-hand side. Kicks out to Bailey Williams. Hand pass to Bailey Dale. Possession number 16 coming up for him as he feeds the hand pass wide. Links up with Caulfield. Back to Dale. Out wide for Davidson. And that's out on the full. Free kick going the way of the Tigers. Couldn't quite reel it in with his right arm. And the free kick will go the way of Hugo Ralph-Smith. If you were in charge of a club, Berkey, who would you be willing to pay top dollar for?
Well, it wouldn't be a ruckman.
Yes. I sort of could see that coming.
I agree with that for what it's worth.
Ralph Smith kicks around the wing. No mark taken. Running onto it is Steely Green. He takes a bounce. Gets a left half forward for Richmond. Cuts back on his right. Kicks looking for Mansell, who can't take the mark over the top of Fraser. They tangle forward at ground level. Ball stuck underneath both of them, and the umpire will ball it up.
The Doggies this year have already won 4 games by 70 points or more. The first team to do that before round 15 since Port Adelaide in 2017. It looks like another here today. English slapping it down. Away towards Fraser, who gives it to Bontempelli. Now to Kennedy. They work it out from the back pocket. Kennedy kicks up to the wing. Turnover. Mark taken by Caleb Smith. Richmond in possession forward of the wing. City side of the ground. Underneath the lid here at Docklands. Caleb Smith peels out to the right. Sets it up to full forward for the Tigers. Bontempelli spoiling. Out the back it goes. Caulfield on the last line. Mansell's there with him. Rushes a handball away. Sonsi balking, snapping, missing. Just sneaking it through for a minor score. From deep in that left forward pocket. Just inside the right hand behind post. Doggies lead by 10 goals neat. Handful of minutes into the third term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
The Tigers have lost 4 games by over 10 goals so far this season, but in recent weeks they've been far more competitive. As Ralph Smith looks inside 50 and spots up Taranto. Slightly left of centre. You would have thought this is within range. He was looking at Luke Traynor, who'd streamed forward, but now maybe the set shot on goal.
So who is it then, Berkey?
Dacos, Bontempelli and Darcy would be the 3. I think the Saints, though, should give Wangini Miller at least 1.2. Can't afford to lose him.
Not sure 1.2 is going to get the job done.
No.
It's Tim Taranto looking for just Richmond's second goal of the match. He comes in from 50. It's not a bad effort. It's to the goal line where the mark is taken by Tom Lynch. Joel Fraser can't believe it. I'm not sure how he ended up in the wrestle on the goal line.
It's just good forward craft from Lynch. Move, lob off the line of the footy.
Fraser was the extra trying to help out but couldn't get a hand to it.
You're calling for the ruck though if you're a key back.
Yes. Tom Lynch for the Tigers' second goal of the match. It comes at the 6-minute mark of the third quarter. And finally, they break the run of 8 consecutive goals for the Western Bulldogs. From from early in the second quarter all the way through to early in the third. The Bulldogs 11-6-72 to the Tigers 2-6-18. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, Rory Lobb put his arms out and pleading with his teammates there. He did the right thing. He took up front position, and the idea is you get another teammate coming from behind and sandwiching Tom Lentz, but unfortunately it was an open sandwich. There was no back to it, and he took an easy mark.
Where was the ruck at that point in time? Can't see Timmy English.
That's why I don't pay big money for rucks. They're lazy.
They get lost.
They're not the smartest tools in the shed.
Cheer out all the ex-ruckmen listening.
Yeah. Shots fired.
Bounce back in the middle. English winning the tap here. Slaps it out towards the wing. McNeil comes in off the edge of the square. Doesn't gather it. Hopper does. Richmond possession. Goes to Taranto to Nankervis. Back to Taranto. Now a kick forward. Ross has slipped out to the wing. Takes the mark. Feeds the handball to Trainer. Half forward for Richmond. Dabs a kick short. And Hopper claims it. Taken to ground by Bontempelli in the marking contest. And the Bont will stand the mark. 50.5 metres out. Too far for Hopper. He looks for a leading lane in the pocket. Bailey Dale drops the mark. Hits the deck and out of play it goes. Throw in right forward pocket here for Richmond, who started this second half better than they looked in the second term and certainly the first half overall. 1 goal apiece in the second half. The Dogs lead by 54 points 8 minutes in.
Had 50-odd less disposals in that second quarter, but lead the inside 50s 4-2 so far in this third quarter. Richards tries to get a clearing kick out of the defensive 50 for the Bulldogs, but only as far as Jack Ross, who tries to find a way around Dolan. Had to thread the needle and finds it in the right forward pocket, where the mark has been taken by Tyler Sonzi.
Not sure he meant it 100% there, Berkey, but it found its target. I thought Bailey Dale had read that reasonably well, but just had enough length on the kick to get over his head. Jack Ross, I thought, made the mistake of stepping to try and go boundary side versus coming back inside. Gives him another chance to shoot on goal.
Cotton for Tyler has kicked 2 goals 7 so far for the season, and this is not an easy shot. Deep in the right forward pocket, 45 metres out from goal. His kick is across the face. Tom Lynch tries to fly, and it's rushed through by Bailey Williams for a minor score. 55-point lead the Western Bulldogs way. 9 minutes gone. Third quarter, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Nick's been in touch on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Noticing the Dogs' strength to run through the tackles and the Tigers' inability to break them.
Yeah, it's kids versus seasoned veterans.
10 years in the strong room as Williams goes short to lob. His kick lands in the lap of Loston. Sends Richmond towards half forward. Good kick, low down. The mark taken by a tumbling Tyler Sonzi.
It's 3 turnovers midfield that the Tigers have caused just by pushing up the ground, being really attacking with their defending.
Sonzi's set up kick towards full forward English in from the side. Defensive mark for the Dogs.
There he is.
Yep, there he is. But that's the first time they've bombed the ball in. The last 2 entries, Ralph Smith did one, and down here in front of us, just short, lower the eyes. Find those short ones, because if you bomb it long, the big fellas are going to do that all day long. You can't get past Lob and English.
Western Bulldogs lead by 53 points, 10 minutes into the third term.
Out to Bailey Dale, gets involved again as he gets it back from Liberatore, kicks up to Darcy, can't take the mark. Richards streaming through. Hand pass to Norton, they're out here. McNeil looks up, he's got a player all on his own in the pocket. It's Vandermeer, he's going to be unselfish, and Riley West the target. He takes the mark in front of Broad. He's only about 15 metres out, but on a tight angle. And the Bulldogs were out once they got to the wing.
The Tigers did well to make this shot from the pocket because I think it was Vandermeer was inside 50 pretty much all by himself.
21 goals of the season for Riley West. As he just sets up here to snap across his body. He fires on goal and hits the very top of the left goal post. The post is still shaking. 54-point lead the Western Bulldogs way. 11 minutes gone in the third term. The Tigers with 1 goal 3 in this third quarter to the Bulldogs 1-1. After the Dogs kicked 7 unanswered goals in the second quarter.
Loston with the kick-in duties. Ambling to the pocket. Then as long as he can. English in the pack. Lob 2. Lob with a fist through it. Down at ground level. Caleb Smith carries it out. Throwing left half forward here for the Dogs. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Brett Delidio, Nathan Burke, Lauren Borden.
I was going to say to Lids, do you remember there were set plays if a team would kick a run of goals that you might do?
Yeah, when you used to be able to pull players back off the back of the square or try and get a +1. That's what you try and do. You can't do it anymore.
No.
And Curvis slaps it down in front. Out after it, Sonzi, nearly decapitated in the West tackle. Free kick.
You would try and play more kick control, though. Take the sting out of the game, not try and meet it head on. Go speed against speed.
Sonzi kicks around the dockside wing boundary line, up towards full. In his back pocket is Rory Lobb to punch it out.
Oh, free kick.
Just impeded. Jonty Fall there, Rory Lobb.
Yeah, might have just got an arm over the shoulder.
Fall looks long inside 50 in the Lynch direction. 3-on-1. Marks.
Oh, well done.
Controls it down one-handed into his midriff and ends up with the footy as he tumbles to ground. 25 out on a 45-degree angle.
Loz, a bit of movement down there in the sub.
Yeah, your man Jasper Alger has just made his way running on. No one's been tapped on the shoulder so far on the bench yet to tell them to put the subs vest on, so not sure who's coming off just yet.
So Sonzi's sitting down there. He's maybe about to get it.
He has.
Yep.
Woodson's sitting next to Ben Rutten now, so he's been pulled off.
Here comes Lynch. Set shot is left all of the way. Minor score. Bulldogs lead 53 points.
As the Bulldogs bring the ball back into play, Bramble into the back pocket. Bailey Williams takes the mark. So Jasper Alger comes in for his first opportunity at the big time. Presented his jumper by Brett Delidio down in the Richmond rooms. The kick up towards the wing. Bontempelli can't take the mark. Harms gets the hand pass out. Back to the Bond. Up towards Buku Karmas at half forward. He's able to get rid of Nick Vlosto, which is no easy task. Feeds the hand pass to Richards, running boundary side. Looks up inside 50, won't get to Norton.
Bad option.
Chopped off by Miller for the Tigers. He looks to switch it out to McIntosh. The kick is wide of him, but he gathers on the bounce.
Twists and turns and then kicks up towards the wing. Poor kick turnover. Right into the awaiting arms of Nick Caulfield. First game of the year. Kicks infield. Bramble accepts it. Just forward of the bullseye. Bulldogs by 53 points. Bramble looks at a very congested attacking 50. Kicks towards Norton. Karmas gets a hand on it. Out the back, Bontempelli fighting for it. There are the Richmond players. Alger, first touch in footy. Handball away. Caleb Smith. He kicks up to the wing. And that is a turnover again.
Lost the beat of the head.
Yeah, forward half game here, the Western Bulldogs. Williams in possession.
It is out to the right. Drives him inside 50. A whistle.
I think he's been hitting the head, so the umpires have
stopped play here. This is good communication. So Nick Ballstone is going to come your way, Lauren Borden. So you're going to look at him as to how distressed he is, but play will be stopped for a few moments.
Yeah, he's just jogging towards me now. He looks to be okay as he is jogging right to the Richmond bench. He's not limping or kind of running offline or anything like that. But, yeah, play stopped and he's making his way to the bench for a concussion assessment.
He'll have to. Yeah, he is as tough as woodpecker lips, that kid. He'll stand anywhere.
So Adam Treloar subbed out in the second quarter, really just before half-time, and Buku Karmas coming in. Jasper Alger into the game for Tyler Sonzi. The kick inside 50 for the Bulldogs. No mark claim. McNeil at the back of the pack. Just couldn't get the hand pass away to Riley West as it goes out of play in the left forward pocket for the Doggies. They lead by 53 points, 11-7-73. The Tigers 2-8-20. While earlier it was the Giants who prevailed by 7 points over the Gold Coast Suns.
Boundary throw-in. Deep in the left forward pocket for the Dogs. Winning it down is Sims towards teammate there in Ross, who spins out of trouble, gets rid of it to Taranto. Caleb Smith stops props on the defensive arc for Richmond. Hooks a kick towards the wing. Lob. Go Gadget Arms reaches over and punches it out. Throwing coming between wing and half forward for the Western Bulldogs. We did speak pre-game about the fact that they have the best percentage of any team since Essendon in 1900, with a 7-6 record at 127.7%. The Western Bulldogs, that might be about to improve again.
From the throw-in, Banks to the Tigers. Hand pass to Trainer. Hand pass away. Helga gets involved. He links up with Campbell. Quick look away. Hand pass from Steely Green. It missed Hopper. Opens the door for the Bulldogs. McNeil can't take it. It's well done by Green, who tries to win it back. Hand pass too sharp, though, for Smith. Spills out the way of the Bulldogs. Harms is tackled. Dispossessed. It spills out to Kennedy. Scrappy all of a sudden as he was tackled by Seth Campbell. Holding the ball, says the umpire. Campbell to be rewarded in the middle of the ground. Didn't have it for very long. He wants to move it quickly. Inside 50. Lynch caught behind against Rory Lobb. And Lobb leads out like a forward and takes the mark. He clears out towards the wing. Dolan in a 2-on-1. He knocks it away from Broad. Keeps it alive. Did really well. Gets it around a couple of Tigers' opponents and gets the hand pass away to Vandermeer. He runs the wing. His kick is not the best, though. Inside 50 down low. Norton couldn't take it. McNeil missed Norton with the hand pass. And Broad takes it back. Hand pass to Ross, and away goes Bolter.
Bolting away with it. Turns it over with his kick to Caulfield. Now the Dogs up the middle. Loops a handball to Liberatore. He kicks into the pocket. English or Karmas. It's the former. English marks 35 out. Slight angle to the left, and will kick for goal.
It was a tough watch there. A couple of minutes there, Berkey.
He's turnovers. Try calling it.
Yeah, back and forward. But that Bolter, I don't mind the idea of going for a bit of a dash, but mate, just thump the thing long and get it out of your area, I reckon. Don't try and lace one out, especially if you're going to lace out the Dogs.
Tim English, a very slow approach. A big ruckman trudges in, puts his laces through it, and that is perfect. Didn't look like missing. The Bulldogs lead back beyond 10 goals. We'll make that just underneath it. 59 points. 12-7, 79 plays, 2-8-20. 17 and a half minutes into the third. Brett Delidio, the dual All-Australian, and Nathan Burke, the Australian Football Hall of Famer.
Wins for the Tigers. Up to this point of this quarter, they've done really well. They've probably had the equal amount of shots on goal, and inside 50s will be pretty close. Now that there's 6.5 minutes to go, just under 7 minutes to go, they can't let the floodgates open and let the Bulldogs kick 3 in this quarter. Then that'll be a win for Adamuze to say, hey, for this, that third quarter, we matched them. We had equal inside 50s. We had equal shots, all that sort of stuff. So this last 6 to 7 minutes as a coach is what you're looking for. It's something to hang your hat on that you can praise your team for.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Free kick going the way of the Western Bulldogs in the middle of the ground. It's going to go the way of Matt Kennedy. He plays on with no one on the mark and drives the Bulldogs inside 50 once more. Norton's in the pack. In front, a juggling mark claimed by Noah Bolter. Just 15 metres out from his defensive goal. He looks out towards half-back. Kicks looking for Jack Ross. He holds the mark. In front of Caulfield. The Bulldogs leading by 59 points. Lauren Borden on the boundary. Has Adamuze been down there all match or just come down this quarter?
Yeah, he's just come down this quarter, and Nick Lawson looks to be okay as well. So the doctors chatted to him on the bench. They haven't taken him down into the rooms, and midway through talking to the doctors, Adamuze came in to tell Lawson a little bit about his positioning. So everyone having a chat there. But Nick Lawson looks to be fine. He's on the front seat of the bench, sitting right next to Adamuze.
Lauren Borden on the boundary. The kick from Ross around the wing, looking for Jonty Fall. No mark played. But the Bulldogs do get a free kick as Riley West moves it quickly. Up to Vandermeer. Drives it inside 50. 1-on-1. Spuku Karmas the target. Can't take the mark against Miller. Getting back Noah Bolter. His hand pass is a little loose though for Trainer. Liberatore's hand pass to Fraser. Breaks the tackle. Fends off a second effort. Kicks it inside 50 and McNeil down low. Takes the mark just 35 metres out, directly in front. Jasper Alga on debut, tried to lay the tackle. Welcome to AFL footy as he was fended off by Joel Fraser.
What about Miller there? The ball was kicked over his head to Karmas, and he went back, turned his body sideways, made the spoil from the front, which, as we know these days, is hard to do without giving away a free kick. So, good defensive craft there by Miller.
2 goals against the Kangaroos. Lockie McNeil going to try and make the most of his opportunities as he comes in for his second. And the Bulldogs lead now is beyond 10 goals. 65 points, 13-7-85 to the Tigers, 2-8-20. The Bulldogs have kicked 3 goals to 1 goal 4 in this third term. They kicked 7 unanswered goals in the second quarter. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you spoke of the spoil, Berkey, but what concerns me is the space that Leighton Vandermeer had out there on that forward flank. He only kicked it in nice and long, but he could have easily just ran in and maybe had a shot himself. But well done, Fraser. I like that ability to take on the tackle, but almost hold him off with one hand and still get your kick away. It was a clever little kick into to McNeil. I think he had someone else there. Was it maybe Bontempelli?
He had a couple of options there.
Coming in.
West coming in as well. Yeah.
Joel Fraser is still only 19.
Yeah, it's going to be a big beast.
Whew, it's going to be a beast and a very, very good player. Game high lead for the Western Bulldogs. Darcy in the ruck, takes it out of there, gets a handball away to nobody. Ross sweeps on the footy for Richmond. A little bereft of ideas. Now he eventually just decides to go long. Kick to full forward. Lob goes up for it. Doesn't mark. Liberatore trying to get front and square. Can't pick it up first time. Does second. His handball back into the muck. Bontempelli gets it out to Bramble. Dribbles a kick away. McNeil mops up in the back pocket. Off to Bramble. Under pressure. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Richmond should get there first through Smith. They do. He's dispossessed. Holding the ball. And the Dogs are out. Away they go in numbers. McNeil flicks it out to Bontempelli. Through centre half forward. Kicks out into space. Perfect kick. Brilliant for West, who marks in stride, leading to the fat side pocket. And that is brilliant. Bont at his best.
Do you want to know why it's good? Richmond got a really clear centre bounce break. Kick to the Lynch, top of the goal square. It was Liberatore who got front centre from that centre bounce, handballed it to Bontempelli, 15 metres out, and then Bontempelli's the one kicking the ball inside 50. It's just work rate.
West trots in, whacks it through. Make it a new game high lead. 71 points. And a fourth multiple goal kicker for the Dogs. He's got a couple. 14-7, 91 plays 2-8-20. Still 4 minutes away from three-quarter time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you talk of work rate, Berkey. It was McNeil who got up on the outlet as a wingman. He's starting there and got right up. It's just that little dribble kick out, which allowed them then to get that overlap. But then the mids of the Bulldogs, once that tackle was made, Richards was in there as well. And then it was just a wave of them, wasn't it? Their ability, they could have shared it amongst themselves. I thought, again, that Bontempelli could have maybe broken the paint and knocked one through for himself, but perfect kick, as you called, Benny, just to the weighted side, the favoured side of Riley West, which you just can't stop that when a guy's coming inside 450.
You compared that, though, with Noel Bolter, and Bont just thought, I'll just wait for you to get open.
Yeah.
Just waited, and eventually led into space. Back in the middle. Richards gets the clearance of the Western Bulldogs. They might not be done with yet. Kicks out towards half forward. Hind goes racing after it. McIntosh after him. Hind's overran the footy. McIntosh knocks it out to Vlostone. At half back, he gets the hand pass back to McIntosh. Trying to fend off Hines. Hand pass around the boundary line. Vlostone can't gather. It's picked up by Hopper. He cuts back on his right-hand side. Chips it inboard to Nankervis. He marks on the AFL logo on the outer side. The kick up towards half forward. Campbell going back with one arm. Can't take the mark. It spills away from he and Caulfield. Sims with a hand pass forward. Mansell trying to break the tackle. Liberatore holding the ball. You don't get past Libber unless you're fully convicted. And trying to fend him off, Ryan Mansell has to pay the price.
There's Libber again doing work inside deep in his defensive 50 as a midfielder.
He kicks out wide for English. Doggies by 71. 7 goals to zip in the second term, 4 goals to 1 in the third, so that's 11 of the last 12. English turns it over. Richmond quickly inside 50 from Steely Green and marked right on the paint of 50 or just inside it there from Tom Lynch low down.
English pretty much kicked it to the man on the mark.
Yeah. And slowly.
That's why you don't pay him $1.7 million.
We've been on them today, Berkey.
Here's a stat for you. The last 11 premiers, only one of them has had an All-Australian ruck.
Yep.
Being Max Gawn.
Tom Lynch from range, outside 50. It'll barely make it to the goal square. English goes up, brings it down in front. Liberatore back feeds it to the goal line, and Kennedy clearing kick. Buku Kamas as the Buku chant goes up around the Docklands Stadium. The Doggies by 71 points, closing in on three-quarter time.
Tim English, of course, was an All-Australian back in 2023, but Max Gawn has been the dominant ruck of the generation. Karmas back inside the defensive 50. He's able to work it to O'Donnell, switches it out to Lobb, and now out wide to Harms. At right half back, the Bulldogs around the outer wing. Joel Frazier takes the mark. No one on the mark, so he can play on. He tries to cut around a couple of players who came late, racing late. Steely Green was one. He kicks it up to Kennedy. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Harms at right half forward. Around Mansell with a hand pass away to Bramble. He looks inside 50, looking for Darcy. Miller got hands to it. Riley West picks it up at ground level. Hand pass to Kennedy. Can't break the tackle from Campbell. Does drop it to his boot. It spills out to West. Hand pass to Darcy. Kicks to the goal square. Desperate defending by the Tigers, and a whistle for a hold. It's going to come back the way of Richmond at the top of the defensive goal square. That was the way of Banks.
Sorry, that was one of those occasions where you've got too many options and you don't take the first one, and then it closes down and it gets really sloppy.
Banks pokes his kick over the top off the hands there of Hopper, allows in McNeil momentarily, and he was held onto. So free kick for McNeil. Half forward flank here for the Dogs. Dogs by 71 points. McNeil comes infield. Liberatore chisels a kick back into the middle of the ground and spots up Bailey Williams, who sends it inside 50. Bramble marks, running room, runs to 40, adds another. 77 points. The Bulldogs lead extends to 15-7, 97. Plays 2-8-20. 30 seconds away from three-quarter time. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke, they've now kicked the last 4, and he can make that 12 of the last 13 in the game.
Well, Berkey, what you said you didn't want to happen, the floodgates opening with that first one 4 goals ago, it has happened. But they've had opportunities too, the Tigers. I mean, they've had some set shots. Mansell had his chance. Tom Lynch had a chance. I know it was a long shot, but they just haven't been able to capitalise a number of times. And you give away a little free kick there, their ability just to slow switch, and then Bramble still can just trot inside forward 50 and knock it through. It's a bit of a breakdown, I think, in terms of a young side learning a system.
And that's Adam Uze's thinking, if they hang on for 6 minutes, well, I can be really positive at three-quarter time. Now it's just all that bit harder.
Second goal of the season for Lockie Bramble, becomes the 10th individual goal kicker for the Bulldogs. The kick from Ralph Smith inside 50. Here's Tom Lynch. Got rid of Rory Lobb to take the mark in the right forward pocket. It might be the last kick of the third quarter.
He hasn't had his kicking boots on today. He's kicked one from a metre out, but the others haven't really looked like it.
His last one didn't look like it, did. Well outside his range. I mean, it was only just knocking it through from 50, but one from this side already, I reckon he pulled across the face.
16 goals, 14 so far for the season to Tom Lynch in game 12. It's just good to see him back. Richmond would love some reward as Tom Lynch comes in after the three-quarter time siren. That is a beautiful kick. He puts through his second, and they both came in that third quarter. And the Tigers finished with a bit of a flurry, but it was 5 goals to 2 the way of the Western Bulldogs. 15-7, 97 to the Tigers, 3-8, 26. The margin is 71 points the Western Bulldogs way at three-quarter time. While earlier it was GWS who defeated the Gold Coast Suns by 7 points, 16-10, 106 to the Suns, 15, 99. The Giants booted 8 goals to 3 in the final term, having trailed by 22 points. The goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs, 3 goals to Sam Darcy, 2 goals to Bontempelli, West and McNeil, while individual goals to Hines, Richards, Karmas, Bramble, Davidson and English. While for the Tigers, 2 goals to Tom Lynch and the other goal coming the way of Steely Green. Three-quarter time at Docklands, the final match of round 15 of the AFL. It's the Bulldogs by 71 points on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Bolter, bolting away with it, turns it over with his kick to Caulfield. Now the Dogs up the middle, loops a handball to Liberatore. He kicks into the pocket. English or Karmas. It's the former. The big ruckman trudges in, puts his laces through it, and that is perfect. Didn't look like missing.
Getting back Noel Bolter. His hand pass is a little loose though for Trainer. Liberatore's hand pass to Frazier. Breaks the tackle. Bends off a second effort. Kicks it inside 50 and McNeil down low. Lockie McNeil will try and make the most of his opportunities. He comes in for his second. And the Bulldogs lead now is beyond 10 goals.
And the Dogs are out. Away they go in numbers. McNeil flicks it out to Bontempelli. Through centre half forward. Kicks out into space. Perfect kick. Brilliant for West. West trots in, whacks it through. McNeil comes infield. Liberatore chisels a kick back into the middle of the ground and spots up Hayley Williams, who sends it inside 50. Bramble marks, running room, runs to 40. That's another.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. It's the Bulldogs who lead by 71 points, 15-7-97 to the Tigers, 3-8-26. Matt Fletcher and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke.
Well, I'd like to ask you two boys firstly whether you want to revisit your over-unders of 115. It's looking pretty dire at the moment.
For the margin.
I'll still take the unders.
Still take unders?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hopeful for that too, as a Tigers follower, the next player. But
champion.
No, just...
The Western Bulldogs' highest score so far this season was last week against the Saints, 20-12-132. So 15-7-97. I think that's right within reach of the 5 goals tonight. They beat the Bombers by 91 points. They beat Port Adelaide by 90.
Yeah, they've got to kick a lot to get over that 115.
I feel like it's a bit of work to be done, while the Tigers have had some big losses by 82 points against St Kilda, 72 points against Port Adelaide. Most of these happened in the first half of the season. And most recently, 44 points against the Sydney Swans. So hopefully we see a little bit in this final term to keep us engaged.
100%. Hopefully we do. But it was a... They fought all right, didn't they, Berkey, for the first half of that quarter. Yep. But then once that first goal went through for the Dogs, it was pretty much downhill from there. And that sort of broke their spirit a little bit. It's good for them to kick that last one. Hopefully they can carry that on to the start of this last. But if the first couple go through for the Dogs, I think it could be a long quarter.
So as it stands at the moment, Berkey, with victory for the Dogs, they'll be 4 premiership points behind, I guess, the Adelaide Crows, all the way through from 7th up to 4th. And their percentage at 133.6 at the moment is only just behind the Adelaide Crows at 135.2. So depending on how these final 9 rounds of the home and away season goes, percentage could play a part, and the Bulldogs are in a very good position there.
Yeah, it's just super handy because it looks like at the moment there's only like a game separating 4 or 5 teams. The problem with the moment with the ladder is that some teams have played 14 and some have played 12, and it's a
little hard to follow.
13. It's a bit hard to follow. So
Suns have 2 games in round 24.
Yeah, so it's that's going to be the interesting one. I think Gold Coast are going to be sitting around that sort of 5 to 9 range, and that extra game that they've got up their sleeve. Be exciting for the league if it did. If they had to be a win and you're in type of scenario, that'd be great to watch.
Did you ever play those pre-season cup games? Will they play it as a Wednesday night, do you think?
Yep.
Potentially that game between Gold Coast Suns and Essendon to make up for opening round?
I think they'll play on a Thursday and in the last round, and that extra one will probably be again on another Wednesday, Thursday before the weekend off. So so if they do get in the finals, they'll have a good 10-day break.
Is there any chance that they just feel like, results can't change here, let's not worry about it?
I don't think that's how it works. The Bulldogs by 71 points, although there might be a few who'd be happy.
And Noah Anderson misses the Brownlow by a point.
The Dogs looking to finish on a high here as the final term is underway. Nankervis wins down the tap. Bontempelli gets the clearance. Hand pass to English. Hand pass away to Matt Kennedy. Inside 50 once more. Darcy the target. Worked Noah Bolton to the front, and he was always happy to try and lean back and take the mark, Sam Darcy. He has 3 goals so far. Hasn't kicked one since the second quarter. And this is a perfect note for the Bulldogs to start the final term inside a minute.
I like what the Bulldogs did. Buku Karmas led from the square out wide, dragging his player. Norton started higher and led back towards the goal square, dragging his player, which allowed Sam Darcy to go one-on-one. If they all had hung around, gone for the football, Darcy couldn't go one-on-one.
He is proving impossible to stop Sam Darcy as he comes in and slams through his 4th. The Bulldogs with a goal inside the opening minute of the final term. Sam Darcy on return has kicked 3 goals against the Saints. He's now kicked 4 goals against the Tigers.
They've literally kicked a goal inside the opening minute every quarter, the Dogs.
Yep.
I'll tell you what pleases me the most about watching this kid play is his one grab.
Yeah.
It's not double and juggling, and they bobble around a little bit, unlike his counterpart probably beside him a couple of times. He sticks them. It's just so pleasing to watch players like that. But then, I mean, their midfielders, they're clean as well. They're one touch in there. That's what separates them from, and why they are such a good clear inside, is that they're one touch. They get on the outside, then they go forward. It's so much easier to be damaging and penetrating when you are that way.
Up to 21 goals for the season, having played just 8 games. The Bulldogs by 77 points.
Bounce in the middle, Nankervis winning the tap, but roved there by English. A high ball from him to centre half forward here for the Dogs. Wrestle on. Free kick going the way of Richmond. Banks shoots away with the footy. Kicks out wide towards the half forward flank. Bouncing ball. Fallen Williams. Williams corralling it. Out of play. Throw in half forward for Richmond.
Can I just say this, and you two don't jump out the box here?
You can.
The umpire's done really well today. Don't. They've done a really good job. I can't think of a decision that I have disagreed with.
Umpires Dalglish, Howard, Ribashini and Bales.
And that's high praise. It doesn't come very often.
A full moon.
It's probably first
Haley's
time
Comet.
in my
What's
life.
going on?
I was going to say, I've never heard that before. Check his temperature lids.
Knock me over with a feather.
Yep. No. Well, credit where credit's due. Well done. Meaning green. I don't know why you're wearing green.
That's the only concern you had. is their uniforms, and that's out of their control.
Yeah.
So close.
English
almost got it right.
Slapping it down. Trainer gathers it off hands. Just squirts a kick into the middle of the ground. Vlosten wants it badly. Kicks into the pocket. His kick good for Campbell. On his chest. Leading laterally and puts up a hand to say well done to Nick Vlosten. So 30 metres out, 45-degree angle here for Seth Campbell.
I'll give young Trainer the benefit of the doubt too that he saw Vlosten just inside the centre square now. No, wouldn't be my tactical play to square it across the centre of the ground there, Berkey, but Vlosten read it well, and it was a really well-placed kick. It gave Campbell every opportunity to be able to run into that space.
One Richmond's best first-year player last year, Seth Campbell. His drop punt here is very nice. A 4th goal of the afternoon for Richmond. In this final term, the Bulldogs by 71 points. 16-7-103, plays 4-8-32. Nearly 4 minutes into it. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Good finish there by the young fella.
Lauren Borden.
I think there's an issue with Tim English, the big Western Bulldogs ruck. He's been limping around the ground. He's finally just pulled himself off as well. So he's come to the bench. And we haven't actually seen Adam Treloar. So since he was subbed off with the calf injury, he hasn't come back on and sat on the bench from what I've been able to see.
This will be a nervous moment for Luke Beveridge as Sam Darcy's going to go into the ruck.
He has done all day, though, and he did that last week as well to get him in and around the...
But you don't want him to ruck all the last quarter, are you? They might have to use Buku Karmas a bit.
They don't jump anyway.
Yeah, I think he's... Yeah.
Look, they'll both run in and couple each other, and the tallest one will hit it out.
See how Toby Nankervis goes here as Darcy does win down the tap. Got it to Richards. Hand pass along the deck. Got it to Bontempelli. He turns and kicks the Bulldogs inside 50. Norton with a shove. Boston getting back. Spoils it towards the teeth of goal. Comes with the volley. It's across the face and into the right behind post. Almost the miraculous from the left forward pocket from Buku. Didn't quite have enough control over the left boot.
Is it a little weird that Treloar's not sitting on the bench?
Yeah, he might have just had a shower and he's still making his way.
Yeah. Not a good. It's not a good sign. It's not a positive sign. You can read into it what you want, but
maybe a little disconsolate. Miller, the high kick up towards the wing. Fall goes up and grabs it.
Well done.
Nice pluck there from Jonty Fall.
He's got a good kick on in this fella too. He's hit a couple of long short, that makes sense. Long passes that have been, except where he kicks it to Bontempelli. Just don't do that.
Bontempelli pulling out the party tricks, threw his hands onto the bonce, and then clunked it. Second time around, he's got it on the back flank for the Dogs.
Possession number 28 also has a couple of goals. Kicks in the middle of the ground, looking for Kennedy. Nathan Broad had a lot of it and has paid the mark in front position. The Bulldogs by 71 points, 16-7-103. To the Tigers 4-8-32. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Brett Delidio, the two-time All-Australian, and Nathan Burke, the Kilda champion, part of the Australian Football Hall of Fame. As Miller kicks it back to Vlostone. He marks centre wing. Pulls his kick looking for McIntosh. He telegraphed it though. And Richards comes in from the side. Scores out of play. Zed Richards in the All-Australian side, Brett Delidio.
Oh.
It's always tough in the midfield.
It is tough. How could you argue against it in terms of his rating and what he actually what he offers? It'll only be a name that gets above him.
Is he in front of Marcus Bontempelli?
Yeah.
On the stoppage, spills down the way of Taranto tries to fire a hand pass looking for McIntosh. His tackle was over the shoulder of Richards. He'll take it left half forward on cue for the Bulldogs.
Bont missed the first 6, remember?
Yeah. Only playing his 9th game of the year today, Bont. As Richards, the man we speak of, goes back to Bailey Williams. Switches from the right back pocket to the left back pocket and lob. Looks out to the city wing. Over shoots Davidson, who was really busy early in this game. He's gone a little more quiet. Gives it to Liberatore. Right foot kick. Infield for Bramble.
Well, they're lining up through the middle.
Yeah, Bramble picks one of them in Bailey Dale, who gives it to Richards. Run down. Great chase from Fall.
Is it Fall?
Yep, Jonty Fall caught him in the middle of the ground. Richmond in possession. Short kick to Taranto. Taranto turns inside 50. Mansell 48 out. Pokes it to McIntosh. 25 out. Tight angle in the pocket.
They're hard to read those numbers on the back of the Tigers jumpers, aren't they?
Yeah.
From distance.
Like the old days when they had the big white square on the back. Big plastic square in the black numbers.
And Hawthorn had that for a long time. Are Hawthorn still rolling with the white patch? I think they are at different times.
It's probably not a big plastic one like it used to be.
Oh, probably was a plastic patch, was it? As McIntosh
finally gets
it through. Screws it around the corner and through the major opening back to 65 points. 16-7, 103, plays 5-8-38. 8 minutes travelled, 4th term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It well done by Fall through the middle. Ed Richards, I don't think he's been run down from behind many times in his career, but again, he probably had too many options up forward, and while he was perusing which one to kick it to, Fall chased him and ran him down. So good reward for effort there from the Tigers, and importantly, I don't know whether they made the best decisions going forward. There's a couple of guys in the corridor, but they got it forward into goal-scoring position, so good finish.
Yeah, the young debutant Alga was there just pleading for it. Just look inside, boys. Give me a sniff. But Ed Richards looked around. He's like, where the hell did he come from? He thought he was just going to mosey on through the centre corridor and lace one out.
So 4 shots on goal from Camden McIntosh. Finally has one to put in the record. The Bulldogs by 65 points. Back-to-back goals for the Tigers for the first time in the match. Back in the middle of the ground, Sam Darcy doing the ruck work with English off the ground. Tries to knock it forward, but only as far as Banks. Hand pass to the Tigers to Trainer. Slick hand pass to Prestia. Can't get it to Vlostone. Aaron Norton tries to slide in. Can't pick it up on the 3rd attempt and then gets Nick Vlostone high. A tackle around the chops and he'll take the free kick at centre-half back.
Have you seen his day, Berkey? Aaron Norton.
Yeah, not great. That was poor.
4 disposals.
Fumbles the ball below his knees twice and then gives away a free kick in probably frustration.
Only 1 kick as well and no score.
Lawson's kick to McIntosh on the wing. Works it up to half forward.
Not good's probably being kind.
Yeah, Ryan Mansell marks. He looks inside 50. Ralph Smith and Lynch in the pack. Lynch gets fingertips to it, can't take the mark. Lobb has it, tackled immediately by Ralph Smith. Tries to get a hand pass out to Davidson. He volleys it out of defence. Up towards the wing where Broad runs onto it against Vandermeer. He gives him a little shove as he kicks inside 50. Jonty Fall reaches up, taps it towards the boundary line. And it goes out of play.
Vandermeer's another one. He's had the 10 possessions, but really hasn't had a big day. Hines has only had the 7. Not a big day. Karmas came on late. Dolan just the 7.
Was that one, Ben?
That's what Aaron Norton said.
Yeah. Umpired to spin it in and a free kick picked out in amongst all of this. It'll go the way of Tom Lynch.
Was it a push on from Darcy? Was it? Is that what that was for in there?
I think so. He was saying a shepherding.
Right. It's tossing a coin every now and again, isn't it, sometimes?
I like Minnie McWalter's suggestion of just let the rucks do whatever they want in the ruck. You can just throw each other around. You can't punch them in the head, but just grab them, throw them, spin them around.
Put them in the cage.
Oh, yeah. You punch in the head, not too bad.
Here comes Lynch for goal number 3. He's got it. Some late fight from Tigers, or from the Tigers, is what I'm trying to get out. And the lead is back to 59 points for the Western Bulldogs. 16-7, 103, plays 6-8-44. 11 played, 4th term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was, not sure about that. Oh, I think it was because he ran into Fraser. Fraser got in and impeded him, potentially.
Right, yep.
Yeah, he was in the zone, which didn't give Lynch a fair chance to have a crack at it. So, understand it. Continue on their merry way, the umpires, in terms of their good job today, Berkey.
I was going to downgrade them slightly, but I'll give them a slack there. Yeah, I think Darcy pushed Lynch into Fraser.
Yeah, makes it 3 for Lynch and 3 in a row for Richmond.
Yep, 3-1.
Yeah, good
away the Tigers in this final term.
Got to hang on here though. Can't let it blow out again.
Good news is Tim English is back on the ground. He's competing against Sims here in the ruck. It spills down the way of Tim Taranto, who bumbles a kick inside 50, leading out Bailey Williams in front of Jonty Fall. And off hands, it's picked up by Bailey Dale for the Bulldogs. Through the middle of the ground, finds Hines. Hand pass away to Riley West. Kicks up for Norton on a long lead. On the bounce he gathers, trying to cut away from Miller. Hand pass to Bontempelli, who doesn't break stride, and the Bont doesn't miss. A third for Marcus Bontempelli. You cannot stop the Bont. And the Bulldogs will need him in their run towards September. A 65-point margin once more. 17-7, 109 to the Tigers, 6-8-44. Marcus Bontempelli with his third.
I said before the game that Bontempelli has been good lately, and they need him to return back to being great. Well, he's done it. It's 30-odd possessions and 3 goals. And in a 4-quarter effort, every single quarter, he has been outstanding. It's just his work rate as well as his skill. Like, that was just great skill. But his work rate to get down there, get that handball received from starting at centre-half back is just enormous.
Quite incredible. Game 250 for Marcus Bontempelli next time out. Not yet 30.
Yeah, I don't know why they're going to give him a 4-year deal. You don't get that usually at 29, 30, do you?
No.
Bounce back in the middle. English slapping it down. Hop up. Gathers for Richmond. Just bumped as he kicks a high ball to half forward, and Bramble marks. Releases Bailey Dale, who flicks a handball onto Davidson. Down the city wing go the Western Bulldogs. Tapped on by Vandermeer to Karmas. Gives it back to Vandermeer. Kicks to the pocket. Just wide of Norton.
That's his day.
He's had that kind of day, hasn't he?
Yep.
Out of bounds on the full it goes. He was out in the clear. So Richmond back with it. The Dogs by 65 points, nearly 14 played in the fourth.
And Darcy gave him a bit of a, hey, what about me? 'Cause he was completely free in the corridor as well, and he was missed. So he's learning to know what good full forwards do. If you don't get the ball kicked to you, give the player a spray.
What do we call the old what about me?
Shadow Knowles.
It's got to that stage of the match as Noel Bolter kicks the Tigers up the wing. No mark claimed as McIntosh wrestles at ground level. Liberatore on the very bottom of the pack. The umpire will ball it up with the Bulldogs leading by 65 points. A date with the Sydney Swans next Friday night, which all of a sudden looks a little bit more intriguing than what it might have been a few weeks ago. And the Tigers off to the MCG on Sunday to take on the Adelaide Crows. Umpire throws it up once more. A second stoppage below our commentary position. English wins down the tap. West tries to fend off the tackle. In the end, he somehow squeezed a kick forward. A bouncing ball looking for Karmas. Nathan Broad slides in front, gathers for Richmond. Hand pass to Vlosten. Hand pass over the top to Tom Brown at left half back. Kicks around the boundary line and Sims takes the mark.
Sims just skips back off it. Nothing he likes immediately. Dogs by 65. Sims kicking around the dockside wing. Big pack forms, going up 4 through his hands it goes. Out the back, gathered there by Alga. Gives it off to Lynch, half forward flank. Waits a kick beautifully for Ross. 45 metres out, 30-degree angle to the left. Ross will go back and kick for goal.
Nice little step there from Tommy Lynch. The ability to shake off the Bramble tackle. It's fair to say the sting's gone out of the game, though. I mean, they're not as ferocious as it once was, Berkey. But it's still a nice kick nonetheless from the young fella Algo to give off that handball, get involved. Is he up to now? Means he had just the 2 handballs so far.
Not a noted goal kicker, Jack Ross, just 3 on the season. His drop punt here is pure. Add another to his tally. And it's back beneath 10 goals, 59 points the Western Bulldogs lead, 17-7, 109, plays 7-8-50. And Richmond haven't let it get really ugly in the fourth. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, you wonder whether the win the last quarter might have been just a goal that Adamuzze set, and they're looking like doing that at the moment. And as we said, a developing team, a young team, we're never really going to win this game. So it's about either win or learn. So there's a lot of things they can learn out of today, and if they can get a couple of wins, like win a quarter here, quarter there against better teams, well, that gives them something to hang their hat on.
I'll never forget three-quarter time we were up that sort of number with Dimmer. He would be going bananas that we need to keep foot on the throat. It's like Australia, like we're down by 6.
Yep.
Yeah. Because he just was like, don't you dare let up, because that's what goes into the next week.
It's interesting, the psyche that Richmond had kicked 3 goals to three-quarter time. They now kicked 4 goals to 2 in the final term. Back in the middle of the ground. Spills out the way of Davidson, who gets a hand pass forward to English, around the back to Kennedy. Hand pass was just chopped off by McIntosh. Kennedy races after it. Hand pass to Dale. Non-officiating umpire says a free kick.
Pushing the back, was it? Yeah.
So
McIntosh on Kennedy.
It's going to come back to Kennedy. So not a downfield free kick, and Matt Kennedy at right half forward. Karmas offers a lead. That's ignored. He tries to get off the outside of the boot. He's completely mistimed that. Broad takes the deceptive mark. He was looking for Sam Darcy. Chips it over the top to Ross at left half back for the Tigers. Barely 15 to Hopper, so call to play on. McNeil runs at him. Bumped as he got his kick up the wing. Taranto's hand pass to Ross. Cuts around Dale and Fraser. Hand pass over his shoulder looking for Taranto. Down low. Gets the hand pass to Ross. Too slow. Bramble laced the tackle holding the ball. And the Bulldogs won't take the advantage.
Dogs by 59 points. Adam Treloar has come back up to the bench and sitting at the back of it now, so seemingly just showering down and maybe gathering himself, and now in the civvies at the back of the bench as Bramble retreats all the way back to Lobb, who goes to James Harms. He'll poke it out wide. Half-back flank and accepted out there by Caulfield. First game of the year for Nick Caulfield, back in the team on the back of strong VFL performances. He sets up a high ball up to the logo. Norton launching, lob there too off the hands. Davidson can't run it in. Dogs by 59, 9 minutes away from full time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport, around 15 from the Docklands.
Just a bit of news coming from the match review officer. A $10,000 fine for George Hewitt for making contact with Tristan Sherry.
Rather miss.
Can be reduced to $6,000 with an early plea. Those fines are getting hefty, Lids.
Honestly. What's it going to? Ray Chamberlain told us it's not the footy trip for the arms.
It's a good question. Matt Kennedy kicks inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Darcy caught behind. Makes the spoiler, goes out of play in front of Tom Brown. And Buko Karmas for a boundary throw in.
I actually think it does go to a good cause from memory.
So Hewitt made contact with Tristan Sherry in the third quarter. The match review officer deeming it as intentional, low impact and a body contact. So no suspension, but a hefty fine, $6,000.
Must have some saved up.
Yeah, he must have had a couple priors.
From the throw-in, Dion Prestia's hand pass to McIntosh, tackled by Davidson. He was out of play, and the umpire says throw it in.
I'm pretty sure the money goes to the concussion research.
Right.
Yep.
I think it does, from
That's
memory.
a good call.
Yeah.
Who was the coach? Was Chris Scott who said I'd like to audit that?
Yeah.
Pretty sure he was the one who famously gave the AFL a little backhander.
Umpire throws it in. English jumps all over the top of Nankervis, and he'll get a free kick.
He was being audited himself, Chris Scott, by the AFL for full context.
So the mark set right on the digits of 50. And English going back as if he likes his chances. Tim English now elects to set it up into the pocket in the Darcy direction. Norton to Norton. Finally. He's had a dirty day, but he's got it in the pocket. Slight angle for the left footer in the left forward pocket.
The only bloke who's probably had a dirty day is Noah Bolter. So and he got rid of him there with ease. Just bumped him off the footy. Bit of an nondescript kicked in, wasn't it? I thought if you're going to go anywhere, go towards Darcy. But Norton was the one.
Got a serious question about Bolter in a moment. Norton on his left boot. Finally has one today. Better late than never. 18-7, 115, plays 7-8-50. Doggies back up by 65 points. We're into time on in the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Do you think it's impacting Noah Bolter, the in-out with the...
no doubt. No continuity. Yeah, it makes it very hard. Yeah, 100%. I don't think that comes into it, though, when you're just giving your opponent 30 metres of leg rope. I think you can still probably stay a little bit closer, Burke.
Yeah, do the simple things well.
Yep.
Like even there, it was just Norton who made contact first. And that's
he's not even near him here though. Like he hasn't got a body on him. He's just trying to out-read him and out-athlete him.
His eyes were never left the ball. and then wasn't suspecting that Norton was going to give him a little bit of a bump, and just marking the end.
Bulldogs by 65 points, 4 goals to 3 in the final term the way of the Tigers as English wins down the tap, does the roving, hand pass to Liberatore, feeds a hand pass back to Harms, gets a hand pass to Richards, and now Bontempelli streaming down the wing, kicks long looking for Norton in a tangle with Miller, it spills to the front, where are the Crummers? Karmas is back onto it, he gets a hand pass away to Kennedy, gives it to Aaron Norton outside of the boots, misses to the right hand side. 66 point lead the way of the Bulldogs. Do you reckon Aaron Norton is in a bit of danger that we should be picking Buku Karmas to start up forward rather than Aaron Norton off the back of his... He had 1 goal and 5 disposals.
Biggest issue is he's on a big money long-term deal.
On the back of what I've said today, Buku Karmas has not put a foot wrong. Every time he's gone near the footy, he's done the right thing, and he's looked really clean.
Dogs win it back from a contest on the wing. Bontempelli to Darcy. Scraping the roof with his fingernails as he reaches up to mark.
So how good was Bontempelli there as well? Just extracts that ball from inside the contest and then out. And just has so much time.
I think we'll give him 3 votes and 2, and we'll decide who gets the 1.
Darcy knocks this through. What's that? This will be 4th?
That'll be 5.
That'll be 5.
Oh, 5. Well, you can have 1.
Here comes Sam Darcy. Directly in front, 20 out. He's got a handful. And that's exactly what he's going to be for a long time. 72 points the Bulldogs lead. 19-8, 122, plays 7-8-50. 23 minutes into the 4th term.
Well, he didn't even have to jump then. He just stood there and stuck those big long arms up in the air. Bontempelli put it to exactly the right spot. And there's a mark, 15 metres out.
It's like those giants in underage basketball where they just stand there with their hands in front of the basket and you try and pass them the ball and there's nothing the kids can do. This is in professional sport though. So he just towers over Ben Miller and takes the mark.
It is unfair, isn't it? Bordering on unfair, but going to play to your strengths.
So a couple of quick goals for the Bulldogs and it's now 4 goals apiece so far in this final term, back to 72 points. In the middle of the ground, English wins down the tap and does the roving. Hand pass to Davidson, cuts around McIntosh, kicks looking for Fraser at half forward. Campbell slipped over, he streams inside 50, steadies, misses to the right-hand side. 19 goals, 9, 123. The Bulldogs, the Tigers 7-8-50 in front of 38,280 fans.
It's just been the end of the quarters that has killed the Tigers pretty much all day long. It's just that, and that's that inexperience.
Yep.
Can we keep it up? Can we keep the pressure up for the whole 25 minutes? And they get to the 20-minute mark and the fatigue sets in.
Tom Brown with the kick in, up towards the wing. There's a push free kick. It'll go to Mansell. Richmond on their back flank. Ryan Mansell stabs it short to Taranto. Another 15. Play on, says umpire Jeff Dalgleish. As Taranto swings a handball back to Bolter. His kick just finds Caleb Smith. It moves it out wide to the city side of the ground, gathered there by McIntosh. And he goes back to Miller. Stabs it for Richmond up to half forward. Ross. Still 60 metres from home. Gives off the handball to a teammate running by him, Banks. He looks into the pocket, looking for Nankervis. English in front of him. Ball hits the deck. Steely Green goes and wins it. Off to McIntosh. Centering ball. Can he find a target? Richards comes in. Prestia gathers it off his hands. Off to Taranto. Off to Hopper. Hopper swings it on goal. Right to the line. It's there. All clear, says the umpire. An 8th goal of the afternoon for Richmond. Bring it back to 67 points in your record. 19-9, 123, plays 8-8-56. 5 minutes away from the final siren. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, as you see, another little fast spinner there from Jacob Hopper. That was about his limit, I reckon, 35-40. There was some good shepherding work there from Tommy Lynch on the goal line. Ed Richards probably had a play on that footy as it got centred in. Just didn't quite swallow it up. Down Prestia, right place. Timmy Taranto kept showing up all day today. And then Hops capitalised on that with a little jam tin that just made the journey.
So the Tigers, who had just 3 goals to three-quarter time, have managed to open the floodgates in the final term and have booted 5 goals to 4 Back in the middle of the ground. English wins down the tap against Nankervis. The foot race is on. Hopper tries to knock it out. Vlosten caught behind against Hines. Richards tries to cut back past Vlostone. He's tackled. Hand pass out to Fraser. He darts around Nick Vlostone and cuts back on his right. Looks to keep the Bulldogs inside 50. English has gone forward and he reaches over the top of a Hugo Ralph Smith attempt to try and spoil. And simply too big, too tall, running back in flight. There was no stopping Tim English.
Nankervis had thought, well, this ball's going to go to Darcy and Norton. He'd run back in front of them, leaving Tim English by himself 40 metres out. So that's the other thing that having good key forwards does. It attracts people, and if you're smart with your inside 50s, you can find those loose ones.
We had 3 goals against Port Adelaide, Tim English. This is the type of dominant ruckman he can be against Toby Nankervis to kick his second. He comes in from 45 metres out, a pump of the fist. And the Bulldogs have another one. 20 goals for the match, 29-1-29 against Richmond, 8-8-56. So previously kicked 20 goals, 12-132 against St Kilda. That was their highest score of the season. Still 4 minutes on the clock, Lids. 73 points to lead the way of the Western Bulldogs.
I think a couple more might be coming, but tell you what, if there's a midfield that you'd want to choose to go and play in at the moment, Berkey, I reckon it's this one.
Yep.
If you couldn't get a kick, you'd probably give up. We've got Bontempelli 31, Liberatore 26, Richards 25, Kennedy 25. Who else is running through? English, the Ruckmans had 22.
They're all a bit different too, aren't they? So there's a great mix in there.
Yeah, it's like batting on a flat deck. And
Yeah, Hopper, Taranto, these guys, they're not chump change either. You know, they're seasoned professional good midfielders, and they've had their colours lowered.
Restart, Nankervis knocking it forward, out after it. Prestia doesn't get there. Fraser soccers it towards the wing. In comes McNeil. Nankervis,
he's angry,
professionally clumsy.
Yeah,
clatters into him with the knee.
He's had enough, the big fella.
That's 110 kilograms running full power, cleaning you up.
McNeil's a little sore, and they wrestle afterwards. The doggies in to fly the flag as McNeil retreats with the kick away to Bailey Williams, who's next to a trainer at the moment. Williams moves it to Lobb, who goes to the wing. Davidson poking it on. Cooper Hines.
I think Davidson, I don't think we've seen him on this side of the ground much today. It's almost like the Doug Hawkins wing. You've got the Davidson win on the outer side there, and he's done extremely well.
Hines sets it up. Inside 50. Darcy again. Oh, doesn't mark this time. Tried to take the chest mark. As Corbin Middlemass would say, had the watermelon seeds all over him. Ball up coming left forward pocket here for the Western Bulldogs, out by 73 points. It's going to be a big win.
Nankervis wins down the tap. Bontempelli races after it. Hand pass to Davidson. Around Taranto, and Ross gives it back to the Bont. Back to Davidson at left half forward. Inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Karmas caught at the back. English the Crummer. Tries to get the hand pass to Norton. He kicks it straight up in the air. It's tried to knock forward in the end by Darcy. Fails to make contact. Ralph Smith for the Tigers. Hand pass to Prestia. Gets it out to McIntosh. Banks' kick is not a good one. And Harms takes it back at half forward for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bontempelli inside 50. Miller makes the spoil. Straight to Hines, who runs onto it. He puts through his second. Great crumbing.
Yeah, that's clean.
From the first-year Bulldog, their top pick in 2024, pick 20. Playing in just his 5th game of AFL footy. He's able to put through his 3rd goal of his career. The Bulldogs with another goal. That's 6 goals to 5 in the final term. 21-9, 135, their highest score for the season. The Tigers 8-8-56.
Well, that was a Bontempelli kicks the ball to 15 metres out. I don't know which Richmond player was. Came in with a great big thump.
Miller.
And it was just a ball went straight to his knees, to Hines' knees. One grab.
Reaction.
And then, sharp. And then within a step, gets the ball correctly across his boot to snap a goal. So you won't see a better front and centre crumb than that one.
Now they've booted 6 goals to Richmond's 5 in this final term. Also a new game high lead of 79 points. Bad bounce in the middle. Umpire tosses it aloft this time. Nankervis with the tap. Taranto slaps it out to Prestia, gives it to Hopper, gives it back to Taranto. Floats a kick to half forward, and Harms is there. Marks it centre half back for the Dogs. Kicks out wide for Davidson. On that Davidson wing you were speaking about, Berkey. Lifts it over the top to Richards, who goes short to West. Over the halfway line now, the Dogs. Gives it back to the run of Richards. Richards looks inside 50. Hines from the back. Karmas in front. Spills for Bontempelli. Fend off. Snap. Out on the 4. Felt like back in the day when I used to call with King Carey. It's long, it's high, it's a behind. Not to be for the Bont.
First time he's actually probably said, you know what, Buggy is, I'm going to have a shot here.
Yep. As Ralph Smith brings Richmond back into play, up against the right behind post, short to Dion Prestia. The Tigers with Adelaide, Geelong and Essendon in the next 3 weeks to come. It's a good test against Adelaide at the MCG. The Tigers work it through the defensive 50. Noel Bolter kicks a long ball up towards the wing. In the direction of Jonty Fall, can't take the mark against Bailey Williams. English got down low, he's tackled by Fall, and the umpire says he was taken high. A free kick at left half back going the way of Tim English. There's a couple of injured Dogs down on the bench. James O'Donnell hasn't featured much in the last few minutes, and Lockie McNeil. So just the couple of fit players on the bench as the Bulldogs through Rory Lobb at half back. Sends it up towards Matt Kennedy. Can't take the mark as Banks spoils from behind, and Ralph Smith tangles with Dolan. And the ball goes out of play. Bulldogs by 79 points. Date with the Sydney Swans at the SCG next week for the Bulldogs ahead of North Melbourne and Adelaide in the weeks to come.
That's the thing, they need to take a scalp that's not vying for the 8, is entrenched in the 8. That's the next thing for the Bulldogs.
We'll get them to 8-6 on the season. Their percentage will also improve to a very impressive 133.4. So they'll go into the 8 and Gold Coast will go out of it, albeit game in hand for the Gold Coast Suns. Bailey Williams on the wing, sets up a high ball. West with a run and jump, and slightly ambitious. Maybe more than slightly. Free kick going to Caleb Smith.
Dennis Cometti. That's ambitious.
We've got to that stage, folks.
Cheerio to Den out West. There's Caleb Smith. Kicks to a contest on the wing. Off the hands of the pack. It comes down for Bailey Williams. Gives it off to Dolan, who swings a handball, and Hopper tackles, but it's Mansell rather, and fringing there on West. So Riley West with the free kick, and just saying I'm going to kick it long. And having an argument there with Rory Lobb about where he should kick it.
There's the kick up towards half forward. Bontempelli goes for a ride. He got up early on Nick Flostone and gave away an easy free kick.
2 of the worst specky attempts I think I've seen for quite some time.
Yep.
It's like me trying to take one.
That would be something. Floston goes short. Jacob Hopper takes the mark. Time is starting to run out. There's Hopper up towards half forward in the direction of Ross. Nudged underneath it by Bailey Williams. And the siren sounds. Back-to-back big wins for the Doggies. By 79 points over the Tigers at Docklands. After winning by over 70 points against the Saints the previous week. At one stage they look at danger of not featuring in the 8. They're trying to be a danger. Now they're inside.
And Bulldogs roar, we give our very best. But you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
So a combined 151-point margin. 72-point win over the Saints last week. 79 over the Tigers, as this is what the Bulldogs do. They win big against the sides in the bottom third of the ladder. 21-9, 135 to the Tigers, 8-56. Richmond, who had just 3 goals to three-quarter time, were able to boot 5 goals to the Bulldogs, 6 in the final term, in front of 38,280 fans. The Bulldogs move inside the AFL's top 8.
Sons of the West, red, white and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty
moved to 8 wins and 6 losses. Sam Darcy in his second game back booted 5 goals after 3 goals last week against St Kilda. Marcus Bontempelli booted 3, while 2 goals to Hines, West, McNeil and English. Individual goal kickers to Richards, Karmas, Bramble, Norton and Davidson. So 11 individual goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs, while for the Tigers 3 goals to Tom Lynch. He booted all of them in the second half. Individual goals to Hopper, Ross and McIntosh alongside Campbell and Steely Green. The Bulldogs winners by 79 points in round 15 of the AFL. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke with you.
Well, Berkey, if I was turning up here today, it's probably around the result I was expecting. You know, that the Dogs look sharp. Other than that Hawthorn game a couple of weeks ago, they sharpened up against the Saints last week, and then they're today against an inexperienced young developing side in the Tigers. It had to be an all-out effort in terms of defence, tackle and pressure from the Tigers, like they showed probably in round 1. But the Dogs are a class above, aren't they? Their ability to get the ball from inside to out and then finish with their depth in their midfield, their weapons they've got up front. And, you know, I think, you know, the injuries aside with Treloar and O'Donnell not finishing the game out, I think they'd be pretty happy with how they've finished that game off.
Yeah, they did everything that they needed to do. You look at their scores, we mentioned before the game, scores from stoppages, slightly under their average of 51 points. They got 46, 7 goals, 4 direct from stoppages. They kicked 3 goals, 2 straight from the centre bounce. But it was really the turnovers against an inexperienced Richmond. They kicked 14 goals, 5, so 89 points directly from turnovers. And that's one thing that Western Bulldogs are really, really good at. They've got their 3 midfielders in, but they've got about 6 other blokes who play like midfielders who are around that, on the outside of that contest, like Dale and Williams and all those guys who just stream forward like midfielders do. So they hurt you. If you can't hang on to the ball and protect the ball, the Bulldogs will hurt you every single time.
Yep. They were very impressive today. Their ability. I think Norton probably could add into that with the injuries. I know I kicked a goal late, but geez, you'd love him to be firing a little bit more in terms of being that extra forward source for them, their goal kicking source. But they've got that many weapons everywhere else that they can kind of hope that he works his way into that form. I think Berkey, but overall, very consistent performance there. They're going really well. I mean, the positives for the Tigers today. You saw another game into some young players. Not a lot to really take out of it. Clinchy, I don't think they were well beaten through the midfield. Their back line looked under siege. Nick Vlossen probably a shining light down there with 28 disposals, but other than that, there were few and far between in terms of winners for the Tigers today.
They fought it out in the final term. It's probably the one positive Adamuse can take out of this match, but off the bye they were below their best, and for the Bulldogs it's a 5th win by over 70 points. So this is what they do, the Dogs. They win by big margins against the sides who are outside the top 8.
Yep.
And the challenge, can they then apply that game style, that system to beat the better sides? And that's the challenge that Luke Beveridge will have, is that he won't get that test for a couple of weeks.
And their biggest losing margin is against the Hawks a couple of weeks ago, was it? I'm pretty sure. Other than that, they hadn't lost by more than 22 points, but then they absolutely smoked the sides that are underneath them. So, well, you're right. They won't get that test, but you're hoping that point in time. Go, Benny.
So just on their losses, 22 points to Hawthorn, 14 points to Geelong, 10 points to the Gold Coast Suns, 21 to Brisbane, and then 16 Freo, 6 Collingwood. So they have tended to lose to the better sides and beat those below them. So maybe that suggests they're very much
where they're at,
6, 7, 8 team, maybe 9.
Yeah, I think now is the time where you get on a bit of a roll. And I think they're capable
and get confident
doing that. Yeah.
So do you want to give me some yes or no's, Berkey? They've got the Sydney Swans at the SCG. That's on Friday night.
Yep.
Win. North Melbourne at Docklands on a Thursday night.
Yep.
Adelaide Crows at Docklands on a Saturday.
I think they'll win that.
Yeah, Crow at Docklands, yes.
Brisbane Lions at the Gabba on a Friday night.
Great game.
That's the one.
They've got to win that. I think. Or even the Crows game's a good game to really bank one.
Then they have the Bombers at Docklands on a Friday night.
Win.
The Giants at Docklands on a Thursday night.
That's a good game to watch.
Melbourne, the West Coast Eagles, and Fremantle to close out proceedings.
So that Freo game could be the one that You'd hope that they've won enough games by then, but I think that these season will be nearly shot by then. So you'd put them down for that one. The Eagles, you put them down for that one.
Because they don't lack for anything. You've got your key forwards, you've got your gun midfielders. We're logged down there now, and O'Donnell, but they've got some key defenders in reserve with Liam Jones and some others. So there's no holes. So now it's just about playing good football. If they play good football to their capability, well, on their day, I think they can beat anyone.
So that could give them 7 of their next 9, even if you scratch the Brisbane Lions as a loss and the Adelaide Crows potentially as a loss. So that would get them to, 15 wins.
15 wins.
So they'd well and truly be...
Well, you're knocking top 4 by then, aren't you, with 15?
In between sort of 5th to 8th, aren't they?
Yeah. I think that's where they belong, essentially, with how they've performed against the better sides. But then they've shown that they can come in and go reasonably well if they get a run at it.
So the Bulldogs winners by 79 points as they make their way into the change rooms. Lauren Borden is there to meet them.
They have. They've just slowly filed in, slowly but surely made their way into a circle and getting ready to sing the song straight away.
Bulldogs through and through, we'll see. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs wrong. Give a very rest. Scram your voice and Bulldog breathe the team of the mighty rest.
So there you go, a bit of a routine singing the song after a 79-point win, but they've got that win on the board. We'll be chatting to Sam Davidson in just a moment. It's absolutely packed in the rooms. It's a big U-shape of family and friends that are all around. So there's plenty of people here to celebrate the big win tonight.
Thanks to Lauren Borden. Yes, the Bulldogs might be forecasting as well. If that song is any indication, they're thinking on to next week and other opportunities.
Yep.
A clinical 79-point win over the Tigers, 21-9. 135 to the Tigers, 8-8-56, in which Sam Darcy booted 5 goals. So he's up to 8 goals on his return. Marcus Bontempelli booted 3 and looked every bit like one of the best players in the competition with his 36 disposals, 7 clearances and 2 goals, not to mention his 12 score involvements.
Oh, he was everywhere. He started the game well, didn't he? Kicked one of their first goals of the game and then really didn't let up from there. I think ultimately, if I was Uze, I would have been putting Camden McIntosh to him, but I think you've got to back in your midfield to try and nullify his influence, but there's just so many weapons they bat so deep. It's very hard to do.
And the thing with Darcy, so Darcy's kicked 5.
Yep.
But I reckon it was an easy 5. He wasn't in a lot of contests.
Yep.
Like, that's his aim now, playing. I reckon he should get to, or they should kick the ball to him twice as much as what they have. So he's kicked 5 from really minimal kicks to him.
The Bulldogs winners by 79 points. Back to their change rooms with Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm down here with Sam Davidson. Sam, a big win, 79 points. It's the 5th win, more than 70 points that you've had throughout this season. It's a big win. And what do you think seeing that Luke Beveridge will be most pleased about, though? Not just the scoreboard, but what else?
I think it's just about the 4-quarter effort that we put in. I mean, we come in with high expectations of how the Tigers are going to play. They might be sitting low on the ladder, but we know that they've beaten some quality opposition and they've taken it up to quite a few other teams. So we're just really pleased with how we saw out the game. And,
It must be nice to have Sam Darcy back there. He's kicked 8 goals across the last couple of weeks. You've had some small forwards pitching in today. Your captain with 3. It looks like it's functioning nicely down in that forward line today.
Yeah, the forward line's been working well, especially today, and it's been pretty cool seeing the big man go back to work. His best is pretty hard to stop. There's not many in the competition who can do that. And then the rest of the smalls, I think Westy kicked a few. Coop in, his first handful of games, he kicked. I think he kicked 2 as well. So it's really pleasing to see those people get on the board. And then Bont kicked 3 as well. But you sort of expect nothing less from him, do you?
No, he certainly looked like he was back today in some of his best form. Just on Adam Treloar, obviously he got subbed off with calf tightness. Probably the whole time you've been at the club, you've seen him in and out of the side with that calf and doing his rehab. Have you had a chance to chat to him, or it must be just a shame to see him go down again with the same injury?
Yeah, it's really sad to see him go down with a similar injury. Obviously, even though he hasn't been playing, he's been a really big help at the club, especially for me. He's been first year, obviously, and he's just been really good to help educate me on the game and just lend a helping hand when I need and when I'm down. So I've got I must give a lot of credit to Adam for how I play my game, and it's as you said, it's a bit sad to see him go down again, but let's hope it's only something minor.
Sam, I'll send you upstairs for some more questions from Nathan Burke and Brett Delidio.
Sam, Nathan Burke here, mate. Congratulations, well done. Now, did my eyes deceive me, or did you play the majority of the game on that outer wing?
Nah, you'd be right. And I'm probably pretty easy to spot with the blonde hair. So you're not wrong. But yeah, I think the first and last quarter I didn't go off, and then second and third at little spells on the bench. But yeah, mostly patrolling that outer wing up and down.
Yep. Okay. So was that by design, or did you play on that outer wing?
No, not really. I think that's just how the game unfolded. I was always going to play the full first quarter, and then unfortunately we had Adzi go down, and brought on Books. That's another tall, and then James O'Donnell sat out the last quarter, and Bev just asked me if I was all right to play the full last quarter. So it's not really by design, but it's just sort of how the game unfolded, and I'm happy to play as much game time as possible, so suits me.
Yeah, playing on the wing for a whole quarter, so you said that first quarter, how do you manage that? Do you sort of say, okay, I'm just going to play between the arcs, not get back inside 50, not get too far forward, or do you just let the game unfold?
No, I think I've got to get back in the arc, so I think I'd be dropped from the team if I wasn't getting back and supporting our backs and forwards. So I've just got to play it like I've got rest coming up. I can't sort of, go easy and try and bank my tickets for the last quarter. You've just got to try and back that you've done the work in the pre-season to make sure that you've got the energy and the endurance left to run out the game.
Sammy, Brett Lidio here. Well done today, mate. And your form throughout the year, I think you've been a really solid contributor for your side. A guy that's just come back into the team and obviously had a number of injury concerns is Nick Caulfield. I think he makes your back six a better side. Must be pleased for him to get a game back in the seniors.
Yeah, it's really pleasing. As similar to Adzi, had a bit of an interrupted pre-season and then spent a few games in the VFL plying his trade and just trying to work his way back into the senior side, and it's really pleasing to see him get a game this week and play really well. He can he's very versatile. He can play tall, play small. It was great to see Koff back out here, and really exciting to see what he can do over the next few weeks.
Sorry, mate, and we're trying to work out the Dogs, mate, in terms of where you guys sit. Your best footy scintillating. Then against the better sides, you'd seem to not be able to quite get the job done. In your opinion, where's the best? Where can the Dogs aim to finish by the end of this year? What's your best footy capable of?
Yeah, well, inside the four walls, we have really high expectations. We're obviously aiming for a top four finish and then continue that into the finals. And the ultimate goal for every club, but especially us, is to win the flag. We really do believe, as you said, our best footy is up to scratch and up to the best. But yeah, you are right in saying that we have lacked in a few games, and we've just got to tidy up and make sure that the difference between our best and the worst is a little bit smaller, and then win a few more games for the rest of the year. There's been quite a few against the top teams where we've had moments and we've been in the lead and we should have just capitalised. So that's the goal for the rest of the year. Just make sure we finish off those games and bank those wins, hopefully going into finals.
You did play VFL football for Richmond. Was there a point to prove today? Maybe just remind them what they had right under their noses?
Maybe a little bit, but not really. They obviously had a few early picks, and I was never going to be an early draft pick. But it was nice to see a few of the old faces that I played a fair bit of footy with there last year. And it was nice to also get the win and have a decent game. So, yeah.
Fair enough. That sounds like a yes to me, but I know how you have to answer it, Sam, so I get it.
How do you find being in the AFL system now, Sam? From watching at the outside, you rock up, the VFL's taking place. That was you not that long ago, 12 months ago, to, your much touted sort of medical studies you've done to now being a fully fledged AFL footballer. Are you enjoying it, or do you feel like, as Ben said, you've got that point to prove at the moment that you want to be a part of this best 23 of the Bulldogs lineup?
I'm absolutely loving it at the moment. I mean, it's most kids' dream to be out on the grand stage and playing footy, and it's even more special that I get to play for my boyhood club. And yeah, as you say, I'm loving every moment. I'm loving being the full-time professional football player, and had a bit of a rapid rise. So I have had a few pinch me moments, and there's been a few like I really am an AFL football player here, but it's becoming a little bit more normal now, and I'm just working to keep my spot in the side and do everything to help the team.
What's the best part? Is it the physio? Is it not having to stress about what you're doing week to week and just know you can train and walk up on the weekends and play?
Getting a massage most days is pretty good, but definitely running out in front of all the fans, in front of, I think it was 30, 40,000 today. It's pretty special, and then getting that win, banking those wins and celebrating with the boys, that's probably the most special thing. I think there's nothing better than getting a good win and helping your team to those wins.
And finally, as we let you go, there was the obviously media story around Jamara Ugle-Hagan.
Yep.
He's returned to the Western Bulldogs. What's it been like having him back around the club in the last week?
Yeah, it's been great to see him back into the club. We obviously all the boys inside the club hope that he can get back to playing footy, and we hope to see him every day. And it was great to see. He's obviously been through a lot, so it's really special to see him back inside the four walls. And we just hope we keep seeing him every day, and he can work to get back and being in the side. And it's a special time at the moment.
Sam, congratulations on your journey so far. Great to see you a part of the Bulldogs with a 79-point win, and thanks for spending some time with us on ABC Radio around the country.
Thanks, lads.
Sam Davison joining us from the Western Bulldogs rooms, 21-9, 135 to the Tigers, 8-8-56. And your point leads as he's slotted in seamlessly to this Western Bulldogs lineup, and seems like he's got a role to play. He's predominantly as a forward in the VFL, but being used as a transition player for the Bulldogs. And you wonder as to how Luke Beveridge might be able to maximise the more exposure he gets at this level, as to what a threat he could be.
Yeah, and I think for any young kid out there, boy or girl who's listening, the ability to be able to run is paramount in our game at the moment.
Not come off.
Pardon?
Not come off for 2 quarters.
If you're good enough, and he obviously can run, but his ability to transition, get up and down is his weapon, I think, and that's what helps him stay in this side and be able to stay competitive for long periods.
And if there's a prototype Western Bulldogs player, it's someone who can run and they're quick and they've got good hands and they can handball and they can also kick that ball in a penetrating way. So he's like a junior Ed Richards in a lot of ways.
So I'm not too sure about the injuries to James O'Donnell and Lockie McNeil as to how.
Sounds like he could have come back on O'Donnell if they really needed him. Well, that's from reading between the lines as to they said, can you just help us out here in terms of Sam Davidson playing out the last quarter, but. Yeah, well, as soon as I saw Adam Treloar with that strapping on the calf, I was very nervous for him, and I get concerned about the want to then go back through the rehab process, and hopefully it's not too bad where he has to spend a long period of time. If it's tendon involvement, like I had a number of times, I know that's 6 to 8 potentially, but yeah, it wears you down having to go back to the well, and you don't know when it's going to come. He would have walked out here feeling great probably, and then one little movement. And bang, he's spending the rest of the game on the bench. So
without wanting to put you back in the psychologist's chair, because you had a lot of soft tissue injuries, how much does it play on the back of your mind of, I just want to get through, and then that paranoia about, I'm going to do it again, I'm going to do it again. Yeah, and you get scared as to when it's going to come, so then you start to play within yourself. But it's a tricky balance, being able to actually get your head around that, to go out there and just play free when you're not sure when that next one's coming around the corner. And, mate, to be honest, I still battle with that when just playing local basketball or footy, so it doesn't ever leave, unfortunately. Once you start having them, they tend to keep sticking around. And it's not a conditioning thing, is it? Because you can play as many games in the VFL as you want, but until you get to this top line speed and tempo of the game, you're not going to know. Well, you're just not, and that's the thing. There's no warning signs with the calf. They just come on out of the blue, so it's not a get tight thing and then go. So you can't prevent that and then shorten your rehab time. It's more you feel great and then you don't feel great. The Western Bulldogs winners by 79 points over the Tigers, 21-9, 135 to the Tigers, 8-8-56. In front of 38,280 fans, Sam Darcy booted 5 goals in his second match back. Marcus Bontempelli with 3. The sub was Adam Treloar for the Bulldogs at halftime. Buko Karmas came in, and Jasper Alga on debut came into the match for Tyler Sonsi. Got 3 touches on debut, but for Adam Uze, it would be the final quarter where the game opened up a little bit more, that he was able to see his side be a little bit more competitive, while for a lot of the game they were chasing the Western Bulldogs' tail. Well, I think, if they capitalised early in the game, they had some opportunities, didn't they? It was 3-3 to 2-something or 1-something, was it, in the first quarter? Yeah, 3-3, 21 to 139. 139. I mean, there's some opportunities there. Camden McIntosh, I reckon, had 3 snaps on goal in the first quarter. But, it's tough to come on as a sub in your debut game when you're down by 10-plus goals to really make an impact. But,
great to get his first taste for the young lad. But yeah, large periods where the Bulldogs put the foot down and they were largely uncompetitive in the middle of the ground.
It's just the gap between the ones who are carrying the load. So it's the old fellas. It's Vlosten, Trando, McIntosh, Prestia and Ross and Hopper. They're your top ball getters. And then you throw in Banks and Trainer and Campbell and Smith and these sort of guys. So it's there's just too much of a load being carried by those senior blokes at the moment, and they've unfortunately just got to keep on doing it until those blokes come up, and they'll do it every now and again. They'll jump up and collectively they'll have a good game together, and you know what, the Tigers will, like they have in the 3 wins that they've had.
Yep.
But then for the next 3 weeks they'll be down again, and that's just the pattern that you've got to go through.
What did they have? They had 12 players who had played under 50 games, so it's that. You can't fast-track them. You just have to give them opportunities, play them consistently, try and come up with a game plan that's going to allow them to stay in the contest for as long as possible, and then hope when they get their opportunities in front of goal, they can take them. And Tom Lynch was able to kick 3. He kicked 2 in the third quarter, 1 in the final term. He had a tough afternoon, really, with Rory Lobb for company.
Yeah, he did. And when the service is not, I mean, you have to fight and scrap for every opportunity that you get. So, yeah, I get that. I think for Ooze, it's more about just finding the little wins and celebrating the little wins that they had throughout the day. Was there, a player? Was there a KPI that they were trying to measure up against? They're the ones you got to celebrate, to not have the group just be like, oh, God, we were terrible and who wants to come back and play here next week if this is going to happen again, So you got to find those little things and then try and build that from 1 KPI they win to 2 and continue to celebrate those things. The fact that they were still celebrating their goals towards the end of the game, I thought that's the winning culture that you're trying to create.
So they're 1-6 against top 8 sides, Berkey. How should Luke Beveridge try and handle that, given their only winners come against GWS? And I guess they have to wait until they face those sides. So we ran through their run home, but most notably, they take on Adelaide in 3 weeks' time here at Docklands.
Yeah, I don't think he'd bother about it in the slightest, to be totally honest. I think when you're at that level, it's all about how you want to play. And the Bulldogs have got a style and a format, and it's about how good can we be across the whole 4 quarters playing our game of football, because when they play their game of football, it doesn't matter who they play. So that's what he'll worry about, and he'll just say, radio, who we got next week, and we'll put our style into play again, and then who we got the week after that. So I don't think he's going to care who he's playing.
Their style stacks up, you think? They flick it around, try and get out of stoppage, be heavily stoppage score focused?
When it's on, absolutely.
You can say that for every side, though.
Yeah.
When the game style's on, they're on.
Yeah, when it's slightly off like it was against the Hawks, and they look really rusty against the Hawks. They looked like they were coming off a bye, and they hadn't quite fully switched on just yet. Their handballs were missing targets, and their feet were missing targets, and they just looked gassed early in the game. That's when it doesn't step up.
Yeah, pressure was right up in that game, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. And look, we mentioned during the game, you know what the Western Bulldogs are going to do. So if you want to exploit that, well, good luck to you. Go and try. If you can, well, you'll exploit it like every team. There's something that you can exploit in every team, and if you allow them to do what they want to do, well, they're going to be hard to beat.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year still to come. Spoke with Sam Davison about Jamari Ugle-Hagan, his return to the club last week. He's spoken on the Mitch Robinson and Reece Matheson podcast, Rip It Through. Here's a little of what he had to say.
There was times where I'd think about, to be honest with you, just not even worth even living, to be honest with you. Suicidal thoughts would come pretty frequently, especially when I felt that I was on my own the whole time, the way I was isolated. It was just me being stubborn, because I thought I could do it all on my own, as I have been doing, but now it's just gotten too big of a picture and it's been hard to maintain. When you're down, you want to find an upper. My upper was probably hanging out with my mates, getting on the piss, obviously, and training with them as well, but it just had no end goal. I want to play footy. Yeah. I can't wait to play footy.
So if those comments have brought up issues for you, Lifeline is available 13 11 14. Jamari Ugle-Hagan very open with some of the personal battles he's gone through that have become public through the media coverage. How do the Bulldogs handle this next sort of 4-week block?
Oh, I think how they've thrown their arms around him is how they handle it, but I don't think you can take a shortcut in terms of his preparation. I think you've got to make him earn that trust, that respect back, and just because he turns up. And mate, you have to do that to play AFL footy. You can't just be like, I'll pick and choose in every day of the week, and maybe I will, but I'm going to turn up and play VFL and I'll kick 4 or 5 because I'm talented and I can do that. No. Earn the trust, train hard, earn that, turn up, stay off the source, as he was talking about there, and make sure that the boys can trust that you're going to be there in the final. Like it wasn't his best game last year in the final. Can you do that to get back in the side? Now I don't know whether he does or it doesn't, whether he comes back and plays, but you've got to turn up consistently to be able to even earn that right.
Yeah, I'd be tending to say, mate, you're not in my plans at the moment. We've got Buku Karmas can play in that role that you've been playing. You're not in my plans, but your challenge is you've got to be so good I can't ignore you. And if you become so good that I just have to put you in the team because you're banging the door down, well, that's your task.
It's more, I think, how he handles it from here rather than the Dogs. Like, he's got to do at least 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it is.
Yep.
And then there'd be a hope that maybe he can come back. And if he comes back into the side and you've got Norton, Darcy and Jamari Ugle-Hagan in the forward line, maybe that looks pretty enticing heading into the finals. But it's the ball's largely in his court at the moment, isn't it?
Yep, be so good, can't ignore you. That's the message.
Sort of Sam Davidson alluded to it. Hopefully we see him consistently at the Cub.
Yeah.
Which is sort of saying everything without saying anything.
Yep.
And the social media stuff gets pushed to the side and he does the work, rolls the sleeves up and does the hard work like every other player does.
Proof will be in the pudding. It's over to him, really, isn't it? We'll throw our arms around you and support you through it, but you've got to turn up and do the work.
Yeah, if I'm Luke Beveridge, I haven't got him in my plans.
No. And hopefully the penny's dropped. He's too talented a player not to be featuring, but his well-being is far more important than playing a game of sport.
Well, that's it. But it's going to get tough at times, and it's whether he's willing to dig deep in those times and continue to ask for help, I suppose. And I think that's probably the key message.
The Bulldogs winners by 79 points. Who's got the votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year?
I can do it. These are easy ones. I only hand over the hard ones.
Okay, righto.
See what you think. I've given young Davidson 1.
Oh, okay.
4-quarter effort.
Yep.
And then I think it's pretty easy. The next two, Darcy 2, Bont 3.
Darcy 2, Bont 3. 3 to Marcus Bontempelli, 2 to Sam Darcy, and 1 to Sam Davidson.
Special mention, Ed Richards.
Ed Richards.
Yeah. Tom Liberatore is pretty good.
He didn't have his metres gained today, Ed Richards, just 310 metres gained, but
still 10 score involvements.
10 score involvements.
13 contested balls, 7 clearances. Yeah, I mean,
that's average. You got to earn votes. You got to do something.
Be better.
Be better than average.
A question on the SMS 0437 774 774. How will the Bulldogs style go at the MCG?
Yeah, well, there's more space, and if the game's tight and contested, then it's no worries, isn't it? And plenty of clearances. But if it gets out in the open and they don't get a chance to actually get their hands on the footy at clearance, well, then they get tested. But yeah, I mean, when's their next game at the MCG? I saw they got the D's there, I reckon, in a few weeks. But have they got one before then?
I don't think so. They've got a lot of their games here at Docklands to close out the season.
Yep. So unless they get an interstate side, they're probably not going to get a final here, are they? Well, they've got to finish high enough to get one.
Well, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of their remaining games at Docklands are just one at the MCG against the Demons.
Yeah.
If you can't play well at the MCG, you don't deserve to play football.
No.
There you go. Bang. Mic drop.
Sort of a good note to finish on. So Thursday night we get underway, round 16 of the AFL. Port Adelaide hosting Carlton. What will we see?
Oh, who knows? Well, hopefully Carlton turn up after being beaten by Kangaroos. And, I mean, Port are coming off they lost to the Swans too, didn't they? So, yeah, I'm not expecting an absolute rip snorter, if I'm being completely honest with you, Clinchy. But hopefully just a good competitive game where we see some clean footy, good weather, hopefully.
2 desperate sides.
Desperate sides.
Thank you, Lids. Thank you, Berkey.
Absolute pleasure.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you to Stu Baker at the back of the box, to Lauren Borden, to Craig Davis, who's done a big shift back at base, and to Ben Cameron. You can catch him on the ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Paul Roos and Corbin Minimas tomorrow. And don't forget, every ball of Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies will be available, getting underway on Wednesday, just before midnight. So Ben Cameron and Corbin Minimas will be our team. Dirk Nannis, Adam Crossweight. You'll be able to listen to it while you're staying up in the early hours of the morning. So that gets underway on Wednesday night on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the dedicated cricket button and you won't miss a minute of the action. The Bulldogs winners by 79 points here at Docklands, 21-9, 135 to the Tigers, 8-8-56. While earlier it was the Giants who hold on to their spot inside the top 8. They were 7-point winners over the Suns, 16-10, 106 to the Gold Coast Suns, 14-15, 99. Aaron Cadman booted 3 goals. Jesse Hogan booted 2. They kicked 8 goals to 3 in the final term. Thanks for your company across the weekend. We bid you farewell with how the Bulldogs claim their 8th win of the season.
Steps around a couple. Forward handball to Liberatore. Dogs up to the half-forward flank. Davidson kicks it inside 50. Off hands. West swivels, snaps on goal. High ball towards the goal line. Norton contesting. Goes again at ground level. Clever tap. And Bont bangs it through.
Bontempelli, he gathers in front of Ralph Smith. He cuts back on his inside. Kicks a worm burner inside 50. Vandermeer can't hang on. Flicks out of hand pass to Richards. Richards cuts back on his right. All of a sudden there's more time than you imagine. Hand pass to McNeil, who fires on goal and finishes the work. Lockie McNeil kicks the Western Bulldogs' 3rd goal. Kennedy, hand pass away to Ed Richards, who steadies, and this time he doesn't miss. You can't give this man too many opportunities because he will make you pay.
Bontempelli picks it up from their stoppage, runs away from them and shows his class. Bont's simply the best. He's got 2. Bontempelli steals it. He kicks inside 50 towards West, who jumps one-handed. How about that? Fended off Broad with one hand and with sticky fingers in the other. Controlled it down beautifully. 45-degree angle, 25 out. The ultimate son of the West slides it through. McNeil comes infield. Liberatore chisels the kick back into the middle of the ground and spots up Bailey Williams, who sends it inside 50. Bramble marks, running room, runs to 40, adds another.
Bailey Dale for the Bulldogs, through the middle of the ground, finds Hines, hand pass away to Riley West, kicks up for Norton on a long lead. On the bounce he gathers, trying to cut away from Miller. Hand pass to Bontempelli, who doesn't break stride, and the Bont doesn't miss. A 3rd for Marcus Bontempelli. You cannot stop the Bont.
Dogs win it back from a contest on the wing. Bontempelli to Darcy. Scraping the roof with his fingernails as he reaches up the mark. Here comes Sam Darcy, directly in front, 20 out. He's got a handful, and that's exactly what he's going to be for a long time. Banks, he looks into the pocket, looking for Nankervis. English in front of him. Ball hits the deck. Steely Green goes and wins it. Off to McIntosh. Centering ball. Can he find a target? Richards comes in. Prestia gathers it off his hands. Off to Taranto. Off to Hopper. Hopper swings it on goal. Right to the line. It's there.
Ralph Smith for the Tigers. Hand pass to Prestia. Gets it out to McIntosh. Banks' kick is not a good one. And Harms takes it back at half forward for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bontempelli inside 50. Miller makes the spoil. Straight to Hines, who runs onto it. He puts through his 2nd. Time is starting to run out. As Hopper up towards half forward in the direction of Ross, nudged underneath it by Bailey Williams. And the siren sounds. Back-to-back big wins for the Doggies. By 79 points over the Tigers at Docklands. After winning by over 70 points against the Saints the previous week.
I thought he was in some open space, but Philip Sami comes across and brings him down 35 away from his own goal line. Sami didn't get away quick enough, and they get a penalty, Parramatta, as well. This is the perfect set just about after points because they have a penalty 35 away from their own goal line.
Well, you mentioned before, both teams really willing to shift the ball around, and the Eels straight away off the back of points, they don't want to play conservative. They go to their left-hand side, try to find a bit of space, which I agree. I thought that Josh Adokar had enough down the left-hand side to try and take on and draw and pass on Fitzgibbon, but he gave Sammy some respect and gets the penalty.
So Jack Williams has it for Parramatta now. They will start this set 35 away from Gold Coast line. Last hit dummy half, right for Hopgood. Hawkins back on the inside, and it ends up with Tuolungi 33 away from the Gold Coast line, almost in the centre of the park. They come to the left-hand side. Hawkins gets it away to Katonga. Out the back it goes for Sean Russell, and Sean Russell has it 19 away from the line. Papali at dummy half. Comes right now. First receiver is Jack Williams. Gets it